Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. You heard Luke Sloan on the updates. We've got our normal Thursday stuff. We'll do the Thursday touchdown, Dear John, Ross Tucker. But we're going to move stuff around and give you guys plenty of time to talk about the Tigers because we have a lot to say too. And John, I'll turn to you because you sent us a text at the end of the game yesterday, and you said, I am so mad.
Well, I'm so mad for a number of different reasons. And I think the one that makes me the most mad is just the in-game decisions that AJ made. And I'm mad because they left, what was it, 1 of 15. They left so many guys on base. And this is not new, right? They did it in game 1. They've done it in game 2. It's frustrating, especially when 2 days ago, they make the Guardians make an error in the outfield and the Tigers make them pay. What happens in game or inning 1 yesterday? They gave you plenty of opportunity.
Kid making his debut in center field loses the ball.
Yeah, and you can't capitalize on it. So that's just that's one. So it starts out frustrating. You're like, we missed an opportunity. And then it had felt like almost every inning, missed an opportunity. Missed an opportunity. And then I don't know why, and AJ's the only one that can answer this, and I don't know that we'll ever get the answer. Why do you bring in Troy Melton to face 3 lefties when you have Brant Herter ready to go? And maybe maybe AJ is looking at it going, well, if I bring in a lefty, they're going to swap out a couple of guys. I don't know the Guardians roster or playoff roster well enough to know that what's going to happen if they make a change at the. What I do know is their starting lineup isn't great in terms of being able to be effective. It's not a great lineup. I think I'm like a lot of Tigers fans where you're just you can in your mind see all of these reasons why you're mad. And as soon as you start to say one, another one pops in your mind.
Yep.
And then you can't finish the thought. And then another one pops in your mind. But why bring in Troy Melton to face 3 lefties when you have a left-handed, and you only get 2 of them? You
already used one in Holton.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden you go to Brant Herter instead of Troy Melton. And I don't know what happens after that. Maybe the same thing happens. And then I know that you want to defend yanking Riley Green. Riley Green, if you were going to do that last night, that should have happened 30 games ago. Not in this moment where this is the guy that has had a couple of doubles in this series. He is the one that has 36 home runs, 111 RBIs. He's the guy that's supposed to do the job. If you let him go to the plate and it doesn't get done, hey, you played the guys that were supposed to get it done. Instead, you pull him out and you bring in another guy, Jahmai Jones, that's had, 130 at-bats this year? And I know his average is better than Riley Green's, but he hasn't been as productive and he hasn't been in as many spots. I just don't know why you do it in that moment.
One thing, I know you got a ton to say. Not using Herter was inconsistent with benching Green. You went to the matchup. You were doing lefty-righty. Why didn't you do it on the mound? You've done it all year on the mound, and they were channeling last year's team a little bit with Holton's performance. So channeling last year and, chaos, it would have been to use Herter. Yeah, you're gonna take your best player out of the lineup in Riley Green, but then you're gonna pitch the non-matchup righty-lefty with a guy who's in his first season, half season.
I have some bad news for people with this Riley Green stuff. He's not the player you guys think he is. I know you just referred to him as the best player. He was an all-star. You gave the counting stats, the RBIs, the home runs. He's not the player you think he is. That was loud, the decision AJ made. That's him saying, this guy strikes out too often. We got 2 on. This guy can't hit lefties. Get his ass out of the game. He's not a complete ball player. And he's right. Statistically, he's right. The guy had 200 strikeouts. AJ, your manager, cares about the strikeouts. He's got a 620 OPS against lefties. He's not a complete player. He's not the player that should be at the plate against a lefty to drive in the go-ahead runs. And maybe that's like a bit of a humiliation moment for Riley or a reality check moment for Riley, but also some of these fans too. They didn't pull Aaron Judge out of the game because Riley Green's not Aaron Judge, because he's not a complete hitter. And AJ was loud and clear. He wouldn't say it at the podium after, but that decision tells you everything you need to know about what AJ thinks of Riley Green. Too many strikeouts, platoon player.
Okay, but why this moment? Why not 30 games ago,
I agree with that.
Earlier in the season when the strikeouts are continuing to ramp up, and the moments where he's in there and you're hoping that there's a moment. Like I get the 36 home runs, but it doesn't make any sense to do it in game 2 of the wild card series.
I've also seen people say, well, he left in Carp the day before against the lefty. Why not leave Green in? Different situations. Nobody was on base for Carp in game 1, so you're going to save the bat for later. I don't see a point in saving Green's bat for the 9th. You need to grab the lead. They had so many chances to grab the lead. He thought, hey, I'm playing to win right now with the best matchup. That's true to form of who they are. If you wish they had more everyday players, so do I. They don't have a good enough roster. So AJ made the decision to put the best matchup out there. It did not work. I don't think AJ had a great day because I don't understand the Melton thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I look at Casey Mize and he blinked first. He pulled Mize in the 4th, which then put more pressure on him to get every single bullpen decision right, and he didn't. So this is not me defending AJ. I think he was telling us something we don't want to hear about Riley Green.
Well, I don't necessarily know that we disagree with that. I think the question is, or the reasoning is, why now when he's been an everyday bat for you up until the playoffs?
Right.
Like that makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense when you've got a guy that has led the team in RBIs, led the team in home runs, and led the team in strikeouts.
Yep.
None of that has changed over 162. Like, that is who Riley Green is. And now all of a sudden in the playoffs, you're going to pull who some would deem your best hitter?
So you would say you would have felt better if Riley struck out in that spot instead of Jahmai Jones, because at least you went down with Riley.
Yeah.
And I would rather go down with the matchup because I think it's more true to who they are as a baseball team.
But I just don't understand. And this is where I'm not disagreeing with you. And I don't want people to think that I'm disagreeing. It's just what I disagree with is this is who Riley Green has been through the entirety of the season. And we all talked about this issue before the All-Star break, during the All-Star break, after the All-Star break, and Riley Green has even come out and said, no one cares about the strikeouts. Really? Really?
AJ does.
I don't understand why this is the moment that you decide to make that decision.
I honestly think he got caught up in the moment. And he wanted the game so bad because it was all square.
Yep.
And he had a chance to advance.
8th inning tie game.
And he started making decisions that he typically wouldn't make. He overmanaged really from the get-go once you got with Mize. Mize coming out early is why you got Melton.
Correct.
Like Holton could have gone into the 7th if you would have trusted Mize. He didn't trust 2 All-Stars yesterday.
Yeah.
And instead he trusted matchups.
Instead, he trusted a rookie in Melton and a bench player in Jahmai Jones. So people are all fired up and worked up about this. I think the other point is Vogt outmanaged him. When AJ first went to Tyler Holton, and I knew that'd be the first guy off the bench because Cleveland stacked lefties and you go lefty-lefty, Vogt didn't blink because it was the 4th inning. He's like, well, I'm not going to panic. You only have a couple lefties in your pen. Right. I'm going to keep my lefties in and wait out Holton. And he did, and it paid off. Vogt outmanaged A.J. Hinch in that game. There's no doubt about that.
I say that, though, but at the end, I think Vogt messes up keeping in Cade Smith. And looking ahead, that might be a favorable thing for the Tigers today.
Yeah, but he's also managing knowing no matter who I put out there, the Tigers, even if they have 6 walks, they got guys on base, but they're not going to be able to knock them in. They don't have bats that can sit there and say, I can get a single right now.
He shouldn't have kept Cade Smith in for 31 pitches, is my point.
I would agree with that. I think he also was saying, I'm not leaving anything to chance. Let's get to tomorrow, and I know the Tigers can't hit us. Really, this thing started in the first. When the Tigers got 2 on, no outs in the first, and they go heart of the order. Strikeout, Riley Green strikeout to end that inning. So then in the 8th, AJ's like, I'm not going to do deja vu. Riley strikes out too often. We got 2 on. I'm going to put a guy in who I trust to get a knock here. I don't trust Riley Green. That's the headline. He didn't trust Riley Green. And the numbers would back that you shouldn't trust Riley Green in that spot, which is why I think it's so damning. But it gets people worked up.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay. And we can go right on down the list of McKinstry trying to go from second to third. Like, I just don't understand that, because the only thing that could prevent a run from being scored isn't the throw out at home. That wasn't going to happen. Is
if you get thrown out somewhere else on the
somewhere
bases.
else.
Yeah.
And so why are you doing that at that point? And I understand, hey, we have talked about this is an aggressive team on the bake pass. They're always trying to take that extra 90. But you have to be able to manage and make decisions in the moment and know that there's 2 outs.
AJ's going to get a lot of heat, deserves some heat. You're already bringing it this morning. I know the ticket text and the calls will do it, and he should. But the reason they lost this game is 1 for 15 runners in scoring position. By the way, 7 strikeouts in those at-bats. Only 3 of those at-bats, the ball left the infield. That's a collective. That's not one decision by the manager. That's a team that for the 2nd game in a row, 4th playoff game in a row going back to the end of last year, can't drive in guys. Needed to add a quality bat. It's almost like if you run out the same underachieving bunch from the last 2 games of last year's playoffs into this year's playoffs, you're going to get the same result. John, for those 4 games, 4 of 46 runners in scoring position. You'd be better off with a pitcher hitting at that point. That's a 100 batting average. Think about it. You'd rather have Scherzer or Verlander holding the stick from yesteryear than these collection of guys with runners in scoring position in the game on the line. They invited Cleveland into that game from the 1st inning to the 8th inning. AJ blinks first. His guys can't deliver collectively, and you were just waiting. Like, we're all waiting. Like, Cleveland's going to score at some point.
Right.
At some point. And then once they did, the floodgates opened. And suddenly a Tigers team that was favored in game 1, won game 1, is now in danger of being eliminated and blowing an advantage position not only in the regular season, but once again now in the postseason. So, you know the number. We're going to talk to Tiger fans. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, time to tell you about KG Law. You've been on these roads. People are maniacs. If you're injured in a car accident, you need someone that cares about you. If your baseball team's going through a car accident, I don't know what to tell you. But if you yourself need help, KG Law, 877-KG-CARES. That's kgcares.com. They specialize in car accidents, so you'll get someone who knows what they're doing, and they're not going to settle for some lowball offer from the insurance company. Get Lawrence KG, 877-KG-CARES, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Needed to put the ball in play, which means I can't keep Riley Green in the game. Look, he's not going to come out and bash his all-star, but he said it all with that decision. And it didn't work out. Jahmai Jones struck out. They had 2 on, tie game, trying to win it right there. And Riley's not the guy you want at the plate, which is a damning statement about a guy who's an all-star.
Well, it's a damning statement by the manager. It's an admission, but it's something that, we've talked about all along, is when you keep racking up these strikeouts, and even in a position where I don't care how many outs you have on, unless it's, obviously 2, if you can have a quality out.
Right, fly ball, sack fly.
Yeah.
Score a run, find a way.
And you're just not likely to get that. It's boom or bust with Riley Green.
Well, and again, the numbers, and people don't want to hear him because Riley Green's a bigger name. 218 with a 620 OPS against lefties. Jahmai Jones, 288 with a 970 OPS, including some big moments late in the season. Texter says, I would have felt better with Riley instead of Jones. Another text says, if you're pulling Green in that situation, why not bunt like they did the day before?
Right.
Squeeze, find a way.
Yeah. There were other times where you got runners on first and third, and if you're willing to pull out all the stops for one game, which you did in game 1, why not have that as part of the game plan in the second inning, in the first inning? It doesn't. Why do you have to wait till the 8th or 9th to just manufacture a run?
We mentioned yesterday getting the lead was going to be big. That game stayed locked up. McKinstry gets thrown out at third base. They would have played with the lead, but it stays tied for a long time because the Tigers couldn't break through. 1 of 15 runners in scoring position, 15 left on base, now 2 of 23 for the series. They've scored 3 runs total, 2 of which were unearned. Like, they've done this to themselves. They've invited Cleveland into the game, into the series, and now they're staring down, blowing another advantage. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Theo in Detroit. Theo, good morning.
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
Well,
Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
My issue, I got a lot of issues, but this is just an issue that I have with the Tigers. This is the second time that they have had a runner slide past a base. I think Winsdale slid past home earlier in the year and got tagged out, and now McKinstry slid past third with his right hand. If his right hand tagged the base, he's safe. He slid past the base with his right hand, got tagged on the helmet and shoulder before his left hand tagged. But if his right hand tagged the lead hand, he's safe. I don't understand why we slide past bases.
Well, I don't either, and I know that this has been an aggressive team all season long. I don't even know why McKinstry is trying to go from second to third. Dylan Dingler's going to score. He's going to get you the lead. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden you don't have anything.
Take a text. Guys, for them to have a chance in the postseason, Mize had to be a guy and Green had to be a guy. Both were taken out with still a chance to help this team. This one says, fire AJ the asterisk manager.
No, I mean, the reason that they're here, the reason they're even in the postseason is because of some of the things AJ Hinch was able to do during this season. If you want to, I have waited. I'm not going to call for anybody's job. I don't do that until the season's over. There's going to be plenty of time to talk about who should be here, who should not be here next year. And it all starts in the front office.
Guys, how many times do I have to see Torque swing and miss or pop up? Give Jahan a chance. At least he's giving me a good at-bat. The reason he took out Green, he's not clutch. He didn't trust him. He went with a matchup. It didn't work out. That's okay. I think he put the best foot forward, and it's a wake-up call to Riley, Chad in a truck. See, I agree with that guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do too. But we don't have name one guy other than Skubal that has the clutch gene.
That's the problem with this team. You're right. I mean, Javi a little bit in this postseason.
Right, but are you going to gamble on Javi making contact?
No, but
I'll give you Javi.
All right.
I agree. I think he does have the clutch gene. Now, it doesn't happen enough in the regular season,
right?
But he has come up big in the posts. Well, big-ish.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of singles, but hey, it's putting the ball in play. They're not always pretty, but he's doing the thing.
But think how sad that is. If you're talking about, okay, we got one pitcher who's going to pitch once every 5 games, once a series, and now all of a sudden the next guy that has a clutch gene is Javi Baez.
Javi has always had a knack. He knows when the lights are on.
Right, he
has
the
a
big
playoff history from his past.
How about
cities.
this? I'd lead him off today.
Why not? I mean, you bench your best player. I mean, anything's in the cards, right?
Well, you'd think so. Season on the line, 3 o'clock today. Heads up, not a 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock first pitch against the Guardians. Our coverage is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. You definitely can't count on certain players with the game on the line at the plate. But you can count on Paramount Plus, local NFL games. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Well, the 2 men charged with killing a Rochester Hills jeweler and then ransacking his home while also holding the wife hostage have 2 very different defenses. So the trial has started. I think the opening statements were on Tuesday. The trial began on Wednesday. Well, one man claims that he was falsely identified as a participant in the crime. So it was
he wasn't there.
It wasn't even me. That's not me on that Ring doorbell camera. And then the other admits that he was there at the home, but claims the plan was never to commit murder and that he didn't participate in it. But that was him on the doorbell camera. So he is saying, yes, he was there, but he was not the one that participated in the murder. So very different takes. Obviously, they've both been charged with first-degree murder, 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment in connection with this man's death. He was found dead in the basement. And you'll remember they were posing as DTE Energy employees when they showed up at the home, said they needed to check on this gas leak. The husband led them into the home, into the basement to show them the gas hookup. And that's when everything took place. So the trial is on. Quite interesting, for sure. A Bloomfield Township man has been charged after his wife's decomposing body was found right there on their couch during a welfare check. So a concerned neighbor called the police last weekend after the couple apparently just kind of seemed to have disappeared. They didn't really see much of them, so concerned, right? Well, when officers showed up at the house, they found the husband holed up upstairs in the bedroom, surrounded by knives. It took a while, but he did eventually surrender. Didn't say a word to police when he finally came out. And investigators believe that the wife had been dead on the main level for at least 2 months. Yes. Now, police
How did she die?
Not sure yet.
Yeah.
They haven't released that. They are calling her death suspicious. Which,
Yeah.
Well, clearly so, but they're not clear how she died. Obviously, there's going to be an autopsy performed and things like that. But the husband has been charged with failure to report a death or concealing a death. There could be more charges on the way once more is found out. Northville will have to clear out all of its downtown on-street dining by Saturday evening. They don't have much time to do that. This comes after a judge on Wednesday ruled that closing down 2 downtown streets for dining violated an earlier order. So basically the restaurants have to clear, the restaurants are on Main Street and Center Street. They have to clear off the cement barricades that they have blocking like the parallel parking spots. Those things get everything off the main road. The city of Northville did release a statement. They said, while we respectfully disagree with the court's decision, the city will comply fully with the ruling. They went on to say the city will have to temporarily shut down the streets to remove the concrete barriers that are in place as safety precautions for on-street dining. So So some people are looking at this as a huge bummer. They were
Yeah.
really, I mean, and the restaurants, I'm sure, as
Yeah.
well. And then there's people who are part of that Let's Open Northville group that are very excited about this. This is a big win for them. So two very different opinions there.
Getting heated.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Heather with the news. We're going to stay on the Tigers for most of the show, but coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown, little football appetizer. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hang on the line if you want to talk Tigers. We have a lot to say, too. We've got pages of ticket texts. It's time for the Thursday touchdown.
Alrighty, so no Michigan State last week, so there's really nothing to talk about much with them. But we have something to talk about in the Big Ten, and the fact is the Big Ten has the top 2 ranked teams in the country with Ohio State and Oregon. Would you take the Buckeyes and the Ducks versus the field to win the national championship right now?
Well, I mean, the easy answer is no, because you want the options of all the other teams and all the wild things that can happen. But I would even take Ohio State out of the equation and say I would take Oregon over the field, because you have something that seems to rarely happen in college football right now. You got Dante Moore, who sat in the system last year behind Dylan Gabriel, learned, and now all of a sudden you're seeing not a freshman, not a first-time guy, because he had time when he was at UCLA. I think it's Oregon, and some of it has to do with Dan Lanning. I just trust Dan Lanning more than I trust Ryan Day, Mario Cristobal, Lane Kiffin, Brent Venables. And certainly James Franklin.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of what they're doing in Oregon. You're giving me Ohio State on top of it? Yes, I would take them over the field. SEC who?
Well, this would then be, you're both saying, a 3rd consecutive Big Ten national champion.
Yes.
I'll say again, SEC who?
Well, speaking of them, the SEC has 10 teams ranked in the top 25. Who's the best team in the SEC?
Look, this is a really tough question, and it could change week to week. Right now, I would tell you it's Alabama. They have the most impressive win at Georgia. I would take the Tide.
And they got trucked by Florida State,
I know.
who then
Yeah.
lost to Virginia.
I'll say again, SEC who?
Yeah, because then you look at Texas A&M. I mean, they don't have any losses, but they've beaten Notre Dame and Auburn. But what do those mean, really? Because Oklahoma handled Auburn. They obviously handled Michigan, but they don't have John Mateer for how long? Ole Miss, do you really trust Lane Kiffin? I mean, okay, big win over LSU, but I guess I got to say Alabama too. As much as I can't discount the loss to Florida State, they're playing the best right now.
It's not going to hurt them in conference, right? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
A bonus point on this one. How many times you guys think I can ask this question this year?
Oh, you could
3
ask the
more.
same question next week. You could almost ask it weekly.
We won't do that. All right, Tom Brady has been quite critical lately about the current state of college football and what it's doing to quarterbacks in terms of entering the NFL. Do you think college quarterbacks are as unprepared as ever to enter the NFL?
I think everyone is as unprepared as ever because of the way that they've pulled back on all the practice. And yeah, I know there's a lot of things that go into the quarterback situation. And I think Dante Moore is going about it the right way. He did transfer, but he had some playing time. As I mentioned, he sat behind Dylan Gabriel. He's actually developing. You're not having players develop. And I'm gonna get away from the quarterback just a little bit, but if you have some of these college players, skilled position, and I'd throw in offensive lineman unless you're elite like Penei Sewell, when you go to the NFL, if you have an organization that is willing to be patient with you, how many times have we asked the question of Dan Campbell, are you going to play Amon-Ra St. Brown more as a rookie? Are you going to play Jahmyr Gibbs more as a rookie? When are we going to see Tesla more as a rookie? Jack Campbell, J-Mo. Now, J-Mo was hurt, but we wanted to see more of him. Like, they're patient. They're developing their rookies because they have to.
Specifically with quarterbacks, yes. We have a lot of dumbed-down offense where sometimes the coaches are making the calls from the sideline. There are not a lot of second and third reads. And you're right, there's not a lot of chemistry in the system with the transfer portal. So these guys are as unprepared as they've ever been.
Yeah, and you just see what's happening with Cam Ward right now. And it's like, why is he playing? Why didn't they get a vet and just let him sit and watch? And that we'll get to them later. That organization turned into a train wreck right now. All right, Monday night, our Lions Review show was debating Amon-Ra St. Brown and who he best compares to at wide receiver. Who do you guys think St. Brown compares to?
So I used to say Hines Ward because of the blocking and the unselfishness and kind of the workman-like attitude. But St. Brown's a better player than Hines Ward. So I think it's a combo of Ward and Steve Smith. That feisty, competitive, not a big body receiver, but a highly productive 2-time All-Pro. I think that's the comp.
So it's really hard to find one guy, right? And so I'm going to go kind of the same thing. I had, uniquely enough, those two guys. I'll throw in another one because what's unique about Amon-Ra St. Brown is he's a smaller receiver. So can you really say Randy Moss? No, because he's not the same, but his numbers are very similar. I'm going to throw in a mix of Hines Ward, Steve Smith, and Larry Fitzgerald.
I like that.
Because
reliable, dependable.
He doesn't drop balls. When there's a drop, you're like, oh my gosh, is Amon-Ra St. Brown okay? Is he healthy? Does he have a hand? Like, that is the mentality you have. And Larry Fitzgerald is famous for never dropping balls.
Yeah, good one. I like it. The guys actually came up with, they were searching, and it took them a while to get Smith and Hines Ward. I've always said Hines Ward, but I agree with you, Jimmy. I think St. Brown's a better route runner.
Yep.
The Ravens are 1-3 and have given up 133 points. However, they are still the betting favorite to win the AFC North. Will the Ravens win their division?
I still think so, because I don't trust Pittsburgh, although Pittsburgh's not playing a first-place schedule, but they will play each other twice, and I still think the Ravens are the better team. I think they'll eventually get it right. And now some of it just depends on how long Lamar Jackson is out. Can they win a couple of games without him? But I think that they do win the division. Now, this may be a division where it's only 9 wins.
That's kind of my read. Steelers aren't going to run away with this. The Ravens still have 5 more games in division. Lamar's not season ending. They're going to win this division.
Just saying, the Steelers can go, 7-5 and get to 10 wins? So, I don't know, man. Ravens better pick it up very quick here.
Yeah, but, I mean, when you look at the schedule, I know they got the Bengals, but the Steelers play the Packers. They play the Chargers. They play the Bills. They've got the Ravens, obviously, twice. They play the Lions, as we know. They ended the season with the Ravens. That last game could come down to who wins the division.
All right, Green Bay and Dallas tied last Sunday. We all got a chuckle out of it because we all hate those two teams very much. But come on, man. What is the NFL doing here, still having ties? This is a sport of the toughest men in the world, and we settle with a tie?
The tie is not satisfying. You go to a game to have a winner and a loser. I think you should start by playing a full 15 minutes in overtime so that you have a better chance that someone wins it. And if not, I hate this. I would go to the 2-point conversion off before I'd leave in a tie.
I would too, and I hate that.
Nobody likes a tie.
I don't go to the 2-point conversion. I make it 15 minutes, and if you don't, then you play another 15 minutes. And maybe that second one is, since everybody's had their chance, everybody's had a couple of possessions, that second one is, hey, first one scores, wins.
Would you guys be up for eliminating field goals in OT?
Yeah. Got to go for it.
You got to go for 2, and you either punt or you go for it on 4th down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, some of those rules I would put in the second overtime.
Okay. Finally, I'd said we were going to get to the Titans. They are 0-4. They've been outscored 120-51. That's the worst in the league point differential-wise, which is minus 69. Will the Titans become the first team to go 0-17?
No. I mean, they definitely have that possibility. But, I mean, when you look at their schedule, somebody is going to have a bad day.
Jags.
Jags.
Browns, Saints.
They play the Saints the second to last game of the year, the Jags, the last game of the year. I mean, who knows what the 49ers are at that time? They've already been riddled with injuries. I don't think that they go 0-17.
Defense isn't terrible. You catch someone napping, and if they do fire Callahan, there may be the fired coach bump, and they steal 1 or 2 they're not supposed to. Plus, Cam Ward might look like a different quarterback in December than he looks like right now.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't have anyone to go to, because Will Levis, as much as he's not the answer, he's on season-ending IR.
Right, but John, you always say you have the right to get better.
Well, yes, you do. And I think Cam Ward will be fine. But, they're not going to make the switch and go to Brandon Allen.
No, I don't think that will happen or should happen.
No, he does have the opportunity to get better. The problem that they have is normally if you like the Browns, all right, bad offense, really bad offense. They're making a change at quarterback, but at least they have a really good defense. The problem with Tennessee is they're bad on both sides. And it just snowballs once the game starts.
It's your Thursday touchdown. We'll get back into Tiger baseball talk. It's 97-1. let's be honest, nobody plans for a new roof. I don't know anybody that's been squirreling away money for 5 to 10 years to pay for one of these roofs. So it comes at the worst time. You don't have the money set aside, and the costs can feel overwhelming. But it's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you're not skimping on quality, cutting costs. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of that big upfront payment that I know you haven't been saving up for. So here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof's leaking, aging, or if you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. John, is this as mad as you've been at any of our teams? Because you were fired up yesterday when this one went final.
Yeah. Wow, that's...
And you still are today.
In recent time, yes. Because you think, I mean, you were disappointed in what happened in the postseason last year for the Lions and disappointed, but your expectations for the Wings have been so low. It's hard to be mad at the Pistons, even though they set a record for the amount of losses, because the expectations were so low. And maybe it's just because I talked myself into the whole Tigers in 2, and TIT still works technically because Tigers at 3.
Do you believe it though?
No, I don't. And I'm still hopeful that today somebody's bat is going to find a ball. Like, it can't be this bad for this long, but it is. And when you have so many missed opportunities yesterday, even knowing that this is a team that can't hit right now, and that they were, I heard Dan Dickerson, and I'm not going to get it right, but for the first, I think he said 140 games of the year, they were averaging right around 5 runs per game. Since then, it's been just over 2. And so you keep thinking, well, they're going to be able to get back to what they were prior to this. Even when the pitching was bad in July, they were still making some contact. And then in August and September, the bats just totally evaporated. I don't know what happened, or and it's I understand July 31st is the trade deadline, but the guys that were here, they were hitting before that.
They were overachieving,
but
they're not that good. And the only one who didn't realize it was the guy running the team.
So yes, if you go out there and you get a Eugenio Suarez, and I know that his average hasn't been good. I was all over that, right? Hey Costa, the right-handed bat that you wanted, the third baseman. But when he made contact, if you just get 1 or 2 more wins, and all you were looking for yesterday is a bat, and you could go with somebody whose last name starts with a C 2 years ago. Could he have provided a hit in the moment? Somebody whose name that starts with a B that could have been a key at
a
bat.
Veteran, proven commodity in the postseason. Look, this isn't even about the deadline. It's about last offseason, too, because we did this show already. The last 2 games against Cleveland to close the 2024 season, they were 2 of 23 runners in scoring position and flamed out. Guess what they are in games 1 and 2 this year? Runners in scoring position against the Guardians. 2 for 23. They did it again. They ignored it again. We're in the same place again. Yeah, that's frustrating.
And even if you had, and part of the problem I have with AJ taking out Riley Green is, first of all, it should have happened way earlier in the season. How many times did we ask about Spencer Torkelson? And this is, going back to last year to AJ. And he would talk about, well, maybe the next, the next thing is for him to sit next to me. And then it's down to AAA. Well, Riley Green has been striking out at a near historical rate. But this should have happened 30 days ago, 45 days ago. You do it in a situation where you got to have it. You go to the guys that got you there. And it wasn't Jahmai Jones. It was Riley Green. If you had somebody on the bench that had been a former great, that had been a 5 or 6 time All-Star in his career, but he's at the end of his time, but he's been in those moments, almost like a Javi Baez, where he's sitting on the bench and you're like, you know what? Let's just see if he's got one more moment in him. And I know people said yesterday, they brought up Kurt Gibson, where he hobbles to the plate. He wasn't the player that he used to be, but you don't have that guy that you can bring in. Jahmai Jones isn't that guy.
Okay, I want to get as many phone calls as we can get in before the 2 Grand Slam, 725, chance to win a bunch of money. You guys are on hold. We're going to get to you. One thing on Riley, because it startled everybody. How do you take out your all-star with 36 homers and 111 runs batted in. You can't take him out of the game. A.J. Hinch took out Jake Rogers. Riley Green against lefties is Jake Rogers. 610 OPS for Rogers, 620 OPS for Riley Green. If he took out Jake Rogers yesterday, would anybody be upset? No, but Riley Green hits left-handed pitching like he's Jake Rogers. That was AJ reinforcing the idea that we are a matchup-oriented team. That Riley is not a complete ball player, despite what we may think he is or want him to be. He strikes out a ton. He does not hit left-handed pitching. He's not a complete ball player. Nobody's above the team. Jami's the better matchup. We're playing the matchup. Well, he didn't do it with Carp the day before. They didn't have 2 on the day before. This was maybe the best, last, only chance for them to win the game. Well, what if they need Riley in extras? I'm playing to win right now with a runner on third base and 1 out. I don't trust Riley Green to put the ball in play. That's what he told everybody with his decision. He didn't say it publicly at the microphone, but he said, I don't trust Riley Green to put the ball in play because he's Jake Rogers against left-handed pitching.
But he was Jake Rogers against left-handed pitching back in July.
Valid.
In August.
Valid. But was this the wrong time to make the right decision? Because it's the right decision. It doesn't mean it works out, but the numbers back it as the right decision. It's not the wrong time to make the right decision. Your season's on the line. And I get it. Riley may have hurt feelings. It may have been shocking and stunning to people who've propped Riley up. He's not that complete ball player. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Tony in Ferndale. Tony, what's up?
Hey, perfect timing for me to jump off that, Jim, because I'm not in the boat of being too upset with the Riley Green pinch hitting situation. I mean, we're in a position to close out the series, so go out and close it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, right? Where I think I'm more frustrated is why is Casey Mize getting pulled that early in the game, and now we have fried our bullpen for not only today but any future, hopeful series that we have coming up. I mean, I was driving to Cleveland for Game 1, and I called into Doug and Karsh, and I was fired up. I knew we were going to win Game 1, Skubal on the mound, but the thing I said was Casey Mize in Day 2 is going to be huge to see if we can have the second reliable starting pitcher going into some future, series coming up here. And we only saw him for how many innings yesterday? I don't understand that play, to be honest with you. These guys got to go the distance in starting pitching, especially in these playoff series.
When they pulled Mize, they blinked first.
Yep.
It's a 1-run game. Both teams are going to go to their pen much earlier. Who blinks first? AJ thought he could go to Holton and face all the lefties, but then Vogt said, I'm not going to panic. I'll wait out Tyler Holton and keep all my lefties in.
Who has the shorter hook in the 2 games, Mize or Flaherty?
Well,
For me, it's Flaherty. So that's why you let Mize go farther too. It's just a reason to do it. It was foolish to pull him out. I mean, is Holton available today? I think so.
He might be. Here's the thing I'd say. Pulling Mize there, you could have got away with it if he had played the bullpen better from that point on. I'm not mad about it. Holton made sense. Why is Melton coming in the game to face 3 lefties when Herter is warmed up and ready? See, AJ could have got away with pulling Mize early if he pulled all the right strings later, and he didn't. It was not a good day for AJ.
No, I don't agree with. I agree with that totally. Yeah. I don't understand why Herter didn't come in. I don't know why you put that pressure on that kid,
on a rookie,
but you wouldn't let a guy who had 36 homers this season bat. And I know me and you disagree, and you're not wrong in saying he's borderline Jake Rogers in the moment.
Statistically, but Jake Rogers against left-handed pitching.
Allegedly good players / all-stars, they have to be given that moment.
Yeah.
And you got to see what they do in that moment. Who would you rather have bat, Jim? You'd rather have Jake Rogers come. What if Jake Rogers came in yesterday?
I'd rather have Jahmai Jones than both of them. That was the whole point.
I disagree.
I do too. And he has been in more moments and is more experienced to be able to come through in a moment like that.
But he doesn't.
No, and
he flatlines in all the high leverage moments.
So does every other guy.
Not Jahmai. Jahmai's actually been kind of clutch for this team. Specific matchups. That's what they've done all year.
The issue I have is, why are you doing this in the, what was it, the 7th inning, 8th inning?
8th inning, yeah.
8th inning of a gotta-have-it game versus 45 games ago, 30 games ago, 20 games ago, even in the last week of the season.
I'll paint you part of the picture. First inning, 2 on, no out. Kerry Carpenter strikes out. Spencer Torkelson strikes out. Riley Green strikes out. You want to relive that again? Just keep doing it because you know what this guy's going to do. You're not even going to put the ball in play.
Well, the one thing that we do know, by the end of today, we won't have to watch this awful matchup anymore between Cleveland and Detroit.
Because
9 times in the last, 2 weeks?
It's a lot.
It's just make it end.
And
it will. No matter how it ends, it will end.
Phone calls right out of the update, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. It's winner go home for the Tigers this afternoon. Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland. This after a 6-1 loss yesterday in Game 2. The Tigers left 15 runners on base in that one, opening the door for the Guardians to blow things open in the 8th. That's when Brian Rocchio broke a 1-1 tie with a solo home run. Then Bo Naylor hit a 3-run shot to put the Tigers out of reach. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Guardians took advantage of their chances. The Tigers did not. Through the first 2 games of this series, the Tigers have left 21 runners on base. Jack Flaherty takes the mound now this afternoon, looking to pitch the Tigers to the ALDS in Seattle. Slade Ciccone starts for the Guardians. That first pitch now moved back to 3:08 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yesterday's other wild card results, the Padres blanked the Cubs 3-0 on the north side. Manny Machado hit a late 2-run home run, and Mason Miller struck out 5 out of the bullpen for San Diego. That series now heads to a Game 3 today at Wrigley. Also to be decided today, Yankees Red Sox after New York used a go-ahead single in the 8th, beating Boston 4-3 last night, and the Dodgers sweep their series with the Reds. An 8-4 win last night got it done. Betts had 4 hits and 3 RBIs. Yamamoto had 9 strikeouts. At Lions practice yesterday, Taylor Decker and Kirby Joseph both out, but on a positive note, Terrion Arnold was limited. Fellow corner DJ Reed is officially on IR now. The earliest he can come back is November 9th at the Commanders, and Aleem McNeil's 21-day practice window was opened up yesterday. That officially begins his clock to return from IR. And the Red Wings hit the ice for their second-to-last preseason game in Toronto tonight against the Maple Leafs. 1 week from today, the season opener against the Canadiens at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
One for 15 runners in scoring position. 15 left on base, 7 strikeouts in those spots, and they only got the ball to the outfield 3 times. Oh, and AJ didn't have a good day. Lot to talk about. Let's get right to the phones. Let's get to Mike in Windsor. Mike, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, a couple things. Number one, I got to disagree with you, Jim. Riley Green needs to hit in that situation 10 times out of 10.
Then he needs to become a better hitter because he's not good enough to hit in that spot.
So here's the thing, Jim. A better hitter. Who is the better pure hitter?
It's not Jahmai Jones is the better pure hitter because Riley Green swings and misses too much.
Jahmai Jones is not a better hitter than Riley Green.
Specifically against left-handed pitching, I have all of the data to tell me that. Now, you have your feelings about what you want Riley Green to be. I'm telling you who he actually is.
So I think the conversation then turns to traditional baseball against analytics. When you rely too much on the numbers, you get these situations that we're in right now. And then, it's playoff baseball. You need your best players in situations.
Well, let's talk situations because Riley Green's a 185 hitter in high leverage spots. He is not a clutch performer. Everything about that matchup screamed he shouldn't be at the plate if you have a better option.
You know what? Your better option right there, to me, if we want to talk about guys who have traditionally and statistically matched lefties, why not Andy Ibanez in that situation? Why do we go to Jahmai Jones? Ibanez has experience hitting in those high leverage situations. Look at Houston last year.
I'd hear that argument.
So that, there's no question in my mind that A.J. Hinch mismanaged that game.
I agree with you, by the way, Mike, because I don't want this to come out like I'm trying to run cover for A.J. I don't think he had a good day.
Hey, I'm a Canadian. We always over-exaggerate, man. That's what we do, okay? But, like, this is what I'm saying. It's like Jahmai Jones in that spot, I think that's where the question is. Like, if Andy Ibanez comes up in that situation, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I get the statistics. But Jahmai Jones, a guy that was, in AAA last year, right? Like, a guy that they had to get brought up halfway through the season, like, the only real numbers we have from this guy, I mean, yes, he's got 7 home runs. Yes, he's great with the leadoff stick, but like, come on.
Mike, I think you brought up something interesting. You brought up like the analytics and the over-reliance on the analytics, right? Like, for better or worse, this is how they built this roster. And I don't love it, for the record. I wish they had more consistent everyday players who you didn't have to platoon. But they got here on the principled idea of platooning and playing the matchups.
Well, and you even go to the matchups or the reason that he gave for putting in Troy Melton. Well, it's velo and all the extra pitches that he throws.
Right, he didn't play matchups there.
Right,
with 3 lefties due up for the Guardians.
But he went with other analytics, so they're picking and choosing which analytics to go with at which time.
Okay, so I brought this up off the air to you guys, but Riley Green had 600 at-bats exactly this year. He struck out 201 times. Those numbers suggest he will not strike out. He'll only strike out 1 out of 3 times.
Okay, who's more likely to strike out, Jahmai Jones or Riley Green? I can play the numbers.
Yeah, but who's more likely to hit a home run?
Jahmai Jones against the left-handed pitching.
No,
he
not,
sledged 200 points higher.
You're taking a journeyman AAA guy here.
You have this.
You have to play your stars, Jim.
He's not the star you think he is, Tom. That's the problem. You are guilty of what everybody else in this city's doing. No. I'm not going to let you do this. You're doing what everybody else in the city's doing. You're propping up Riley Green to something he's not. He's Jake Rogers against left-handed pitching. Argue it. Those are the numbers.
You're taking analytics too far here. This is the guy that hit 36 home runs this season and had 111 RBIs.
Not in that spot.
And would only strike out 1 out of 3 times in that spot. You have to. Jim Leland probably had his heart skip a beat yesterday. Do you think Tony La Russa would have done this?
How many World Series did Leland win here?
He did better than AJ.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Brad in Waterford. Brad, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, both of you, man. Decaf, man. Decaf.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you know this. You guys are baseball guys, and John, you know a lot of travel baseball. It's a term, all right? You got dudes, and you've got dogs. A-Rod was a dude, great player. Derek Jeter was a dog, all right? Clutch, Gene. Go ahead and Cookies, I'm probably going to go with your number theory here. Look at Riley Green's production when the Tigers had the lead. When you got the lead, there's really no pressure. Then look at it when you don't have the lead. He disappeared in the playoffs last year. He's disappeared now. I'm not sure about the Jahmai Jones thing. I'm just not, but I'm not going to argue with you because you're scaring me today, Cookies.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to scare any of the listeners. I think people are propping up Riley, and I think AJ told you loud and clear what he really thinks of him, whether he was willing to say it at the microphone afterwards. He told you he's not that guy, to use your point. Like, yeah,
but
he's not one of those
I also
dudes.
think you're arguing against an argument that's not there. I don't think people are saying Riley Green is the answer. What they're really saying is there is no answer. So if you dance with the girl that you took to the date, and Riley Green is supposed to be that individual. He's not. But that's who they have. That's who hit 36 home runs. That's who hit 111 RBIs. That is the pretty girl that you said, hey, do you want to go to homecoming? You're at homecoming. Now all of a sudden you decide that, well, while we're dancing, I want to dance with another girl?
Yeah. Jim, I just have to say this to you, and if I would have told you yesterday before the game that Jahmai Jones is going to pinch hit for Riley Green today, you would have thought I was freaking crazy. Don't you admit that?
Okay, look, it startled people, but I remember asking AJ about Riley's struggles against lefties in September and suggesting that he sits more against lefties. And AJ didn't bristle, and normally AJ's like, I know what I'm doing.
Great, you put the seed in his brain.
Oh, don't do this. 248-539-9797.
Well done, Tom. Well done.
I can't win. I want to hear from you guys. Steve in Monroe. Steve, good morning.
Hey, guys. Great show, as always. You make my mornings. Look, I want to talk about this year versus last year, because last year, a great example was who was your number one starting pitcher last year? Who got the most starts? It was this guy named TBD. And that juggling was because there was no egos on this team. And now you've got this team this year that they rolled into the season with all this momentum from last year, and they came out of the gates great. And then came the All-Star break. And you named 4 guys to the All-Star team, and what happens after that? They collapse.
Yeah.
Every ego on this team is different than it was last year, because last year anybody could pinch hit at any point in time. It was 100% analytics. And when you do that, all those egos, you're just not – it was like a great AAA All-Star team. Nobody really cared if they got pulled out of the game. Now, what are we talking about? Oh, you can't pull this guy. You can't pull that guy. You have to. You have no choice. You have to go with the guy that's going to perform in the situation. And in my mind, Riley Green's not that guy in that situation. So, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, it's really on Riley that he hasn't made himself a better player, and it's on Scott Harris that they don't have any better options. And again, I'm not defending AJ's game in totality. He blinked first pulling Mize. He made the wrong decision going Melton when Herter was warmed up. Stephen Vogt outmanaged him. And the Tigers collectively, it's actually not even only on the one at bat with Jahmai Jones, as much as that's become the source of a lot of, frustration. 1 of 15. 248-539-9797. The texter says 1 of 15 is all there needs to be said. They should have won that game in the 4th inning. It shouldn't have even come down to Melton or pinch hitting Green. They flat out blew it. Javi, ironically, is the only one doing anything. Signed, Steve. Some people on your side, John. This one says, amen, John. Benching Riley was unacceptable. Another one says, Hinch flinched yesterday. Pinch hit for a guy we haven't done that all year for, and then went to a rookie in a high-stress situation in the 8th. Saying Hinch flinched. Hinch cost us the game.
Well, I just don't think AJ had a really good day yesterday. I think Mize came out too early, and this is me on the heels of saying yesterday, AJ is going to have to decide to pull Casey Mize right before things go bad. And I just don't think things were about to go bad. He had, 62 pitches. I think you have another inning in him.
One more time through that heart of the order.
And then if it and not that AJ is trying to save any type of his reputation, but if he goes in and finishes the 4th, things go bad in the 4th, we're all sitting there going, kind of had to, because of you didn't want to get to the bullpen too soon. And it's on Casey Mize not being able to be the all-star he was in the moment that you needed him. And you needed Riley Green to be that all-star. You needed Casey Mize to be that all-star. You needed all these guys to be who they were at the beginning of the season, and they're just not anymore.
Can we meet on the same page here? I'm looking over at the Twitch board, and it says Riley Green is the better defender than Jahmai Jones. Can we agree that that's irrelevant in this spot? You're looking for the best AB in a tie game to take the lead. You're not worried about defense at that point.
Say that again?
That it doesn't matter if Riley's the better defender. You're making the call to take the lead right now. It just strictly comes down to who you trust at the plate more. And if you want to make the case you trust Riley, then fine. But I can't factor in whose glove is going to be more valuable in the 8th. I need to score now.
The answer that is the right answer is there's none of them that you trust. Yeah.
I would argue that, and I don't know how you would look up something like this, that Riley Green had the most regular season home runs ever and then got pinch hit for in the playoffs. Seriously.
So you'd have to find a hitter who hit more than 36 homers who was pinch hit for in a playoff game.
Yeah.
That wasn't injured too.
Yeah. That was just naturally pinch hit for.
I
bet
get why
he
it's
set
startling.
the record.
You're right. It might be. I get why it's startling. All right, guys. We are going to revisit how the series is going to wrap up later in the show. We've got more of your phone calls. It's 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against the insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who listens, someone who works hard, and someone who's going to get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, all you got to do is call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Maybe winning some money will make you feel better. 2 Grand Slam, but first the news.
Yeah, for sure. This news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating and Cooling and Electrical. You guys, the alligator that was spotted on Belle Isle has been rescued. No longer out in the wild. The gator was first spotted last Friday, just kind of chilling near the water, soaking up some sun. The Michigan DNR did confirm the sighting, saying yes, that is an actual alligator. They've been looking for it ever since. Well, on Wednesday, 2 strangers, not affiliated with the DNR, got the job done. They were both out there searching for the gator. That's what it was like. They just kind of bumped into the gator. They worked together, were able to catch him. One of the guys said that it was an epic takedown. So this little gator, it's actually quite small. There's a photo of one of the men that rescued him.
Do we have any idea how it got here?
I'm
sorry,
guessing
I'm
somebody.
asking you a question. This is the John roll.
I think somebody released it.
Sure.
Somebody was probably
Yeah.
having it as a pet
I
and
don't
said,
think it's.
"What?"
I don't think it swam up from.
No, it's been released into
Fair
the
point.
wild by somebody. I don't know. Obviously, they're searching for it, but it's all safe. This little gator is going to be taken care of in Westland at the Great Lakes Serpentarium.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
sounds
Fancy.
very fancy. Restaurants in downtown Northville will need to permanently remove all on-street dining by Saturday following a new court ruling that was issued on Wednesday. So the city says that, yeah, it's really disappointed by the ruling, but it will comply. It will remove all the dining platforms on Main and Center Streets by the deadline. The ruling basically says that these restaurants cannot use the cement barriers to block off any of the parallel parking spaces for dining moving forward. A lot of residents are bummed. They're frustrated by this ruling, and others are saying, hey, we thought all of it was an inconvenience, kind of went on too long. It all started because of the pandemic, right? When they created these bigger open spaces, and then it's kind of just continued since then.
Right.
So some people are saying, it is problematic. We need more parking spaces. We need to have the areas free. And some people are like, we'd love to eat outside. This is a bummer. So
It felt like there could have been a compromise, like summer weekends, stuff like that, where you could have still had this, but
Well, I mean, I love eating outside as well. If you have that option on a nice day, thankfully they were able to get most of the summer in. The
Yes.
weather's going to turn at some point now.
eventually,
Is there a, as you mentioned, a happy medium that they might be able to strike for next year?
maybe, but it doesn't
Yeah.
sound, I mean, it's,
there seemed to be at odds.
yeah, for sure. Police are investigating a case of stranger danger in Oakland County. According to officials with the Franklin Bingham Farms Police Department, there was a young girl, 8 years old, riding her bike. This was on Sunday evening when she was approached by a stranger in a black truck or an SUV. The child said that the man asked her if she wanted candy or cupcakes, and she replied, "No, I don't want you." So it sounds like she then got, pedaled away
Yeah,
and
good
the
for
man
her.
left. But police were alerted. She obviously must have told her parents about the situation. They say the suspicious person is described as a middle-aged Hispanic male with a dark complexion, facial hair, tattoos on his face and arms, and he was wearing a mask. So they say this is still an open investigation. Hey, if you'd like to win $2,000 or at least give it a try, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. Finally, as the temperatures drop or will eventually start dropping and the sunlight disappears this fall, stink bugs may start invading your home.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Are they there?
Yes.
Yeah. So be on the lookout. They're looking for someplace warm to stay over the winter, and they want to live in your house. These stink bugs are not all native to Michigan, and some are wreaking havoc on crops and obviously invading households. So there's some tips, right? If you don't want these bugs in your home, the best thing you can do is to seal up the spaces where they get in, right? That caulk your windows, fix holes, any gaps in the siding. Don't squish the bugs because they will release obviously this smell. They do say peppermint spray also works as a natural deterrent for pests, so you could do some of that in your home as well.
I know they call them stink bugs.
Yeah.
I always squeeze them,
You do have
but
you?
I've never really smelled the stench.
I've never smelled one either, but I don't smash them. I look away and pretend I didn't see it.
Oh, and you just let them.
I do. Well, I can't smush bugs.
No?
You don't even take a
Kleenex?
paper towel or a Kleenex or a cup and
I call for my husband.
escort it outside.
Oh no. I call for Colin if he's
Okay,
not
so what do you
there.
think Colin does?
Oh, he smushes him.
Yeah.
Not, but I,
Not Heather.
Not Heather.
no, I do not smush. But I can't. I can't do it.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, hopefully today we can give away more than $25. Hopefully it will be
Yes.
$2,000. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully if they can get all 10 right, going home with $2,000.
Yeah.
Matt and Royal Oak, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing all right. I mean, today's a new day, so today's a new day, new opportunity. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm
All right.
ready.
Matt, if you don't know one, say pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Okay, so your time is going to
thank
start right now. Who does Michigan play in football on Saturday?
Pass.
Who is the Detroit Pistons' main radio color commentator?
George Blaha.
Who won the American League East this season?
The Blue Jays.
Doug Karsh graduated from this college.
Pass.
This interstate is also known as the Ford Freeway in Detroit.
75.
The main campus for the University of Washington is located in this city.
Pass.
Christian Mahogany played at this college.
Alabama.
Who will be the main performer at the Super Bowl 60 halftime show?
Bad Bunny.
Alex DeBrincat was born in this Michigan city.
Pass.
Who currently wears jersey number 25 for the Detroit Tigers?
Pass.
Who does Michigan play in football on Saturday?
Well, you double up Tuesday.
Well,
You got 2 right.
Tough showing.
It was a tough showing, but you got $50.
Thank you. My 6-year-old's ecstatic that we got through, so that made our day.
What's your
There's a win.
what's your 6-year-old's name?
Go ahead, Liv.
Olivia. Hi, Olivia.
Hi.
Thank you for participating along with your dad. Next time, whisper some answers in his ear.
I could have used some help, right?
Yeah. Thanks,
you guys
Matt.
have a great day. Go Tigers.
Yeah. Hopefully today's the day. Stay on hold. We'll make sure you get paid because Thursday, 2 Grand Slams brought to you by Femininio Law.
He knew he wasn't doing well.
Well,
No.
he matched the Tigers runners in scoring position this series. 2.
All right, let's get through it. John, who do they play on Saturday, your Wolverines?
That would be the Wisconsin Badgers.
The Pistons' main radio color commentator. He said George Blaha.
No, there's a difference between play-by-play and color analysis.
And TV and radio.
Yes.
But people think Blaha with broadcast. So
Right,
at
yeah.
least
So,
you got
but-
somebody that made some
That would be Rick Mahorn.
Who won the AL East?
Blue Jays.
Got that. Where did Doug Karsh go to college?
He is a Spartan. Yes. Yeah. Ask him. Yeah. Tell him. Yeah. Go green. See
Once
what
in
he
a while,
says.
I do troll questions.
Yeah.
Yes, the voice of Michigan football on the radio is a graduate of Michigan State University. This interstate is also known as the Ford Freeway in Detroit.
Not 75. It's I-94.
Main campus of the University of Washington is in which city?
I thought he was going to get this one. Seattle.
Christian Mahogany played at Boston College, not Alabama, although the Lions have drafted a lot of Bama players. I get why he went there. He got that Bad Bunny will be the halftime performer at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Good for him.
Good for Bad Bunny or good for the
No,
contestant?
good for the contestant. That was number 2.
Okay. Alex DeBrincat was born in this Michigan city.
Farmington Hills.
And who wears 25 for the Tigers?
That would be Gleyber Torres.
Speaking of the Tigers, we're going to keep talking about them. It's 97-1.
hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I am telling you, there is nothing more relaxing than getting in a hot tub in the evening. It helps you sleep a little better. You feel a little better. And I just got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and it has been a game changer. And the entire process was so easy, right? You walk in, they're knowledgeable. They tell you all about the different types of hot tubs, and they help you pick out the one that's going to be perfect for you and and your family. Plus, they're going to deliver it, install it, and they've been there for me to help with maintenance as well. They handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
I'm guessing you want that as a drop.
No, I don't want anything yesterday as a drop. I don't want anything as a drop.
Ticket Texter said that was the worst 2 Grand Slam performance ever. Someone put Jahmai Jones on the phone instead.
Well,
look, there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's a bottom 5. He didn't hang up.
Oh, we've had way worse.
Yeah, he didn't pass on all of them, and he actually outperformed Tuesdays.
By 1, he did. Yeah, he did.
So,
improvement.
Yeah, it's 100% improvement.
We're going to talk a little football with Ross Tucker at 8:02. Between now and then, we've got open lines, and I know you guys have a lot to say about the Tigers. We have a lot to say about the Tigers. It won't be Tigers in 2. They're playing a game 3 later today at 3 o'clock.
Dare I say Tigers in 3? We still go TIT.
Do you actually believe that?
I want to. My heart says yes. And last night, so I think there's a lot of Tigers fans that probably felt the same way. And maybe I'm unique. There's a lot of things I do that are unique.
Oh, you are.
But I think there's a lot of fans that as soon as that game was over, heck, midway through the 8th inning, they probably thought, just make it end. Can we just put an end to this? I can't do it anymore. And I was in that mindset last night. Now, we're not out. We still have a chance to play a game today. So I am fired up to watch this game today. It's at 3 o'clock. Jack Flaherty's going to be on the mound. We have no idea what happens. And we can all anticipate. We think that there'll be some runners in scoring position, but they won't do anything to get them across the plate.
Well, and that's what I just keep coming back to. For as well as these teams have pitched in this series, the storyline is the Tigers can't hit. 2 of 23 runners in scoring position. Yesterday, 1 of 15. I have no reason to believe it's going to change. This is what happened at the end of last year in the playoffs. It's happening this year in the playoffs. I want them to win, but as I told you yesterday, that doesn't mean they're going to. And Flaherty takes the mound. Guess what his career postseason ERA is? It's north of 5. Mm-hmm. And it's flirted with 5 for much of this year. Well, last year he made the run with the Dodgers where he had a 7 ERA. Like, I'm sorry, I think an eruption happens. They got to play from behind. Pressure mounts, and the Tigers screw it up again. Bless you. 248-539-9797. It snuck up on you.
No, I've got a back this morning that's not agreeing with me.
Did you just sneeze a back injury?
Oh, no. I've had the injury. Have you not seen me walking around here? I look like I'm 75 years old.
What did you do? Real quick. I know we're going to get Tiger phone calls. That's it?
Yeah. I just simply woke up, slept funny, did something. I don't know. And so, yeah, I've and then it's like a rib injury, right? All of a sudden you cough or you sneeze and it tightens everything. And it's just this uncomfortable moment. But I'm past it now. Let's go.
All right.
Whatever takes my mind off the Tigers.
What's more painful, your back or your baseball team?
Yesterday it was my baseball team. Currently it's my back, but the Tigers may replace that this afternoon.
As I say, don't count them out. Tigers text. I wanted to text in yesterday and say it. I probably should have. TIT. Tigers implode today. Still holds true. Mike in Westland. This team had enough hits yesterday to win. Leaving runners in scoring position is killing them. Mike at U of M.
Yep.
I'm just happy today marks the last day the Tigers can play with my emotions, at least until next year. As soon as he pulled Mize early, I knew we were screwed. Then you put in Melton the bottom of the 8th. I knew they were going to get blown up. SMH, this is on management.
Well, I mean, I had a lot of confidence in Troy Melton going in. I just didn't see him going in that moment to face that part of the lineup. How many lefties were coming up, Jimmy?
3 consecutive.
Did they have a left-handed pitcher to be able to finish and go for 3 left-handed batters?
Yes.
How many batters does a reliever have to pitch to?
John, it's a minimum of 3.
Okay. So you get through 3 lefties, and I don't know if Brant Herter goes in. Maybe the same thing happens. And then you pull in Melton. And if they don't score in those 3, You've already blown through a number of your relief pitchers, and if it goes into extra innings, which of those guys do you think will be able to go longer in terms of their track record?
Yeah.
Melton's
a guy you could give a couple innings to if you're running out of options in the bullpen. It didn't make sense to me. It also flew in the face of even his philosophy in the game, because I know people were startled when he took Riley Green out, but the justification was platoons and lefties, right? Jahmai Jones is better against lefties. Okay. But then why not play the lefty matchup on the other side of things with your own pitcher? And Brant Hurter's already warming up. Look, AJ blinked first, pulling Mize, inconsistent managerial decisions, putting a rookie in the game to face 3 straight lefties when Hurter is ready. And if you don't like the Riley thing, of course you're going to be upset at AJ today. He did not manage well. And that's not the biggest reason they lost. To me, it's still the fact that the bats can't come through. First inning, you got 2 on, nobody out, strikeout. 8th inning, it wasn't just Riley. They had runners at the corners, couldn't score anybody. They had 7 strikeouts with runners in scoring position, part of that 1 for 15. So you got no shortage of people to be mad at today. If you want to vent, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Antoine. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, fellas and lady.
Good morning.
I'm going to snatch the Band-Aid straight off. This team sucks. They gave us a year, which was 2 years.
Feels like it.
From All-Star break to All-Star break, they played outstanding ball. All the way up, but we've seen, and we didn't want to acknowledge, but at the All-Star break right before, that series against Seattle told everything. And since then, they've been the Tigers of old since we got rid of Verlander now. That's how they looked. And this team can't hit. I'm sorry, I wouldn't put all the blame on Hinch. He was forced to make them decisions. Why? Because the team can't hit. They suck. Your best player, which is Riley Green, by far, has over 200 strikeouts. Yeah. I'd have pulled him too. I know it's a hedge moment, but I'm trying to win a game, which that's what a manager tries to do, put the best players out there. At the time, Riley Green is not one of our best players at this moment.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't in September either. Why not do it when you're trying to win a game in September?
Because the magnitude of them games in September are not as high as they are now.
Antoine, let me take the baton. Let me help you out here. John, they should have made those decisions in September too.
Yeah.
And because they made the wrong decision in September doesn't mean they should have made the wrong decision yesterday. The right decision is to play your matchups, which you've done all year. It's not to rely on Riley.
They haven't done all year.
Not with Riley.
You just said.
Not with Riley. But the philosophy of this team is no one's above the matchup, right? Kerry Carpenter, hell of a bat. Nobody's above the matchup. Riley Green specifically is not the hitter we want him to be. We want him to be someone you can't pinch hit for. Problem, he can't hit lefties. He's Jake Rogers against lefties. 620 OPS, Rogers is a 610 OPS. They lifted Jake Rogers effectively because Riley's not the guy we want him to be. And AJ told you that. Strikeouts, struggles with lefties, struggles in leverage spots. I'm not letting him swing there because he doesn't deserve to. That's the harsh reality. Riley's not as good as we want him to be. That was a damning moment for him that his manager took the bat out of his hand and that there was reason to do so. People aren't acknowledging there was reason to do so.
Well, so I'm just acknowledging I think there was reason to do so earlier. And in that moment, I wouldn't have made that choice because this is who he is. This is who they have been. And just because they made the change, it didn't make any difference.
248-539-9797. We'll get the phone calls in. We've got Ross Tucker at 802. We're going to be in and out of Tigers talk for most of the show. We'll get to as many of you guys as we can. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's A.J. Hinch on pinch hitting for Riley Green. Startled everybody. It's an all-star. But he's a high strikeout guy who doesn't hit lefties. They played the numbers. Riley's not the complete ball player we wish he was that you would leave in a game. I think A.J. was telling you everything you know about where Riley Green's at.
Yeah.
As much as he can say it's about Jahmai Jones, you wouldn't pinch hit Jahmai Jones for a better player. Like I heard a little bit of the afternoon show yesterday. You wouldn't pinch hit for Cal Raleigh. You wouldn't pinch hit for Aaron Judge. I got some bad news, fellas. Riley Green's not either of those guys. Against lefties, his numbers resemble Jake Rogers. Yes, I would have pinch hit for Jake Rogers in that spot. That's what AJ did. Now there's cachet in name, star power associated with Riley Green's name, but not the production. Let's get to Stacy in Commerce. Stacy, good morning.
Good morning, gents. Good show. John, go blue.
Go blue.
Hey, I still want to give a pat on the back to AJ and Green. They've done a lot through the year. AJ said, we're watching the same game. And just before he took out Green, he looked to him. He goes, Greeny, you hit 36 home runs this year, but you're no edge rusher. I got to pull you.
So, I mean, I get what you're going for there, Stacy. I know, and honestly, I mean, if you ask AJ a similar question, do you have a go-to bat? I don't think he says we're good.
Well, he'd say it, but I don't know if he believes it.
Right.
So we had this text earlier in the show. I shared it with you guys, and it got you thinking at least a little bit. And it's not a complete comp, but somebody texted in and said, this is the same, taking Green out's the same as if Dan Campbell were to bring in Craig Reynolds on 4th and 1 at the goal line over Montgomery and Gibbs. And there's not a complete cross-parallel comparison there. Guess what? Dan Campbell did that in the Tampa playoff win to put the Lions up 17-10. It was 4th and goal at the 1, and he brought Craig Reynolds in on 4th and 1 over Gibbs and Montgomery.
Yeah, but
when they work, we kind of don't look at them that much.
Right. When the trick plays work, hey, they're great. When J-Mo goes to throw a pass, we hate it.
What are you doing giving the ball to Reynolds when you have Gibbs and Montgomery?
Okay, yes, he did.
No, Ben Johnson did. I'm sorry.
Gibbs at that time wasn't the Gibbs that we know now.
Well, Riley Green isn't the Green that you think he is my point.
Well, I don't think anybody, but that's the argument I have with you is I don't think anybody thinks Riley Green is this great hitter.
No, but people cite 36 homers and 100 runs driven in. Those are skewed heavily in the opposite direction against right-handed pitching.
Right, but going back to, Craig Reynolds carrying the ball against Tampa in a playoff game, there is a thing in football of, a little bit of deception. And, they put, Craig Reynolds back there. They're surely not going to hand him the ball. And then you do. Well,
the deception there would have been Jones looking like he was going to bat and try to trick Vogt. Not the same deception. I know.
Yeah, look, I know. But yes, no, it is. And there are some parallels. There's obviously, between sports, clear differences. But I get the analogy. It's just, my big question is, we knew this all along. So in moments where you think you need a better matchup at the plate, that Riley Green is not good, it's no different now or yesterday than it was 30 days ago, 45 days ago, 60 days ago.
John, I can appreciate you calling out the inconsistency, and I think that is part of why it shocked people. But because he made the wrong decision in September doesn't mean he should have continued to make the wrong decision yesterday in the playoffs. If the right decision was you should use Jahmai, but he didn't do it before, so he can't, well, you're not going to let previous wrong decisions impact the decision you need to make to win the game today. And I agree with him. That was the spot to win it, right? They had squandered all these chances with men on base. You had 2 on, 1 out. Someone's got to put the ball in play. Who's the biggest culprit to strike out on the roster? Riley. Get him out of the game, especially against the lefty, for someone who you trust more in that spot. Now, that's the damning thing, is that they don't trust Riley Green in that spot. That says more about Riley than it does anybody else.
But you agree this was a 100% analytical move?
Yes.
Therefore, you're arguing for basically AI to be in the dugout, making the Tigers.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, there's no human touch to this decision.
Tom, I'm using facts. You're using feelings.
You're using 100% analytics, and therefore you're saying there's no human element to managing a game.
You're saying Riley Green gives me more warm fuzzies than Jahmai Jones, so I'm keeping him in the game.
In his career. You know what? Sometimes it lacks common sense, is what I'm saying.
So you think a manager should manage without common sense?
No, I think it's all feel and touch. You give Riley Green a chance in this situation. You don't do this for the first time in this situation. I don't care who you are, and he said all the right things. He supported it, Riley Green did. You don't think that bothers him? Maybe it motivates him.
I hope it does, and I hope he plays better.
Yeah, I don't think that was AJ's intent.
Hey, don't make yourself a liability so your manager has to take you out. How about that, Riley?
I just go back to, if I would have told you before yesterday's game that this was going to happen, I think you would have been, what?
And I'll go back to, if I saw Jake Rogers at the plate and they pinch hit for him, no one would lose their mind.
I think it's not fair to call Riley Green Jake Rogers.
Well, it is statistically true.
That is a 100% analytical thing, though.
It's statistically true. You can think it's unfair. It's statistically true. Hold on, but I'm not doing a character assassination. I'm not being unfair. I have the numbers. 620 OPS against lefties. Rogers is a 610 OPS. They are essentially the same dude, and no one would lose their mind this morning if AJ said, I got to get Jake Rogers out of the game to put Jahmai Jones in.
Okay, so then the Hint should do this now on going forward, every single time.
Until Riley becomes a better player.
Well, how's he ever going to have the chance if he doesn't see left-handed pitching?
Okay, if you want to tinker around in April, fine. But in the postseason, if you've gone all year and proven you can't hit lefties and you can't put the ball in play, guess what I'm not going to do? Trust you.
You think Scott Harris supported that decision?
That's a fascinating question, isn't it? Let's get to Dave in Grand Blanc. Dave, quickly, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I have to agree on a team that is made up of mostly minor league hitters. Pinch hitting for your best hitter on your team over the last couple of years is something that is incomprehensible that you just can't do. When I looked up and down that roster, Parker Meadows, Torkelson, Dingler, Perez is 5 for 55 in his last 55 at bats. There's a heck of a lot of other players that I would have pinch hit in crucial times in that game yesterday other than Riley Green.
I would have kept, who'd you say? Perez? I would have kept him in against the lefty. I would have. He's much better against left-handed pitching.
I mean, your two choices are him or Ibanez.
Right. We got Ross Tucker coming up next. We'll take more Tiger phone calls in the 8 o'clock hour, including, I'm seeing some right here, says AJ lost him the game. There's people that want to point to runners in scoring position. What about Casey Mize getting pulled? So many things to get into. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It's Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland this afternoon. The Tigers need a win to extend their season after a 6-1 loss yesterday in Game 2. The Tigers left 15 runners on base, going 1 for 15 with runners in scoring positions. One of the key moments in this one, 7th inning, runners on the corners. Manager A.J. Hinch pinch hit Jahmai Jones for Riley Green. Jones would strike out, and the Guardians would later escape that inning. So manager A.J. Hinch, why'd you lift Riley in that spot? The Guardians blew things open in the 8th. Brian Rocchio broke the 1-1 tie with a solo home run. Bo Naylor, 3-run shot to put the Tigers away as well. Jack Flaherty starts the do-or-die game this afternoon. First pitch, not 108, now 308 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yesterday's other wild card results, the Padres blanked the Cubs 3-0 on the north side. Manny Machado hit a late 2-run home run, and Mason Miller struck out 5 out of the bullpen, hitting 104. That series heads to a Game 3 today. Also to be decided today, Yankees-Red Sox after New York used a go-ahead single in the 8th, beating Boston 4-3 last night. And the Dodgers sweep their series with the Reds. 8-4 win last night got it done. Betts, 4 hits and 3 RBIs. Yamamoto had 9 strikeouts in that one. At Lions practice yesterday, Taylor Decker and Kirby Joseph were out, but on a positive note, Terrion Arnold was a limited participant. Fellow corner DJ Reed officially on IR. Earliest he can come back November 9th at the Commanders. And Aleem McNeil's 21-day practice windows officially opened up, starting his clock to return from IR. And ESPN reports this morning the Big Ten is in talks about a private capital deal that would infuse at least $2 billion into the league and its schools, which would mean a lot of money for Michigan and Michigan State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Everybody's all worked up after that Tigers game yesterday. 1 for 15 runners in scoring position, some managerial malpractice. Oh, people are fired up. We're going to keep talking about it for most of the show. But we have a chance to clear our heads, take a deep breath, talk a little football, and Ross Tucker joins us this morning. Ross is our Odyssey NFL insider. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I can't help you with the Tigers, but the Lions are awesome.
I know. We are very grateful for that right now.
Yeah, we got something to hang our hats on. So let's start there. And I do want to ask you, who is the best team in the North? And I think you're going to probably say the Lions, but then I want to follow it up with what's gone on with Green Bay? Is as simple as they're one team at home and a different team on the road?
I don't think it's that, John. I will say this. Can you believe, because we've been doing this every week now, is there any chance you would have thought after that opener that after week 4 the Lions would be ahead of the Packers in the standings? I mean, especially with the Lions having to play at Baltimore, and the Packers' schedule didn't look that bad. The Packers are playing, against teams like the Browns and the Cowboys, and yet now the Packers are looking up at the Lions. It's just funny. As I've said before, and people say all the time, week 1 is a liar, and it certainly was this year. I think the Lions are the best team in the NFC North, and I think what's so encouraging is just the line play that they're getting both sides. I wasn't sure how Aiden Hutchinson was going to come back from that injury. How about unblockable and unstoppable? I mean, that was ridiculous on Sunday. Super, super impressive, highly encouraging. And for the Packers, I can't quite figure them out. Against the Browns, they couldn't score, and then Jordan Love had a terrible pick, but the defense was still really good. So you thought after 3 games, okay, with Micah Parsons, the defense is awesome. And then against the Cowboys on Sunday night, it was the total opposite, where, the offense was fine, but the defense really struggled, and it wasn't really Micah Parsons' deal. I think the fascinating thing, I don't know how many Lions fans stayed up to watch the end of it, but LaFleur, in my opinion, more or less played for a tie. I mean, 32 seconds left. They're out at the 25-yard line. They run 2 plays. Two plays? That to me is unconscionable, and I guess he's happy with the tie, but I mean, I hope it costs him. I hate that mindset. I'm glad the Lions are ahead of the Packers now.
As are we. He's Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Lions have the Bengals this week, double-digit favorites. It doesn't appear to be a very dramatic matchup. I'm curious what the biggest matchup this week is for you in the NFL when you look at it.
Well, yeah, I'm surprised the Bengals are this bad, and I kind of thought after the Vikings debacle that they would bounce back and play better. They didn't. They were arguably even worse on Monday night against, the Denver Broncos. Now they got to play the Lions. Good luck to the Bengals.
Right.
I'm doing the game tonight, Niners-Rams. Looking forward to that one. I think Broncos-Eagles is very interesting because the Eagles, they're not really playing that well. Somehow they've now beaten in a row Cowboys, Chiefs, Rams, and Bucks without playing well. It's been special teams, but they're not running it that great. They're not throwing it that great. It's kind of miraculous. I'd also say a sneaky good matchup in the NFC is Bucks and Seahawks. I'm expecting both these teams to be in the playoffs. I mean, they could very easily be two of the Lions' opponents in the playoffs. So they'll be playing at the same time as the Lions. That's tough to watch, but I think Bucks and Seahawks is a juicy one too.
So let's go back to what you just said about the Eagles. They're not playing great football right now. I mean, they're still doing enough to win every game, but how close or how would you rank Eagles-Lions?
Well, right now, based on how they've been playing, I think you'd have to put the Lions ahead of the Eagles. Now, they've scored touchdowns on block kicks 2 weeks in a row. Their defense is young but very good. The crazy part is their whole offense is back from last year, and it's just, they'll be decent for a half. Like, how about this, guys? They had 0 passing yards in the second half on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's almost impossible in the NFL now. 0 passing yards, and they still won the game on the road against the Bucks, which is wild. So, listen, it's all your perspective in life. You can look at it and say, man, the Eagles are beating good teams even when they're not playing their best. They must be really good. Or you can say the Eagles are getting very fortunate to win some games they probably shouldn't, and that their luck will run out soon.
Are the Ravens in danger of missing the playoffs?
They are, but I tend to think that they're going to ultimately be right there with the Steelers. It depends on how long Lamar's out. But I still think if I had to bet on it, like the Even Money betting podcast, I would bet on the Ravens to win that division. I think that they'll end up somewhere between 9 and 11 wins, just like the Steelers. And I just think the Ravens are a better team. And when Lamar gets back out there, I think they'll start to get into a rhythm. And I'm not buying the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers yet.
So let's go back to the Eagles, because obviously everybody's going to be looking at, who are the Lions going to be facing? Now that they've beaten Baltimore on the road, Cincinnati doesn't look that great. Kansas City, are they just an average team right now? But to get there, to get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have to play Washington, or you're going to have to play some of those teams that you just talked about, the Seahawks or Tampa, and we got Tampa on the schedule. But in regards to the Eagles, how much do you make of this A.J. Brown drama and the fact that you just mentioned it, no passing yards in the second half? Is there something going on behind the scenes that could affect the Eagles more than what we're seeing right now?
Well, you guys know I live in the Philadelphia area and do a ton of Philadelphia media, and he kind of does this every year. I mean, sometimes he does it twice a year where his frustrations, he takes it out on social media and then apologizes a few days later. He's frustrated by it. There's a reason why it's hard for teams to repeat, right? All the guys for the Eagles, they've all been paid. They've all gotten their money. They've all won a Super Bowl now. I think the next thing is like, okay, I want to show how good I am. I want to, it's about me a little bit. And they won't say that. They'll say that it's, and A.J. Brown did he want to contribute more to a win, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of these, sub-tweets or sub-posts or whatever they call them now. That would be like, as soon as I'm done and I'm done with you guys, me posting on social media, don't bring me on the show if you want to talk Tigers so bad. You know what I mean? like if I had an issue with you guys, I would talk to you guys directly. I'm amazed that this is a thing that guys do. It's not how I was raised, but I don't know. I don't know if there's things behind the scenes. He apologized. Everybody's saying the right things. I guess we'll find out.
I can give you a reason to subtweet us. I'll ask you, who wins Game 3 today, Tigers or Guardians?
Oh, man. Yesterday when I do 4 o'clock in Cleveland on Wednesdays, I would have said Guardians. Today, since I'm doing 8 o'clock in Detroit on a Thursday, let's go Tigers.
All right. Ross, appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
See you guys.
He's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider. Not our MLB insider, so don't take that Tigers prediction for much. But you can check out the Ross Tucker podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Use the Odyssey app to listen.
Such a politician. Come on. Doing radio in Cleveland, he says Guardians. Doing radio here, he says Tigers.
We're doing radio in Detroit, and I'm still saying Guardians. And I think you're with me. I think you're there.
I haven't planted my flag either way.
Well, we got 2 hours. I'll get you there.
Your physical appearance today tells me something.
What?
That my back hurts?
No. You're sick of carrying the weight of that team all year. All right, no, it's your hat.
Yeah, I'm ready for Sunday. It was intentional when I wore this one. Had the Tigers won, I would have pulled out the old English D. But and we had a comment on Twitch just a little bit ago. See if I can find it real quick. Where it was just I want the feeling that I get when watching the Lions back because Tiger baseball is depressing.
It is. They had so many chances yesterday. It was agonizing. And you knew if they left the door open, Cleveland was going to deliver on one pitch here, one pitch there. And then they blew the game open. Floodgates opened late.
This team, I've been in this business since 1998. I think this is the most annoying team I've ever witnessed. Like, they're so annoying.
Yeah.
There's a little part of me like you really want to advance, and then they're going to play like this still.
Look,
Seattle has good pitching. It's just like
I have no issue with an annoying winner.
Right.
But
what makes it even more annoying is that it's been 9 games against the Guardians, and it's just been watching two bad teams. It's watching a pillow fight.
It's just so hard to get over that they had that stretch of baseball of 101 and 61, and that they've fallen this hard.
Yeah. Look, we're going to get back into it. 8:25. A lot of the fallout from yesterday, AJ's decisions, pinch hitting Riley, taking Mize out early, going with Melton against lefties when Herder's ready. The collective disappointment at the plate that continues. There's a lot for you guys to jump in and sound off on. And then we will look ahead. I know yesterday I was the bad guy for pointing out I just didn't trust Detroit in this spot. We'll see where people are at as we continue the show. It's 97.1. Lions fans, let's talk about you guys. It's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is here, and the ultimate way to celebrate is with 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. So pregame tailgates, postgame celebrations, make sure you got 1800 Tequila because it brings that smooth, bold flavor to every moment. You can sip it in a sideline marg or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo, 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, baseball while it lasts here in Detroit is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels, so no matter where you are, you got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Before we get to these Tiger calls, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so the band director for Florida A&M has now issued an apology after body shaming the dance team from Alabama State University. So Alabama State's Honeybees dance team is comprised of plus-size dancers, and last Saturday they did this amazing halftime performance with the marching band. And as they exited the field, or maybe it was when they entered the field, it doesn't really matter. The longtime announcer, Joe Bullard, made this derogatory comment. You can clearly hear the uproar of shock from the crowd.
Terrible.
It was also on social media. It spread very quickly. The president of FAMU issued a written apology. The president at ASU also issued a statement basically saying there's no place for these demeaning comments, remarks to be made at our scholars.
He did that.
So he released a statement himself, and he said that he would like to apologize for his remarks. He did note that his comments were meant to be lighthearted, like lighthearted banter, but he can now see that they didn't come across that way, that they were hurtful and disrespectful.
Well, and not that it would have made it better, but it wasn't even like a hot mic situation where he
Right.
was like
No.
making a joke off. It was said right into the microphone.
Oh, it was an announcement.
Yeah.
It
was intended for everyone to hear.
Yes, like
It's unbelievable.
it really is. A missing Grosse Pointe Farms woman with dementia is now safe and sound back home thanks to a complete stranger. So 65-year-old Janet Michaels had recently went missing from her home on Tuesday. Police were looking for her. Friends and family were looking for her, searching for her. On Wednesday morning, there was a stranger. Her name is Norma Romero, who came across this woman in Detroit. Saw this woman and instantly had a feeling like something's just not right.
Yeah.
But instantly didn't do anything. Came across the woman again a little bit later. She was in a pink jacket this time, and she said, you know what? I need to approach this woman. Asked her if she was okay. She was very cold. The woman was able to give her an address, obviously in Grosse Pointe, and the woman was like, that's like a 7-hour walk. Are you sure?
Right.
Are you sure that's where you're from? And she was also able to get a phone number. And this woman was able to call her husband. Her husband and the family showed up and got her home safe and sound. But it sounds like people had spotted her. But by the time police would show up, she was no longer in that location. So they just hadn't been able to find her. So she was out for at least a full day out there, walked at least 7 hours, but thankfully has been found.
Jeez.
Also found that alligator that was roaming around Belle Isle has now been rescued. So there was images of this alligator that, we're out there on social media.
Yeah.
Michigan DNR did confirm, yes, that's a real photo. That's a real alligator. They had been looking for this gator ever since. Well, on Wednesday, 2 strangers were able to capture this small gator. They were out there searching, and they kind of bumped into each other, and they were each like, I think we're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're gator hunting. Well, kind of. I mean,
yes,
hunting.
Yes. To try and capture it too.
Yes. And they worked together, were able to capture the gator. Then it's safe and sound now. It's being taken care of in Westland. Some news, some sad news. Legendary chimpanzee researcher and Jane Goodall passed away, age 91.
That's a good run.
She was actually, I was talking to Colin about this. He's like, I didn't even realize that she was still alive, but had recently heard that she was doing this tour. And
No
she
kidding.
was in California. She just was in New York. She was on this cross country speaking tour.
Wow.
And she was in California when she passed away, which is
Well, good for
amazing.
I mean, obviously, when I say this, not good for her that she passed away, but good for her that she was doing what she wanted to do all the way up
At
until
91. Pretty crazy.
It's Heather with the news. All right, let's get back to these Tiger phone calls today. Let's start with Derek in Detroit. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys? Thanks for taking the call. Listen, I just got a question. All right, Riley Green. Was Riley Green at bat when all 15 of these people were left on base?
He was not,
The
Derek.
reason I asked that, okay, so the reason why I asked that question is we're talking about Riley Green and Hinch's decision, or whatever. And why are we not talking about the unproductive seasons of everybody else on this team? I mean, this is the most productive player they had on team. 36 home runs, 112, 100, whatever, RBIs. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, he had 30, 40 more at-bats than just about everybody.
Yeah, he had the most on the team.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you get more at-bats, you get more strikeouts, right?
And more homers.
And more homers, yeah, okay. But the point is, he was the most productive player on the team. But all we're talking about is Riley Green and what he did or didn't do or Hinch's decision.
Derek, I agree with you that it's not reduced to the one decision he made, in the seventh inning to pinch hit for Riley. It startled people because of what you said, because he leads them in all these counting stats and they took him out of the game. But you are right to call in and say, hey, why aren't we bringing up the fact that Wencel Perez was 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, or Parker Meadows was 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position, or Kerry Carpenter was 0 for 2, certainly not Kerry Bonds with runners in scoring position, Dingler 0 for 1, Malloy 0 for 1. The only guy that had a hit with runners in scoring position yesterday was... So it's a good point. They have 2 for 23 runners in scoring position in this series. It's far more than the one decision made in the seventh. And John, I think you actually laid out that it was one of several decisions that puzzled you from A.J. Hinch.
Well, it starts with when you pull Casey Mize, because now you got to get into your bullpen. It goes with when you, instead of going with Brant Herter, you go with Troy Melton. When you have 3 lefties up, and it flies in the face of the matchup. And it also flies in the face of analytics, because the matchup is that you would go with Brant Herter, lefty on lefty. He's got to pitch to 3 batters. Well, you've got 3 lefties coming up. And then if you're going to go into extra innings because it's tied 1-1 at the time, then why not go with the guy that you believe can go further, Troy Melton?
Yeah.
If you're going to have to go into a 9th or a 10th inning, you go with a guy that you believe could go to maybe 2 1/3, 2 or 3. Like that's where I have the question. And then you go to the other mistakes that were made, and I'm not going to necessarily call the pulling Riley a mistake. It didn't work, but the mistake was, why didn't you do that 30 games ago?
You thought
40 games ago. And then the other mistake was, you had the opportunity to take the lead. Dylan Dingler was going to cruise across home plate, and Zach McKinstry gets thrown out at third.
Yeah, fire down chips. Can't have that. Can't make the final out at third base. There was a lot of things, and that's why it was such an aggravating, and I think annoying was our word, baseball game. So, and AJ, there was an inconsistency, John, right? So if you're going to play matchups, lefty, get Riley out for Jemai, then you play lefty, you put Herter in instead of Melton. There was a lot of that. And AJ also blinked first. He pulled Mize, and it forced him to be perfect with his bullpen decisions, because they were going to need a lot of dudes when Casey Mize only pitches 3 innings. And the other thing I thought was subtle, Vogt didn't blink. Like, okay, you want to bring in your lefty?
Right. He didn't yank his lefties and go right-handed bats. Yeah.
We got a long game to go. I'm not going to pull out all my best guys. I'll wait out Tyler Holton and keep him in. And lo and behold, late in the game, those lefties were the dudes that got everything going. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Torrin in Brooklyn. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thank you for taking my call today.
What's up?
Yeah, I've been a Tigers fan since before I was 10 years old. And this team, man, I followed them all year. I loved them. I'm very disappointed, with how they finished the year. But you know what? They win today. I'm going to be elated, and everyone's going to be elated too. And AJ Hinch, we can complain about the decisions he makes, but he's won us more games than he's lost. He is a tactician. He's one of the best in the game, and maybe some of his decisions weren't the best yesterday. Pinch hitting for Riley Green. Green's got light tower power, right? Not a lot of people have light tower power, and Green. Yeah, against lefties, I get he's not so good, but he's got light tower power, and that can unleash at any time. And it was a shame that he was taken out.
Well, I don't disagree with the fact that I think they're there because of the strings that A.J. Hinch has pulled through 162. I think he's a hell of a manager, one of the best in baseball.
But both things can be true.
Right, but yesterday was not his finest showing.
On a variety of fronts. Weirdly enough, though, the Riley one is the one that I don't think is a shame. Like, I don't think Riley's this untouchable bat you can't lift with runners in scoring position based on a matchup. He's not. He hasn't become that hitter who is untouchable, that complete hitter that you don't want to take out of a ball game. In fact, he has become the type of hitter you do take out of the ball game.
And when you go with analytics, I get it. I just would love to hear from AJ. If you just ask him the question, why then?
Right.
Why was this the moment that you decided to pull Riley Green and put in somebody that, in so many different situations where it may have been a better, maybe you're not even in this position if you had made that decision
right
sometime in August or in September.
If it was the right decision yesterday, could you have done it 2 or 3 more times in the regular season, won the division and not been in this spot? Or had a bye and not be in this spot.
Or maybe it lit a fire.
And yeah, fair point. Phone calls, ticket text, Tiger fans, and then we do have to look ahead to Game 3. It's 97-1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
All right, we're talking a lot about the Tigers today. Season's not over, but boy, I do not feel good. Certainly not going to be Tigers in 2. And that's the reality of it. And I have no faith that this team can string together quality at bats with runners in scoring position. It was the story at the end of last year. It's been the story this year in the postseason. Flaherty's on the mound with a career playoff ERA over 5. John?
Well, things don't look bright, but you still play the game.
Right, but you got to give me like a reason to believe, not just they're our baseball team, go get them Tigers.
Okay, well, you might get the best of Jack Flaherty. There's a whole lot of mights. There's a whole lot of ifs. There's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing I can tell you to say, yes, the Tigers go out there and win today, because all of a sudden, hey, you have an 8-run explosion. They find ways to get guys across home plate. There's absolutely nothing for the 2 games that we've seen so far, even in the win. The only reason they won that one was because Skubal ended up going 7 innings and pitched a beautiful game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they won the only game in this series with 2 unearned runs.
So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, well, if Jack Flaherty can go, 7 innings.
It might not even matter.
Well, 1 run. Yeah, you're right. If the Guardians score 1 run, it might not matter.
So you guys think on the Herter and Melton thing that he was saving Herter for today?
No, I don't think so. Although I don't have a great explanation, so maybe you're right.
Because I do think Holton can pitch today. I think everybody can pitch today, just about, probably except Skubal and Mize.
Mm-hmm.
Although I wouldn't rule out Mize completely. I wouldn't. If you're looking for 3 batters.
I mean, if it's like 18 innings, I mean, maybe.
Yeah. It would be, yeah. But Herter's going to have to play the role today that Holton played yesterday, I think. Is that what he's thinking? But you should never manage for tomorrow. You manage for today.
Right. You figure out tomorrow if you need to have tomorrow. Dude, I don't know. I mean, look,
I'm just scratching my head at the Mize decision. You have got to trust. He is one of their better players, okay? Right? He is. And he pitched well in September. He needed to trust him longer. That pushes everybody back farther. Maybe the game develops where you will bring Holton in that spot instead of Melton. You know what I'm saying? It's like I feel like he predetermined before the game that Mize is going to pitch this amount. Hopefully we can get there. And then Holton's going to eat up. And I hope the Indians take their lefties out of the lineup.
And they didn't. They didn't blink.
Yeah.
They called his bluff.
Yep.
And then he was left holding the bag, playing from behind, not on the scoreboard because it was tied up until late, but in terms of like the bullpen, he was going to have to empty out more arms. And we don't trust the bullpen depth of the Detroit Tigers the way that Cleveland does. So now they're in the advantage spot. And then the one counter would be if you could capitalize with any of these golden opportunities with runners in scoring position, you could have put the screws to Cleveland. They're trailing. Their season's going to end. But at no point could Detroit grab the lead.
I would have trusted Mize to get through that lineup a second time, and I would have flirted with him getting an opportunity to face the top of their lineup. 1 base runner, see ya.
So, look, in addition to talking through what happened yesterday, and we've got calls to get to, and you guys have been great all morning. I know people are fired up. 248-539-9797. What is your expectation today? Because yesterday I stuck by Guardians and was vilified and called a wet blanket and a bad fan, and you don't want them to win. I just don't trust this team. I didn't trust them even with the lead in the series. And they've given me no reason to trust them today. But if you've got like something I'm missing, you've got another perspective, you think they're going to win today, by all means. Or if you're like me and you just don't see it, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Pedro in Auburn Hills. Pedro, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
I mean, I'm not blaming anything on the skipper. I mean, A.J. Hinch came here is to revive who he was because what happening in Houston. He's been here the whole time, looking in the dugout, looking in the bullpen, and they ain't got nobody. The organization in Harris knew what they had last year. They basically had the same team. They basically knew 70% you're going to face the same team. And what's the best motivation is for Cleveland. Let's make a run. We know who we are going to face.
We know we got the Tigers' number. If we can get in this, we know we can beat the Tigers. I'm sure that's what they think. They did it in the playoffs last year. They did it down the stretch in September. Even yesterday, facing elimination, I bet there was a degree of like, hey, we got them right where we want them. Mm-hmm. If anybody knows how to play desperation garbage baseball, it's the Cleveland Guardians. And today, I mean, look, there's both teams facing elimination. But, I mean, Cleveland will take advantage of 3 total base runners. Detroit won't take advantage of like 12 base runners.
Right, 3 total base runners and not even having to hit the ball out of the infield.
Yeah.
It's just, this is why it's so maddening and so frustrating, and it's such an emotional roller coaster, because even today, and I know you're wanting me to say certain things, and I just can't.
What do you mean you can't? Like, what do you think
I've
want
already
you to
admitted.
Say?
You want me to admit that they're going to lose today.
That you think they're going to lose today. That's
right.
all.
And I can't go into a game thinking I'm going to lose, because that's not how you go into a game.
But you're not playing in the game, John. They're not giving you a bat.
You can't tell me that.
You pick other teams to lose games. Like,
yeah, but they're not my teams.
You picked the Ravens to beat the Lions.
I will for okay. If this is one of my greatest faults of believing, then so be it. I'll admit it. I have a huge fault when it comes to believing on game day that we've got a chance. Throw out, this is why you play the game, because you absolutely have no idea what's going to happen. This is why I'm upset that AJ pulled Riley Green yesterday, because if there's anybody that should be in that position, that should make the play to win it, it's Riley Green. And if he can't, that's a decision that we may be talking about tomorrow.
You always go down with your horses.
Yes.
Not a 4A guy. Or Jake Rogers, as Jim's called Riley Green today.
Riley Green against left-handed pitching is Jake Rogers. If you pull Jake Rogers, nobody bats an eye. I just think this idea that Riley is this untouchable god that we can't pull from a baseball game. He strikes out a ton. He doesn't hit lefties. He doesn't deserve to be put in over guys with better matchups.
But I'll even go to, there are so many examples. And I know you're not saying, well, can they win the game? The answer is yes, they can win the game, because they're going to play the game.
Right.
There are so many examples of teams that had no business winning, but they find a way to win a single game. And that's what this is, a single game. It's not likely. It's not probable. I wouldn't put money on it.
It's so funny you put it that way. Like, the Tigers should have won the game yesterday. Like, when you break it down, 12 or 15 left on base. Do you know how many runners Cleveland had? 2 for 3 with runners in scoring position. They hardly had any chances to score runs. They capitalize. Detroit doesn't. And this has been a theme for 2 months where Detroit doesn't capitalize. So, no, I don't think Detroit's winning today. I don't think you have any reason to believe Detroit's winning today.
So you want me to come up with the path to win?
No, I don't want you to do anything phony.
This isn't phony. I do believe this is realistic. Flaherty gives him a chance to win the game. All right, that has to be the first must. He can't get bombed like he has in some starts this year.
Right.
You get to Cleveland's bullpen. They've pitched a lot of pitches the last 2 days, and I believe they will use Cade Smith, but they're going to use everybody too, and maybe they've thrown too many pitches, and you get to them late.
What's Cade Smith's pitch count? It's pretty high.
He had 31 yesterday.
I think it was 19 the day before, I believe.
I just think if I'm Cleveland, I'll throw anybody at this Tigers team, and we can't get out of our own way.
And I'd said yesterday that when he goes back to back, it can get a little messy sometimes. It started to get a little messy there in the ninth. And Tigers, the one thing that they did yesterday good was that they made Cade Smith throw pitches when the game was over.
Yeah, it was 19. So he's thrown, 40 total pitches.
Jack Flaherty has pitched against Cleveland 3 times this season. We did this with Mize yesterday, just to give people what you're signing up for. His first outing against Cleveland, he went 6 2/3, gave up 3 runs. They lost 7-0. No run support, right? Mm-hmm. He's pitched against Cleveland twice in the month of September. 5 innings of 1-run baseball. They lost 4-0. No run support. Mm-hmm. And then the most recent outing, he went 4 1/3, gave up 3 runs, including a homer. They lost 5-1. No run support.
There is no logic in thinking that today is the day that the bats wake up. that somebody will make contact with somebody actually on base. Like, I get that.
Do you think they'll score 3 runs or more today?
What did I tell you guys? I said Cleveland would win the series, and I said the Tigers would score a total of 4 runs. What are they at right now?
3.
So they're going to lose 2-1.
They'll score 1 today and lose.
Or they could win 2-1, and they'll go over.
Or they could win 1-0, John, and still score 4 and win. I know there's look. They're going to play so they can win, but there's no way any Tigers fan with any good sense has confidence in the team today.
No, I don't think anybody has confidence in the team. I'm not sitting here, and I hope nothing I have said that there's a vote of confidence. That's not it. I'm not the owner that says, hey, with 5 games left, there's a vote of confidence for this manager and this staff and all this. No, there's no confidence going into the game.
And I wonder if we could text some people who are rooting for them to lose today, just to be done with this annoying baseball season. We'll take all phone calls on the Tigers. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because that's when FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot happens. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score, bet before the game begins. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tigers begged them to steal it, and the Guardians did. Hey, they'll play today, 3:08 for Game 3, the deciding game of the wild card round.
Hearing that highlight, I'm so sick of them, and especially that stupid Super Mario coin effect after the home runs. I don't want to hear that anymore.
I know. Just
take it up with Tiger pitching.
Make it end.
Speaking of that, Ticket Texter says, I'm sick of the Tigers. I hope Cleveland ends their misery and ours. It's a real belief in this fan base. It's not like one or two ticket texts.
No, and I understand it. I'm not on that side, but I'm not going to argue against it.
Today may be the first time in a month I'm confident we lose, so we'll probably win 10-1 just to lure us back in. It'll be over when we say it's over. Okay. Texter says, I think the disconnect is Cookie's understanding of fandom. Being a fan is like being in love. It's like religion. It's illogical and it's predicated on faith.
Yeah, there's a lot of faith, a lot of hope.
But I don't think all fans have to blindly believe their team's going to win every time they take the field.
No, you don't have to you don't have to blindly believe that.
I mean, you go to Andy Dufresne's letter to Red. Hope is a good thing.
It's not a strategy, though. Texter says, gentlemen, the Tigers will win today, and here's my logic. On Tuesday, I didn't have any gummies and watched, and we won. Yesterday, I took 2 gummies, and we lost. Today, I plan to not have any gummies. The Tiger victory is assured. Go Tigers, go Lions, and go Blue. Can't argue with that.
Save them up till the game's over, and at least you have them at that point if it doesn't work out.
Self-medicate. Hey, John, if the Tigers win today, Cookie should be put in timeout for 15 minutes tomorrow for not believing Paul in New Haven.
No, I'm not doing that to anybody today because it just doesn't feel like it's even possible. That's what the Tigers have done to you over the course of since the All-Star break, the trade deadline, September happened, and it just feels like the only way out is to make it end.
Pay attention. No one's hitting the ball. How can anybody fault the manager? Please answer the question. A lot of AJ calls today. And by the way, AJ shouldn't be let off the hook. Like, I think you can blame more than one thing for that game. The hitters have to deliver with 15 left on base. I'll start with them. But, John, it's not like AJ managed his finest hour yesterday.
No, and you could argue when to pull Mize, when not to pull him.
What was the worst decision he made to you, or decision he didn't make?
I think you had to ride Mize longer. I really do. I think that just set them up to get into the bullpen where your odds of getting one more inning out of Casey Mize and then getting him out is better than going with chaos the rest of the day.
I thought the worst decision was Melton with 3 lefties due up and Herter ready to go.
Yeah, but I mean, so yeah,
and I got your point. Is if they go with Mize, you might not.
Point, yeah.
But if they had made the Mize decision and stuck with it, and then played the right matchups the rest of the way, then you go, okay, well.
I mean, they still could be playing because no one was going to score.
Right.
I think it's clear it was Mize, and I think it was predetermined. I think he mapped out, it was Mize get me to this point, Holton will get me here. We score a few runs, we win the game.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Mize came out before Manzardo. It would have been the second time facing Manzardo. To your point, maybe that's where AJ had pre-planned. I don't want Manzardo to see a righty again, so I'm going to go Holton. But then Vogt said, well, I'm not taking Manzardo out in the 4th inning. Are you out of your mind?
Right.
I'll give him a shot here, and then we'll keep him for later.
Oh, yeah, there's no way he can take one of their better hitters out of the lineup.
248-539-9797. The Riley thing got people heated. How can you take Riley out? If you think that's the worst decision he made, go ahead. 248-539-9797. Drew in Roseville, you're next up.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Drew.
Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
Jimmy, Cookies. I have to take exception with you. I think your new name should be Marbles, as in you've lost them, because how can you defend taking out an RBI home run leader in a playoff game. If you go through the history of this game, you find me one time that's happened. You ain't gonna. It's never happened. He made history yesterday, and that was just a compilation of the mistakes that AJ had yesterday. I mean, the Mize thing. But let me just set the tone for you. First inning, first and second, nobody out. Our three best hitters come up. Whiff, whiff, whiff. That set the tone for the game as far as I was concerned. And no, they're not going to win today. I'm tired. This team is disappointing me over the last 2 weeks so bad right now that it's such a hard watch. It's like watching a car crash over and over again, knowing what the result's going to be. It's like I'm done with them. I'm done.
At the risk of defending my marbles, I do want to just restate where I'm at on the Riley Green thing.
Going full Major League. You have no marbles.
Because it does run counter to what I'm hearing from a lot of hosts and fans on social media. I just see it differently. Riley Green is awful in terms of putting the ball in play, and he's terrible facing lefties. I wish it wasn't true. It is. He's not this untouchable bat that can't be pulled from a lineup. Look, you can tell me he leads a team in RBIs and he leads a team in home runs. He does those things primarily against righties. Against lefties, his numbers resemble that of Jake Rogers. If you think that's an insult, sorry that the facts tell you it. AJ has to manage to score a run in that spot. It's maybe his last best chance to score a run. Jahmai Jones has a 970 OPS against lefties. 300 plus points higher than Riley Green. Is a player above the team? Riley's above the team. He's above reproach and must stay in the game no matter what. That's what I'm being told by people. No, AJ said, you know what? I'm not doing this. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think of Riley Green. He's not that good. He's not untouchable. And he's right. And it didn't work out, but I'll defend that decision. That's his best chance to score. Why didn't he do it with Carp the day before? Nobody was on base. You had 2 on, 1 out. Riley was 0 for 2 in that game, runners in scoring position. He's a bad player in high leverage. He does not put the ball in play, and he doesn't hit lefties. AJ had all the ammunition to make that decision, and he had the guts to make the decision to say, I don't care if he's quote-unquote our all-star player. I don't care. There's no egos here on this team. That's how we've managed all season.
So in doing that, it makes all the decisions that he made to keep him in the regular season the wrong decision.
Sure. You could say that. And then I would tell you, so because you were making wrong decisions in September, you have to keep making wrong decisions.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing you. I'm not saying that it was wrong to take him out and to put in somebody who has better numbers against left-handed pitching. But it just went against everything that he has done the entire season. He never once took Riley Green out because of a matchup.
Yeah. You could argue he should have.
You know, and there were times where, and I don't know if you go back and give him some truth serum and say, did you not play Riley Green today because of a matchup? He'll always tell you, no, it was a planned day off. Or yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, he's never going to come out and say after that game, I don't trust Riley Green. But his decision told us he didn't trust Riley Green. I mean, he said it loud without using any words. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. Tigers Guardians Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland this afternoon. The winner to the ALDS. This after a 6-1 loss yesterday in Game 2 in Cleveland. Tigers left 15 runners on base in that one. 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. That let the Guardians stay in that one. 8th inning, Brian Rocchio, he broke the 1-1 tie with a solo home run. And then that would get even further out of reach. In the first 2 games of the series, the Tigers leaving 21 runners on base. Jack Flaherty takes the mound this afternoon, looking to pitch the Tigers to the ALDS in Seattle. Slade Ciccone starts for the Guardians. That first pitch now 3:08 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yesterday's other wild card results: Padres blanked the Cubs 3-0 on the north side. Manny Machado hit a late 2-run home run, and Mason Miller hit 104, struck out 5 out of the bullpen. That series now heads to a Game 3 today. Also to be decided today, Yankees-Red Sox after New York used a go-ahead single in the 8th, beating Boston 4-3 last night, and the Dodgers sweep their series with the Reds with an 8-4 win last night. Thursday Night Football tonight, divisional rivalry in the West. The Rams 7.5-point favorites hosting the Niners in L.A. At the Quora Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
From the moment that game ended, people have been going at A.J. Hinch, and I'm not going to defend him because there were plenty of decisions in that game I just didn't understand. The one that I'm, I guess, weirdly defending is pulling Riley Green in that spot, in that moment. And at the same time, as much as we fixated on some A.J. blunders, if the team could be like 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position, maybe they win the game.
There are plenty of guys, and this goes back to some of the conversations we've had over the past couple of weeks, and it even crosses over to the Lions. Players are the ones that go out there and play. And we can criticize AJ for he pitched or he took out Casey Mize too early, or shouldn't have taken out Riley Green, or should have put in Brant Herter instead of Melton. Like, all of those things may be true, and if he pulls different strings, maybe there's a different result.
But he's still playing with
But the fact is they had 15 runners in scoring position and got one of them across the plate.
It's a great point. Let's play it out and actually say he makes all the, quote, right decisions as we see it or fans see it. Casey pitches one more inning. They don't need to go to Melton or Herter. Cleveland doesn't have a big-time inning. Detroit still has to score to win.
Right.
Let's say he keeps Riley Green in a bad matchup, in a leverage spot, and Riley strikes out just like Jahmai Jones did. So fine, then it's not on AJ. His hands are clean.
Right.
They still didn't score any runs.
No, I know. So my whole point is you've got to have somebody, and hopefully it is a Carp, a Green, a Torres, a Torque. Somebody has to hit. Well, Javier Baez was 2 of 4.
John, I'd lead him off today.
He's got the only RBI.
I'm not even saying this is a joke. I'd lead Javi Baez off today.
I don't think we'll see that.
I'm
not going to argue with that one either. I'm not going to argue any of the lineup. I don't really care. But it comes down to those on the field have to be able to make some plays. If you're in the lineup, you've got to be able to hit when you need it in critical moments. And if you don't have that lineup, you don't have those players. If you don't have those pitchers, who does it go back to?
Scott Harris.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because at the end of last year, and this feels familiar, they lost games 4 and games 5 against Cleveland, and they went 2 of 23 with runners in scoring position. And what did we talk about when it ended? We said, hey, that was a hell of a run, kind of a miraculous run. We all got the bug again. The city's in love with baseball. Please, please, pretty please, with a cherry on top, throw some sprinkles in there. Do something about your bats. Well, he tried to get Bregman. Okay, you didn't. Season rolls around. Here we are again. First 2 playoff games combined, 2 for 23. Runners in scoring position. Hey, Scott. Lights on. Anybody home? You going to do something about this, or am I going to live this every single year until I die?
Well, again, that's a discussion that we may be able to have as early as tomorrow.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. We got David in Southfield. David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Pattern that I've noticed that I think is going to eventually be the downfall of the Tigers today, unfortunately, is of the last 9 games, after the 5th inning, we've scored a combined 3 runs, as opposed to our opponents who have scored a combined 16 runs. So any damage we're going to do is in the first half of the game, and then we're flat after that. So I think the other teams know that. If they can get through the first half of the game with minimal damage from the Tigers, they got the game in the bag.
Yeah, it's played out that way. And it makes sense because Cleveland specifically has this great bullpen. Now, they've had to throw a lot of them, but they're confident that the Tigers are going to wet themselves in the big moments late in the game. So we say it again, Detroit's got to jump out early. They had the one run in game one early, and with Skubal, that was enough to keep them in it. They bunted to score the second run. John, their only 2 runs in game one were unearned runs, aided by errors. They've scored 3 runs in the series. 2 of them are unearned. It's been tough sledding.
It has. And when you have guys get on in the first inning, Meadows gets on, Torres gets on. Now all of a sudden, you've got the best that you can put out there. Carp, Torque, and Green. Like, when that happened yesterday, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, somebody is at least going to get a single because you got Meadows on second. Do you think there's any other guy that you'd want on second that can go second to home on a single?
Well, and they got a break, right? They put this, call him a kid, he's a grown man, but like he made his major league debut in the playoffs in center field, his first time in a major league ballpark, and he flubs it. Like, you get a little bit of a gift.
Yeah.
Here you go. You got a gift on game 1. You're getting a gift in game 2. These little things when you're not hitting can be the difference in winning and losing, especially against Cleveland, and they squander it in the first. And John, I think you said it well. That's a tone setter for that ball game, and it became the theme from the jump.
And they were able to capitalize on it in game 1. And they led until, when did Cleveland score in the first game, that their only run? I can't remember when it was.
Sixth,
seems
maybe?
like it's so long ago.
Maybe it was the 6th. That's where the ball dropped between Skubal and the infielders.
The ball doesn't leave the infield on a Skubal start.
It's so stupid.
But they were able to win that game. Yeah. And part of it was because they were able to score in the first. They had opportunity. 2 on, no out, your best hitters at the plate, and nothing.
One thing we maybe brought up early in the show and it hasn't come up since, Riley Green is pinch hit for, right? And I know that's what we focused on. Mm-hmm. There were people who wanted them to just bunt in that spot like they did with McKinstry the day before, right? Because it was a situation where less than 2 outs, runners at third base. If you pinch hit for Riley, you get whoever you're most comfortable handling the bat and you bunt. Any thought to that?
I mean, at this point, there's got to be thought to all of it.
Yeah, except it worked in game 1 and they didn't do it in game 2.
Yeah.
Let's get to Dave in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Morning.
I am struggling to understand, other than the obvious, of why we're not being more critical on McKinstry having more base running awareness to get at least in a rundown when a major league left fielder has the baseball in their hand and a run is about to score.
With 2 outs.
This isn't the MAC. It's the MLB playoffs, for the love of God.
Oh, you cannot make that mistake. I'm not going to defend him because he went to CMU. I mean, yeah, take the shots at the MAC. He has to be smarter there. If he's going to go, he has to get there. You have the big oven mitt. How are you not on the base?
Exactly. I think that the managerial stuff is one thing, and it's easy for us to question all those moves, but players have to win games, and it's not the time to make those type of errors on the base pass.
Because if he just doesn't go, right, I know they're aggressive, but if he just doesn't go, you don't make the last out at third, the run definitely scores, and in a game where every run's going to matter a whole hell of a lot, it might have been the difference because you manage differently with the lead. Exactly. And if you're going to go, and it's going to be that close, you best not miss. Yeah, look, I'm not trying to absolve McKinstry. I mean, there's just so much from this game.
Right.
I think you put it best, John. As soon as you start talking about one thing from yesterday,
something else hits your mind. Like, we started off at 6, and I'm it's hard for me to finish sentences because as soon as you start thinking about one thing, and then another thing that happened in that game pops in your mind, and then another thing pops in your mind, and another. Like, there were just so many different ways that this team could have given themselves a better chance to win.
But they're the team that goes first to third.
Yeah.
McKinstry does it as much as anybody. He was doing what he's used to instead of recognizing the moment, and also doesn't always have a runner in front of him, by the way.
Correct. But again,
that's a mental error, I think. But also the throw, the defense of this yesterday was that a rookie was making the throw.
Yeah, push him, challenge him.
Yeah.
But then get your hand on the bag. How about this ticket text? John, you said like the offseason could hit us as quickly as today at like 6 o'clock. Texter says, guys, if that's what they really think of Riley Green, should they consider trading him? You don't have to answer it today, but I think it starts to enter your mind. I think he needs to
making the trade.
Scott's not getting fired.
That's got to enter your mind.
Well, you're right. Who do you trust Scott Harris to make that trade?
What are you getting back?
Look, I think it should be alarm bells for Riley Green. You can say it doesn't matter who cares about the strikeouts. I know one person who cares about the strikeouts. Your manager. So if this isn't like a come to Jesus moment or a reckoning for him in his career, he's still a young ball player. You need to cut down on the strikeouts. You need to be able to hit lefties a little bit. You can't be so bad that you're a guy that your manager can justify taking out of a playoff game. That's a internal get better challenge for Riley Green now. Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't, like, the organization's telling you what they think about him. Phone calls, ticket text. Game 3 today. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. These are all based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
AJ Hinch on the decision to pull Riley Green. Ticketek says there's an aspect that AJ doesn't understand. You can't remove your best players and expect his teammates to not feel or question it. Teams rally around guys like Riley Green. AJ needs to put away his computer for this game.
Okay, then rally. Where was the rally?
Yeah, I was talking to a Tiger fan yesterday. He goes, well, what if Riley's in his head now and he goes over? He's got to be a professional. It's on him, dude. Like, you bounce back today. You control your play. Smoke a double in the first inning.
Yeah, prove your manager wrong.
And if you don't, well, he was right then.
He would have been right to make that decision long ago. And that's the only issue I have with it. I don't have much of an issue with, and you could argue Jahmai Jones, first time in the playoffs, or it's Andy Ibanez, Riley Green. Like, no one was doing anything. So he's trying to spark a fire and see if there's somebody that can make something happen in a critical moment.
Dear John coming up at 9:35 this morning. Your
you have some prompts?
Your prompts. Wrong game. He ate everything.
Sounds a little accusatory.
The last name and my beard.
Okay.
We'll get to it after we knock out some phone calls and Heather's news. Let's get to Tyler. You're on 97.1.
Holy cow, guys. What in the world are we watching?
Oh, man.
I would rather them not even bring a bat up to the plate today. Like, whoever's up today, just bunt if you have guys in scoring position, because you can't flat out hit. They don't have a star. Thank you, Scott Harris, for that. I hope you're waking up in the morning and you're really frustrated, but you're not because you're getting paid well. The pitching, honestly, the pitching's been great. The pitching's been fine. Nobody can hit. Yesterday was like watching, it's a little different. It was like watching the Lions when they got screwed on all these calls, and when they were scoring, they get called back. That's how it felt yesterday, watching almost every single inning, guys on base, and not putting guys at home plate.
Agonizing.
How do you have guys on the corners and not score? It's just I don't care if it's Torkelson up.
Tyler, to your point, so you've seen, you've heard, you watched the 1 of 15 with runners in scoring position. I went back to see, okay, but how many of those were strikeouts, right? Just wholly uncompetitive. You're not giving yourself a chance. Put the ball in play, see if somebody boots it or you get a ricochet.
Well, we know in the first inning there was 3 of them.
3, and I tallied 7. So roughly half of the critical at-bats, the ball didn't even get put in play. Of the 15 at-bats, only 3 made it out of the infield. So I'm not bunt guy.
And one of those was actually Riley Green.
You're right. One of his was a fly ball. I'm typically not bunt guy. They got away with it in game 1, and in this kind of series, it kind of feels like you need to be bunt guy.
Super quick. I think one guy is getting a little bit of a free pass through all this is Torres. His decline in hitting completely correlates with this horrible baseball the last, 5 weeks.
And he
right?
was supposed to be the big addition they made in the offseason.
Yeah, and the way he was producing in the beginning of the season, not happening now. He was 3rd in runs scored on the team. He needs to be on base.
Does he have...
He has 1 hit.
He doesn't have a hit in the playoffs, does he?
Yes, he has 1.
1, okay. Yeah,
So,
and he's been bad in the second half of the season. Just,
no walks.
Yeah, you don't need me to look it up. You guys know. He was not good in the second half.
I mean, the trashing that some players are getting, and he's not getting any, and he was one of their more important players.
Well, another guy, while we're spreading it around, Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah.
He had the clutch moments last year. He's been MIA. Look, if you're looking for someone to step up today, Kerry Bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
There's a lot of guys.
He did that last year.
I know. You were there.
That'd be epic.
That's your guy. Let's get to Greg in Royal Oak. Greg, good morning.
Hey, guys, I'm going to be really quick. I got to climb up a 40-foot ladder here. But, hey, something Gov said, McKinstry making a mental mistake going first to third. Is that on him, or is there not a third base coach? Did he get waved on, or did he get held up and ran through a sign?
I'm sure he got waved.
That also,
I don't know for a fact. I don't have that, but that's what they've done all year.
Yeah, no, I get it. But if someone's saying he made the mental mistake, I would put it more on the third base coach personally. And then also, everyone's been saying Tigers in 2. You guys got the initials right, TIT, but it's Tigers is toast. I'll talk to you guys later.
Tigers is toast.
Not grammatically correct,
Yes.
but we'll roll with it. Heather with the news.
Awesome. The new $80 million Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Centennial Park is opening along the Detroit Riverfront later this month. Detroit Riverfront Conservancy officials say that this park is a world-class gathering place for all. It includes the William Davidson Sports House. It's going to have 2 regulation-sized basketball courts, a 5-acre Delta Dental Play Garden, a 2.5-acre Huron-Clinton Metro Parks Water Garden.
It looks,
It's
I've seen the
awesome.
aerial pictures. It looks really cool.
It looks beautiful. So the park opens October 25th. They're going to have a 2-day Harvest Fest celebration.
Cool.
So you can go check it out. There's going to be musical performances. There's going to be like more than 30 Metro Detroit food trucks there. So fun time. Definitely go check it out. The band director for Florida A&M is apologizing after receiving some major backlash for his comment that he made on the size of a rival team's dance squad. So Alabama State's Honeybees, their dance team, that's what they're called, is made up of plus-size dancers. And last Saturday, when they were taking the field to perform at halftime at the game, longtime announcer Joe Bullard made a pretty derogatory comment. Yeah. Didn't go over well. Probably not the way he was hoping to.
What did he hope was going to happen? They're going to go,
It sounds like, the rivalry, they like to take jabs at each other, but that one definitely crossed the line. Everyone kind of issued an apology. The president of the university issued an apology. The president of Alabama made a statement, and now the announcer himself has
Alabama
released.
State.
Yes, Alabama
Yeah.
State. Yes.
Yeah,
ASU, yes.
It's one of those like, okay, dude, explain the joke to me. Why is it funny?
Yeah, so
They're
he-
fat? That's the joke?
he-
Come on.
He did say, that if his comments offended anybody, he's sorry for that. He kind of said it was meant to be lighthearted banter, but it obviously
was
didn't come
not,
across that
Nope.
way. It was disrespectful. So he is apologizing. Hey, a new bear has been named the winner of this year's Fat Bear Week contest.
Yes!
This is great. So 11 bears from Alaska were competing in the 11th annual contest. And all the bears, they ranged in size and age and characteristics, but they were all
Yeah.
chunky,
Big,
right? All
yeah.
huge bears. And fittingly so, a bear named Chunk came across as the winner. So
Did you guys vote?
did you? No, I saw
Yes.
it because you sent this to me a while ago, or at the
Yeah, a
beginning
couple
of
of
the
times, yeah.
at the beginning of the competition. I did look at all their photos. It's kind of
Uh-huh.
cool. So you can see all their pictures and learn about them a little bit. Chunk is an adult male brown bear. Who did you vote for?
Chunk.
Oh, you did vote for
Yeah,
Chunk. Awesome.
yeah,
It sounds
yeah.
like he was
There's
the
a couple
fan favorite.
returning winners, but yeah, he had not yet won. And
Distinctive scar across his muzzle.
yeah,
He has
yeah.
a broken jaw that's healing. So they say that's what's kind of cool is that he's suffering from a broken jaw that they believe he sustained during mating season, a fight with another male. And despite that, he was still able to obviously catch fish and fatten up for the winter. So victorious.
So they've been doing this since 2014,
Yeah.
Fat Bear Week?
Yeah, 11 years.
I didn't even know it existed until this year.
Oh, really?
I didn't either.
Oh, I'm a repeat voter.
Are you?
Yes, I think Fat Bear Week is awesome.
It's pretty cool.
It's- yeah, sure.
It's fun. It's a fun way to highlight the Bears. This was interesting. History was made. Padres relief pitcher Mason Miller made history on Wednesday during his 9th pitch against the Chicago Bears in Game 2 of their wild card series. So he threw a 104.5 mile per hour fastball, which not only marked his fastest pitch he's thrown in his career, but it was also the fastest pitch in the postseason.
Yeah.
Obviously, since they started tracking.
Now, Mason Miller, they didn't draft Mason Miller, right? How'd they get him?
Heather, do you have another story you'd like to share
Trade
with us?
deadline, maybe?
Yeah. Another story? One more?
Before she moves on. Yes, I deserve
Yes,
that.
thank
I deserve that. I'm not Doug Karsh level fandom for the Padres, but I do kind of. They're a fun team, and if the Tigers aren't going to win it, they've never won it. They're an easy team to root for. They're all in, and they act like they're trying to win a World Series.
Oh, you won't go if the Tigers are eliminated. You won't go with the team that eliminated them. They haven't won it either.
For Cleveland, nobody wants to see the Guardians. Anyway, what else you got, Heather?
Pumpkin spice season is
Yeah.
well underway, right?
Yes.
And if pumpkin spice lattes aren't,
Your jam?
doing enough for you,
Yeah.
there's more. Did you know that you can now get your hands on some pumpkin spice deodorant or trash bags or even poo spray?
the poopery.
It's not made by Poopery. It's made by another brand. But you can get this maple pumpkin scented spray that you spray in the toilet before you go.
Sure. Yeah. That way, now you're just mixing more smells.
It sounds
No,
awful.
thank you.
Beard oil, if you want to walk around constantly smelling that trash. I said the trash bags. Oh, toothpicks, chewing gum, pet food. That makes sense. Dogs like pumpkin, I guess.
okay.
Twinkies.
Twinkies. Now that sounds like it would be a good one. Pumpkin spice
Oh,
Twinkie.
sure. I think
Yeah.
that would be great. Anyway.
Heather with the
There you have
news.
it.
Dear John next, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Send them in, Dear John Jansen at gmail.com.
All right, I'm going to kick things off with the
Okay.
first one. Dear John, I've been dating this girl for over 6 months and things are going really well. She recently got me tickets for a Lions game for my birthday.
Oh, all right.
But she messed up. She got the wrong Vikings game. Instead of the home game in November, she bought the road game on Christmas Day. Now, she's not a dumb person, but I'm honestly not sure how she made this mistake. Do we sell them and buy the right game, or just go with it and make plans around Christmas away from our families?
Well, I mean, if she's that smart, maybe she is trying to keep you, or at least she wants you to herself on Christmas. And so does she know that she got the wrong tickets? Did you say, hey, these are actually in Minnesota versus in Detroit? So there's a lot of different ways. You could say, hey, we've got all of these family traditions. I'd like you to be a part of them. I want to introduce you to my family right before Christmas so you could be a part of them at Christmas. Or if you think this is going in the right direction or you want to move things forward, this could be a new tradition for you where obviously, 6 months, you got no kids involved,
right?
Until you maybe get married, maybe you have kids, maybe you pick a destination every Christmas that you want to go and have Christmas together at. I'm giving you possibilities.
Do you see me like
Heather's like
twitching over
Oh
here?
yeah, I know. But this is different for you. I'm giving some advice here.
To me, this is such a no-brainer. You don't have the kids. You can see family around Christmas Day, weekend before, weekend after type of thing. And when life gives you kind of a gift like this to do something spontaneous and fun,
sure,
take it.
Wow.
Yeah, go there for Christmas.
I thought this was an easy answer. You just bring it up that, do you realize you got the away game? Like, let's sell these and get tickets for the home game.
The first thing you do is you bring it up, and maybe you bring it up in regards to, all right, let's, when do we want to buy our airplane tickets? And if she goes, for what? You say, well, the game that you bought the tickets for is in Minneapolis. Well, and then she gets to be the one that says, instead of you saying, let's sell the tickets, now you put it kind of back on her.
Yeah.
Also, though, if you go, you take the pressure off of her being like, oh, I feel so stupid. Why did I get... You're not stupid.
No.
We're going to make this a great time.
Yeah.
Heather doesn't like it.
I don't like it. No, I don't agree
didn't think
with
you
that
would.
one. No.
I still don't know how you even do that, by the way. Like, if you buy tickets...
Maybe she was just looking at so many tickets, comparing prices, that it just, her mind got all
Well,
bottled.
it's definitely cheaper in Minnesota than it would be here.
Yeah. Got a great deal.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
problem. You got to buy a flight now. This next one. Dear John, my husband and I live abroad. Earlier in the year, a mutual acquaintance, let's call him Kay, reached out and said he had been scammed with an apartment rental and had nowhere to stay. We're planning a 17-day trip away, so while he was struggling with rent, we offered to have him stay at our place in exchange for taking care of the dog. Seemed like a good arrangement. I told him he could eat anything he wanted that was going to expire. Fruits, vegetables, yogurt, etc. When we came back, everything was gone. And I mean everything. The entire fridge, freezer, pantry. He finished 2 jars of jam, a jar of peanut butter, a giant Costco bottle of olive oil, condiments, rice, snacks, cheese, even my husband's supplements, things like creatine and collagen. He completely destroyed a ceramic pan. He consumed things that normally last 6 months and 2 weeks. I honestly suspect he may have taken stuff because it's insane how much was missing. I didn't confront him except to ask to replace the pan, which he mocked and said, it's just a pan. I feel disrespected. I don't want him in our home ever again. My husband says I'm being too harsh. How would you handle it?
If you're going to let somebody in your house for 17 days, I understand some of that stuff may seem like, I don't know why you would partake of somebody else's supplements.
That's weird.
But I think if I'm kind of like her husband, I'd just be like, let's just let it go. I'm not going to, and again, it is a pan. I don't know how expensive.
Some pans can be expensive.
But it doesn't, I'm
not going to ruin the friendship over it. It's odd.
Right. It's odd. And if I was that friend, I would have had a new pan waiting on you.
Yeah.
If I ruin something, if I eat something that you said I could eat, then I'm not going to replace it.
Oh, and I
think if you ruin something in the house or you make damage to something in the house, I think that should be replaced.
He should replace it. Even if he doesn't, I'm not ending the friendship. And I think I would give him endless crap for the end of time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can hold it over their head for a long time.
You ate me out of house at home.
Yeah.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have much of an issue with it.
What do we got next?
Dear John, my wife and I don't share the same last name. She's a doctor and felt it was important to keep her name for her career, and I agreed. It wasn't a big deal. There was no fighting about it. Well, now that she's pregnant, she told me she wants to give the kids her last name, which I'm not okay with. She claims because she's going through 9 months in labor, it's only right. How do I handle this?
So people can handle this however they want. This is how I'd handle it. No. I am, and people are not going to be shocked by me saying I'm much more traditional, and I am also, I guess you'd say, progressive enough. My wife, who has her name on all of her legal documents, we met obviously later in life. She's an attorney. It would be a huge pain in the butt to change her last name. So we didn't do that. But when Teddy was born, it wasn't even a question. But we would have had major discussions if she would have said, well, I don't want Teddy to have your last name.
I mean, there's options. Maybe
hyphen?
or a middle name could be the wife's maiden name or last name since she kept it. That could be in the discussion. Like, it'd be cool as a middle name, maybe.
Sure.
Or, you could go the hyphen route.
Are you against the hyphen?
No, I'm not against it, but it's
kind of awkward.
It gets long. It gets complicated. I'm not
I think the middle name would be a really good compromise.
Yeah, I think that would be nice.
Well, what if she comes back with, fine, your last name can be the middle name?
I mean, you have to be, I think you must agree on a name for your child.
Yes.
I mean, nobody should just pick the name
no
and
one
say, sorry,
win.
sweetie, I'm the one naming this child and this is what I'm naming it. I do think you need to agree. You have to have a conversation, respect her opinions and hormones and then things going on. Yes. I mean, because that is going to be part of it a little bit at that point.
But I also think, like, when you are having that discussion, how did this not come up when they were going through the discussion of, it's fine to keep your name for, you don't have to take my name in marriage, but this is something, Lisa and I talked about it before we got married.
We did too, but I'm telling you, when you are pregnant, the way you think your hormones are going.
Trust me.
He knows. Yes, he knows.
Yeah, I've been
on the receiving end of it. So yes, he's aware that you do think a little differently when you're pregnant. I think so.
Right, but I'm saying this when they're getting married. They're married before they had this kid, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying her opinion might change now that she's pregnant because.
That's why you have those discussions early on.
Yeah, I know.
The number one comment on the Twitch board over there says you should have this conversation before you have children.
Yes, 100%. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Last one. My beard. Dear John, I'm 42, both bald and bearded. If I still had hair on the top of my head, I'm pretty sure it would be going gray. My natural hair and beard color is a very dark brown black, and honestly, I just don't like the gray in my beard because it's not distributed in a cool salt and pepper way. So I dye it. 2 days ago, a younger colleague of mine was in the break room and said, dude, I need to call you out on this beard. Stop dyeing it. We know it's gray, and now I feel ridiculous. What should I do?
It said, mind your own business, buddy. Like, it's not any of their business. You do what you want to with the hair on the top of your head, the hair on your face. You do what you want to with any of it.
I agree. If it makes you feel more confident in yourself, dye the beard. Who cares what your young colleague thinks?
Yeah.
If it's going to give you confidence and feel better about yourself, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Don't get bullied by some 20-something at the office.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's, you got to look in the mirror every day. I got to look at you like, hey, could you do something with that?
Right. It'd be a little different if it was like your partner or like, a close friend maybe.
Sure, but even your partner wants you to
be comfortable. They want you to feel confident. And like, I don't have an issue whether you do or you don't. You would agree, though, and 42 is not this age, but there would be a point where it'd be a little ridiculous. If you were like 65 and you had a jet black beard, like at some point you do have to just allow like a normal. It's okay to look your age. It is okay to look your age, and maybe you make that decision at that time. But no, I don't think there's any age where you have to say, no, I'm not gonna. I want to have the hair color that I've always had. I mean, women do it up until
forever.
Death.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so why can't dudes do it?
But it would be weird if like an 80-year-old woman had like
most
blonde highlights.
80-year-old women are not going dark hair.
So I'm saying
but they do color their hair all the way up until I've known women that have colored their hair all the way up until you see them laying down.
Okay.
They do. Some of them do. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Send them in. You got questions for him. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's Dear John, brought to you by Founders 97.1.
Hey, and every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
response to Dear John. By the way, Tiger Baseball today, 3:08. Not a 1 o'clock game like the last two. 3 o'clock. You can listen right here on 97.1 The Ticket. On Dear John, no brainer, too easy. Minnesota, here we come. If your girl bought the wrong game, but it's...
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, make an adventure out of it.
Yeah. I think it would be a lot of fun. You don't have any kids. You don't have any I know that there are probably some family traditions, but go with it. See if you like it. Have some fun.
Yeah.
It would be fun on any other day to me but Christmas Day.
Yeah. Right, like if she had bought the wrong Bears game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about adventure and spontaneity and doing something different, but
just not on Christmas.
Yeah, not on Christmas. Don't mess with those.
Even before you and Colin were married, even before you had kids?
We did one trip on celebrated Christmas out of the country.
Yeah.
Hated it. Absolutely hated it.
Where'd
and
you
that
go?
was far before, I think we were in Mexico somewhere.
Yeah.
Far before, we weren't even married at the time, I don't think.
Maybe my perspective is a little bit different because there's been so many times where I've had to work on Christmas, or travel on Christmas, or be apart from family. And so as long as Lisa and Teddy or the kids go on and do their own thing, as long as many of us that can be together of our nuclear family, then I'm fine with it.
Speaking of nuclear family and what to do about the kid and whose name it gets, worst case scenario is you hyphenate. You can't do that, Roy in Clarkston.
I think out of the three options, that is the worst, yeah.
No, Heather, there is no option the baby takes the dad's last name. End of story.
My option was give the baby the mom's last name as a middle name with the dad's last name. I never said take away the dad's last name. That was never my option. My option was baby's first name, mom's last name is a middle name, then dad's last name is a last name. Then you kind of get both.
Yeah.
That
was my option.
The woman who says she wants her kids to have her last name is what's wrong with America.
Oh,
boy.
Please.
I agree with that a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
We are getting away from a lot of traditional things.
And some things we don't have to keep doing.
Yes.
Just for the sake of doing them.
Like keeping Riley Green in the lineup every day?
That's one of them. In fact, we got a ticket text that says, Dear John, I'm one of the Tigers' best players, and A.J. Hinch pinch hit for me in a critical playoff spot. I plan on being professional about it, but should I demand a trade in the offseason? Sincerely, not a part of the team's future.
Then hit more.
Somebody sent that in. I didn't make that
No,
up.
I know. It's incredible. This is
Yeah. Then hit more. And you know what? Maybe your trade value, maybe where you go, be even better.
I do think it's a gut check time for Riley. Okay, I know he had the comments in September about who cares about the strikeouts. Buddy, you got to become a complete hitter. He's still a young hitter. I'm not writing his career off. He needs to take this to heart because if he could be even a little better against lefties and cut down on the strikeouts just a little bit, he goes to another stratosphere. Then he's a guy you can't take out of the lineup.
But it's also the prolonged stretches where there's nothing. Like, let's go back to the beginning of the season. We were all marveling over the way that Torque started the season, and it was like they had switched roles because Riley Green, and I don't remember what the exact numbers were, but he was, for the first, 20 games of the season, was awful. And then you look at the last part of the season, and there were other times during the season there's prolonged droughts.
Yeah, you got to be a consistent hitter, someone you can trust and
I'm not
count
saying
on.
you can't be in a slump. Everyone's going to have slumps. His just seemed to be more frequent and last longer.
Yeah, I think it's wild, too, because, like, here's a guy that we spent all year talking up. Like, he was an all-star. He's a key cog. And then in a critical moment, AJ tells you he's not a superstar.
Well,
like, you don't pitch hit for a superstar.
In critical moments, he told you himself by not being able to come through in those moments.
Yeah. And again, AJ didn't say it with his words, but his actions say, hey, this guy's not a superstar. Because you wouldn't pull Cal Raleigh or Aaron Judge, and he's not those guys.
No, there's not a lot of Aaron Judges or Cal Raleighs.
No. John got himself an attorney wife. Nice pull. Way to outshoot your coverage.
Okay.
And this ticket texter's on the beard stuff. Was that a Ryan Day ticket? A Ryan Day story?
Yeah, that's the first one you always think of because of the jet black beard.
Do you guys remember when Stoney dyed his hair? Hilarious. Scott and Carlton.
That was before my time. Were you here, Heather?
No,
that was before your time.
No, this was at a different radio station when he was starting to gray, but we noticed the gray, and it's like big deal. Who cares? Never said anything about that.
Yeah.
And then one day he showed up and it was like jet black. And then I said, wow, you got your hair dyed. And he's like, no, I didn't. And then a little bit later, he's walking away from me and there's black on his neck.
Oh, boy. Bad dye job.
I'm like, why did you lie? So then, of course, me and Mojo called him out on the air and made fun of him. And that's why people know about it.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if it's that story about Stoney that I like more, or when it comes to personal appearance, or when the day he shaved half his face.
When you say half his face, you mean like left and right?
Yeah, it was like two-faced.
I've not heard that. Did the battery run out?
No. He got interrupted and
forgot.
What do you mean he forgot?
Was he shaving in the car?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I've heard the story.
So I've had it before because I sometimes will shave in the car where I'm trying to get as many days out of the charge as possible. And when I owned the gym, I remember just specifically going into the gym. It was like 4 a.m. I was shaving and half my face was shaved, and then the battery died. Okay.
Make it work.
So when I cut my hair, I actually use a mini razor, not an electric is what I do. That's why mine is never completely scalped because I don't like using the blade on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I always like heavily guard against that thing running out.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, for obvious reasons.
But going back to the guy dyeing his beard, like you should do what makes you comfortable.
Sure.
At the same time, I don't think you should feel shameful if, as you get older, you look older. That's to me.
He just didn't like how the gray was growing in. Like it wasn't like the salt and pepper. It was like probably like patches of gray.
Yeah.
I think you should have grabbed that person by the chest, thrown them up against the wall, and then said what John said. Mind your own business.
Mind your own business.
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, no, you can't get physical with somebody in the workplace, of course, but I mean, what the hell is that?
Yeah. I mean,
Shut up.
Yeah. Mind you, literally mind your own business. And
hey, dude, I called you out. Figured it out. Oh, thanks, Sherlock. You figured out I was dyeing my beard.
Yeah.
Because 99% of people that dye their hair or their beard, it's absolutely everybody knows. Who cares?
Yeah.
They do it for a reason because they feel good about themselves.
Mm-hmm. So let it be.
People.
Yeah.
Gator, would you be for the spontaneous Christmas trip? Did you hear that one?
I did hear that one. I thought that was a very tough question. I think the answer is that when you get the tickets and you see that they're for the road game, okay, hey, this is kind of awesome. A road game? Do you really want to go to a road game? And then she'd be like, road game? Yeah, you got tickets for the road game.
Yeah.
On Christmas Day. She goes, I know it's Christmas Day, but it's in Minneapolis.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
That's
Yes.
where I wanna
That.
be.
Yeah. That. Or that. Or how I was going to handle it would be, okay, well, let's get our plane tickets.
Right. Oh, why?
What?
What?
Yeah. What, all the way to Detroit?
Yeah. You took care of the football tickets. I'll take care of the plane tickets. So we're going.
Yeah. There you go.
No, obviously it's a mistake, and being that it's a mistake, she's got to sell the tickets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple.
It's so easy to do right now.
Oh, it's way easy. Yeah, you're probably. I mean, I don't know if you're going to make your money back on it. Who knows?
But
if you hang on to
close.
them long enough, maybe it actually becomes a valuable ticket.
Sure.
And then you get a little Christmas bonus.
Yeah.
So, look, it was a little reprieve, dear John, from what has been a day of a lot of Tiger talk.
Yeah.
What?
Anything happened yesterday?
So we're going to finally preview Wings in Toronto tonight. Get a head start on Monday night when the Pistons take on Memphis for the first preseason game. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. I was hoping we just jumped to Sunday.
Oh, Lions?
Yeah.
Gator, I will give you this. Boy, are they due. Boy, are the Tigers due.
Well, they did win that first game, and I think they win today because my prediction was they win the series, so I have to stick with it.
Could not be more due at the plate.
I mean, it's beyond frustrating. It is beyond, and then it seeped into last night because then we're watching the games, and you get the Dodgers and the Reds doing the same thing, they're loading them up and can't score, can't come up with a one hit. Bases loaded, 0 outs or 1 out, whatever the case was, in different innings, and they couldn't get the job done. And eventually, the Dodgers come up to the bottom half of the inning, and Katie bar the door, as Mickey Rubin says.
Yep.
Open the floodgates. It's a lot of fun. Good times.
Yep.
Full show. No day game. Well, later in the day game.
Yes.
What's the game plan?
We'll do 4 hours then, Jim. That's what we'll do. That's the game plan.
All right.
And the football questions at 10:30.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, guys. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, that sucked, and now we await the doomsday, what feels like the doomsday scenario, Game 3 today. Come up with a big hit, please.
Sure looked like they had the big hit last night or yesterday. Alas, it ended up just being a hit.
Yeah, that play will get discussed, and I hope it doesn't go down in Detroit sports lore. At least the Tigers didn't blow a big lead. They didn't do that, and they
no, not in the game.
No, and no
in the season.
In the season they did. In the game they did not. I got to tell you, I don't know what. I think I know the solution. It's the solution to, I would say, 95% of the problems I have in my house. And I think this is what the Tigers need to do.
Fire Scott Harris?
No.
I'm kidding. It's what they do. You wouldn't do that in your house.
No. How does that help me in my house? Scott, Tigers need to be unplugged.
Oh.
And plugged back in.
Wait like 30 seconds.
And then plug them back in.
A little reset.
Yes.
If you need help, call Xfinity. Have them resend a signal.
It is remarkable how often that works.
Mm-hmm.
Unplug the Tigers and plug them back in.
Have you tried Control-Alt-Delete?
It's another possibility.
That's simple. Try it out.
The Tigers are trying to figure out a way. How can we leave 4 men on base in an inning? It's funny because
it's not funny.
Well, you have the same reactions here. We have the same reactions. Hey, here's a leadoff double. Cool, wild pitch. He's over to third. Now there's a walk. Runners at the corners. Nobody out. All right, let's go. I'm like, why am I getting excited? Why am I getting excited? And these are not. I mean, you know us. We pivot like battleships. This has been going on for a long time, and it's been a slow leak, and the offense has become, I think, perhaps by definition, the most frustrating thing in all of sports. Leaving large totals of runners on base and not scoring over and over again. I'm not sure there's anything in sports. If you want to help me, please help me. Kang put it and suggested it, and he goes, I don't know if there's anything more frustrating in sports. And Kang, you wrote down a couple, and I got a couple. Maybe people will have the same ones, but I'm not sure there's anything more frustrating in all sports than performances like that yesterday.
I think turning the ball over at the goal line in football.
Well, I mean,
this was
here's
like
the thing about that.
This
The
is
thing
nine,
about that,
this
yeah.
is 9 innings.
Think about that. That's one thing that happens once, and you're frustrated in the moment.
But it does happen. It can happen multiple times in the game.
But the way they are leaving runners on base right now is remarkable.
Well,
I've got one that I think frustrates fan bases, and one fan base in particular in our town. And we'll get to that. Maybe somebody will mention it or text it over. But that was as frustrating a performance as I can ever remember.
I can't believe what I'm looking at a box score. It really, when it pops out at you, like it's a misprint. Team LOB, 15. Team RISP, runners in scoring position, 1 for 15. I look over at Cleveland. Team LOB, 3. Team RISP, 2 for 3. Like what?
They only had 3 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Mm-hmm. Well, then that brings us to the text that Kang sent us that I will clean up a little bit. After that chicken shawarma dude doubled in the 9th for their first runner in scoring position at bat, he doubles in a run. So they're 1 for 1 with runners in scoring position.
The Schneemann, is that what you
Yeah. Kang sent a text. Cleveland, 1 for 1 with runners in scoring position. And the Tigers stink with runners in scoring position, according to ESPN's Next Gen Stats. Yep. I cleaned it up, what Kang said about what the Tigers were with runners in scoring position. So we reset and do it all again today.
Well, I mean, you have to This is where you need to channel Jim Leland. Maybe have Jim Leland come in and speak to the team. You cannot chew on yesterday's breakfast.
My God.
Don't do it. Don't worry. It's over. Nothing you can do about it. Right? The greatest thing that happened out of yesterday's game is that it didn't eliminate you from advancing in the playoffs. You're still in the same situation, win and advance.
I think the only good thing, and I don't know that it may or may not matter. The Tigers' fight in the ninth inning may have burned Cade Smith for today.
Oh, I think it definitely burned Cade because it's 2 games in a row we pitched.
Yeah, and so they could have gone meekly, and they didn't. And he threw, 30 pitches?
31.
Okay. That could be a factor today. It could be a factor today.
Well, and I imagine that Tyler Holton is out for the Tigers, too, with having him throw 31 pitches.
Well, I mean, they have a deeper bullpen, so maybe it won't hurt them as much. We'll just see how it goes. Oh, Jack Flaherty. And the funny, I say, Jack Flaherty, like it's going to come down. It's not going to come down to Jack Flaherty. It's going to come down to whether or not they can hit with runners in scoring position. It's like you put all these presents under the tree and a kid goes to open them and they go, hey, wait, nope. We're just kidding. And you take all the presents away. And then you put more presents under the tree and the kid gets all excited. Hey, Christmas. Hey. Nope. And you take all the presents away. It's excitement, disappointment. Excitement. The cycle went in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The Tigers left 2 runners on base in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The maximum amount in a 9-inning game you can leave on base is 27. Tigers were pushing.
I mean,
they were shooting for it.
More than half.
It's crazy how frustrating that was.
So, to piggyback off your point about Cade Smith, who's not going to pitch today, likely because of all the pitching he's done the first 2 games, Hunter Gaddis is also in that same category. He threw 20 pitches yesterday, threw 19 the day before. So I'm guessing he's probably not able to lean on either. Those are 2 big pieces from their bullpen that aren't available. The Tigers must take advantage of that by simply get after the starting pitcher. Saccone has had some really good starts this year and some real clunkers. It's the same thing on the other side with the Tigers and Jack Flaherty. Both guys have had their moments where they look amazing, and then you're like, what was that? Dude. So they have to, again, hope that it's the same thing yesterday. You hope you're getting the worst version of the pitcher you're facing because he has shown it. Well, this guy has really shown it because his overall numbers, his ERA is in the mid-4s. It's not like it's low 3s like yesterday with Bybee, who had owned the Tigers. And I'm clinging on to something here because they just can't. You can't possibly leave 15 guys on base again. You couldn't possibly do that again. And go 1 for 15.
I think you underestimate this team.
Bats. Hey, literally have 15 at bats in the game with runners in scoring position, not runners on base. They're on second or third or both. You cannot go 1 for 15. That can't happen, right? There's no way that can happen. There's no way that can happen. Not up in here.
248-539-9797. We're here for you to vent. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Yep.
Little fella got a hold of one.
That little twerp. I mean, honest to God. Nice. Hey, cool frosted tips, bro. I can't. It's Rocchio, right?
Yeah.
Rocchio's the Jalen Brunson of the Guardians.
Well, for you, yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, Gator, Vint. Man, let it all out, bro. Let it all out. Because I'm about to, I told you, if they didn't make it or whatever, I was going to go ham, and today's the day. Let's end it today. Hey, by 3 o'clock, I hope the game is over with. Because
The game won't have started by 3. It starts at 3:08 today.
Oh, it's starting late today?
Yep.
Okay, regardless, let's get it over with, DK. Because check
Hold
this out.
on. I'm trying to.
When you say get it over with,
you want them to lose?
Hey, you know what? Because I can't take it. They don't want to see the big jumper. If they get lucky and win this game and go to the next round, DK, they do not want any part of the big jumper. He would dump his load all over us.
Oh, slow down.
We do not want that.
Yeah.
Come on now.
D, I got to tell you, I'm not like the pitching's been for the most part fine. Yeah, Melton had a meltdown yesterday. I'll take the L on that. But D, the pitching hasn't been the problem.
The hitting's been the problem.
Yeah.
Situational hitting.
Well,
Hitting altogether.
Yes.
Hitting.
I mean, there's D, I can't get on board with wanting it to be over. What else, D? Can you? I mean, I don't want them to lose.
No, I don't want them to lose. It's a game. They lost a game. They played. They performed horribly when it came to their at bats. They just could not get a run, the hit when they needed to. They couldn't do it, and it's unfortunate. But you know what? They're still alive. Win the game today, they advance. So do it.
I suspect there'll be people out there that feel that way.
Sure. I
just
don't understand.
I can't get on board with it.
Yeah, I guess
because remember this. It's not like they're gonna fail in every aspect and somehow win. They have to do something right to win the game. And we have seen a much better baseball team in there with this same collection of players.
So I don't agree with the sentiment, like, put them out of their misery. I want them to lose, like DJ was saying. But I will say this. If the Tigers lose today, I think there's going to be a pretty decent portion of the fan base where it's not they're mad. I think they're just like, okay, I'm moving on to the Lions now. Almost like a relief in, like, you know what I mean? When you lose a playoff series, usually you're upset. The whole fan base is up in arms. They can't move on. They can't function. I think a portion of the fan base is going to be like, okay, it's finally over.
I think you're right. I think there's a big portion of the fan base that feels already defeated and is accepting the loss.
I think you get to the end of baseball season, I think it's kind of like that anyway. And thank God the Lions have been really good, so you can make that transition. But it's not just the Lions. I mean, you got hockey is starting up for real soon. You got the NBA they're going to have the first preseason game for the Pistons on Monday night. You're getting it. You got the segue. This is what October is. It's a segue month. What you want if you're playing baseball the entire month, and then at the end of it, when it's all said and done, you're like, oh, wow, I forgot. Hey, hockey's been going on too, or basketball's been going on. Okay, cool. I understand it. It's not how I'm programmed. I love baseball. I want them to play baseball as long as they can. And yesterday is got to be, for this team, it's the ultimate yuck throw in the garbage game. You cannot even think 1 second about what happened yesterday. Because if you let that creep in your head today while you're at the plate, and you got runners in second and third again, and there's one out, you can't press like you've been pressing all game yesterday. Can't do it. Don't let it creep in your head. I don't know how you clear your mind of that. There are better minds than mine to come out there and speak to teams, and I hope there's a sports psychologist or somebody that's
they don't
whatever
need
they're
that.
going to do.
It's the thing about baseball, and every player says it, it's a game of failure. You have to be able to all the strikeouts and all the times you get out, and if I hit 3 out of 10 hits, I'm in the Hall of Fame, right? I mean, that whole thing. But so you have to be able to accept failure and move on. They're professional athletes.
It's the way they fail.
And that's why you said you love baseball. Did you really love it yesterday? Did it really test the bounds of your love yesterday?
I mean, there are parts of it that I did. Yeah, it's the strategy involved and the When do you pull a pitcher? When do you decide that you're going to pinch hit somebody? I mean, all that stuff was on display yesterday. Neither pitcher made it out of the fifth inning. Casey Mize only threw 62 pitches, only gave him one hit, and they pulled him. And, Tanner Bybee was pitching really well, but they pulled him. Neither was going to be a pitcher of record.
Let's go to Robert in White Lake. You're next. Hi, Robert.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
Just furious. Yesterday, to me, was a clear case. I put a lot of that game on A.J. Hinch. He's a great coach, but he feels like he's not reading his team. When you have those situations where you're not batting, he's not one of the 9 on the field, but you got to mix up. You got to do something. Do a drag bunt. You've got to try to manufacture when your team is struggling. And why he feels so out of touch, I do not understand. It changes the situation with the upcoming Cleveland batters how they have to approach when you're in the 5th, 6th, 7th inning on a 1-1 game. It changes the full dynamics and switches the pitching and the hitting for the other team. And there were multiple times where he could have manufactured a run.
What changes the dynamics?
Okay, when you are late in a game, and you have the history of these close games with the Tigers and Cleveland, you start pressing just to get one run. So you put more pressure. You don't sit there and take as many looks and go deeper into the count. There's a lot of things that change in the dynamics and how you're going to use your bullpen.
They were in a close game. Robert, they were in a close game. So who is they? Is they Cleveland was pressing or Detroit was pressing?
No. If A.J. Hinch had taken situational plays as an example to manufacture a run by laying it down a drag bunt, just if you get a 1-run lead, you cause Cleveland to have
hold
to
on.
press
I'm
in their
sorry.
batting approach.
Okay, I agree. If you're leading, it's different. I didn't hear you say if they were leading at any point. And drag bunt.
It depends who's hitting.
It depends a ton on who's hitting.
I mean, it's all situational.
I don't know. I mean, look, that's Robert's solution. Drag bunts. Or a drag bunt. I will agree with the premise that AJ hasn't figured out the answer. That's of course true. I don't know what it is. I don't claim to know what it is. I'm actually not qualified to know what it is. I'm not a major league manager. But I will say this. Whatever it is in there, whatever could be, he hasn't pressed the right button.
Well,
he's got to unplug them and plug them back in.
I like that idea. But I think that for me, I mean, it's more on the players than it is on the manager. Not that I'm absolving the manager of any kind of a blame because it's all around there. But the players are ultimately the ones who have to get it done. They're the ones that are in the batter spot.
He did. I mean, they were in situations to put up crooked numbers over and over again. I mean, nobody out. And he ran the squeeze the day before, and they got a run, and it helped. It was their first run.
Bunting with runners on second and third and nobody out.
Well, I'm not drag bunting with torque. Well, you guys. I mean, he's a right-hander, but I guess I just sure. I mean, it took less than a half hour to get the bunt call.
Right. I mean, it's easy to say bunt, but you have to have the right situation to do it, and the right situation includes having the right player at the plate. And then people are going to say, well, they should all know how to bunt. They're all professionals. Some guys don't do it, and you don't ask them to do it. And there's a great reason why.
Well, I mean, we went through the metrics show that I don't want to do the whole bunt call again. But, all right, so look, we've got...
bunting is not why 1 for 15.
1 for 15. If you go 2 for 15, you might win that game.
They literally could have gone 1 for 15 and had a chance to win the game.
And still had a lead.
Yeah.
If not for the base running. And we'll get into that later. People still want to vent. We'll get to your phone calls every Thursday at this time. Coming up, we do the Wide Night Omaha NFL Blitz thingy. That is straight ahead. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. for the previous caller, I think it was Robert, they actually had their hottest hitter try to bunt yesterday. I mean, the guy that's come through this postseason has been Javi Baez, and they had him try and bunt yesterday. So he did. I mean, whether or not that's what you were looking for, it didn't work. He didn't get the bunt down. He offered at it. But, he said, shake it up, try a bunt. Well, they did.
I mean, how many guys in the lineup would you ask to try to drop down a bunt?
I don't know. I mean, whenever this comes up, we invariably get they're major leaguers. They should all be able to bunt.
Meadows, sure. Gleyber Torres?
Probably not.
Kerry Carpenter? Torkelson? Green?
Yep.
Wenzel Perez? Sure. Dingler? McKinstry? Sure. Javi?
Well, they tried with Javi. All right, we'll get to your phone calls coming up. Let's get to the Blitz thingy. I go first today.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Doug, here we go. Question number 1. The Browns have benched Joe Flacco for rookie Dylan Gabriel, but Flacco will remain the backup. Should the Browns have just made Shedeur Sanders the backup instead?
So it depends what you're trying to accomplish. If you are giving up on this season and just developing your young guy for next season, then sure, make Shedeur the backup. Not because you expect him to play necessarily, but he gets more reps in practice as the backup quarterback. My guess is they haven't given up on the season yet, and they're 1-3. Pittsburgh's 3-1. I don't think Pittsburgh's a juggernaut. Now, it doesn't look great for the Browns, but when you're in the middle of it 4 games in, I don't think you're giving up. So I don't think they should have made Shedeur the backup. Later in the year, it might make sense, but not just yet. Unless Shedeur is better than Flacco, which I suspect that right now, at this point, he probably isn't.
I'm a big Shedeur Sanders fan, but I don't think that they should have named him number 2, at least not this week. And part of my rationale with that is that I want to see how he reacts to not being named a backup. How is he going to mope around at practice? Is he going to be flippant with the media? How is he going to act? Because this is almost like it's like a little test. I want to test you and see how you're going to handle this situation. You might be the most talented quarterback we have on the roster, but you're not getting the start right now. And in fact, right now, I'm going to keep you at third string.
He was asked about it.
Yeah.
And he didn't answer. He didn't say anything.
No, but he literally mimed it.
Yep.
Like they asked him questions, Gator, and he just moved his lips and nothing came out.
Well, that's not a good look for him.
No. And you hate mimes.
I can't. Nobody likes a mime.
Well, he mimed it.
No one likes a mime. So, I mean, that's telling me a lot of what I have here. And I'd probably be on the phone with all the other GMs and saying, look, kid's available for trade. And you're not going to get anything for him. But that's somebody that if they're going to act that way about it, I probably don't want him on my roster. And that sucks for me to say because I really do think he's got talent. I think he's been trained his whole life to be an NFL quarterback. And they were, between he and his father and whoever they trust to represent them, they're all to blame for his slide and where the situation is in now.
Yeah, so, Doug, you're right. I think they're not giving up on the season, and that's why Flacco is the backup. But I would give up on the season. You just don't say it openly. But I think Shedeur should be the backup because you're going to get more reps and more practice time and all that stuff. And I think that's why do you even have 3 quarterbacks? Why did you keep him if you're not trying to develop him? So I think anything to help develop his game and see if he is the guy eventually or not, that's what I would do. Now, I would name him the starter. Gabriel gets the first shot at it. But if Gabriel gets benched, which I do think he will eventually get benched, get Shedeur ready, and that's why I would make Shedeur the backup. Guys, what's up with all the block kicks so far this year?
I don't know if people have been watching too much Tecmo Bowl lately and watching Miniford and Dixon from Cleveland go ahead and block every extra point or field goal attempt that you can do. But really what I think it is because kickers now are expected to make 50-yard field goals all the time, their trajectory changes, and that lower trajectory allows for more block kicks. I'm not saying all these are happening on longer than 50-yard attempts, but maybe the kickers are getting lazy and treating every field goal attempt or every extra point like it's a 55-yarder, and they're just kicking with a low trajectory. I'm not really sure why this is the case. And the other obvious answer is just that special teams got better or worse.
USA Today did an interesting analysis of what happened on all 12 blocked kicks, and there's not a single thing that really stands out. Teams are overloading one side of the line of scrimmage. There's, I guess, some sort of legal hurdling that's taking place where a defense will engage two blockers next to each other, and then a third defender will leap between them, which I guess is technically legal because he's not leaping over anybody, which is illegal. And then there's a trajectory thing. Dave Phipps said this stuff happens early in the season and late in the season. They have it happen early in the season because you're not as buttoned up, and they happen late in the season because you got a whole bunch of guys that are starting to play practice squad and signees off the street because of all the injuries in the league. But it's certainly an epidemic, and I wonder if this leaping rule is going to get looked at.
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. One, I think there has been more of a focus from special teams coordinators on trying to block, field goals. And with all the rule changes that have gone on in the NFL with special teams, I think that's become more of a focus and a focal point. So they're trying to be more creative with that, with all the rule changes. And two is, I agree, Gator. I think some kickers are just getting lazy and losing technique and fundamentals and lower trajectory because of that. Now, some of these are longer field goals, but some of these are shorter ones, and maybe they're not changing enough with, depending on distance on how they kick the ball. So those are two things I came up with, but it does make the game more exciting to know that a kick could be possibly blocked, and it's not just line up, kick it, and it's over. All right, guys, the Ravens are 1-3. This is their worst start in a decade under John Harbaugh. If the Ravens miss the playoffs, is it time to move on from Harbaugh?
Well, if I were doing this show in Baltimore, I'd be arguing at this point, no. You had Pro Bowlers Marlon Humphrey and Nate Wiggins both get hurt last week. Nnamdi Madubuike hasn't played. Lamar's hurt. Ronnie Stanley, Kyle Van Noy, Roquan Smith. That's why they're 1-3 and a tough schedule as much as anything. So I wouldn't be calling for his job yet.
I think it's stupid to call for his job. The guy has won, he's been in the playoffs 12 times since 2008 when he came on board. They've won 6 division titles in that time. They've won a Super Bowl during that time, and they've had double-digit win totals in 6 of the last 7 years. John Harbaugh's a hell of a coach. I agree with Doug. It's all injury-riddled at this point. They've got some really great players on his team, but a lot of those great players happening on the sidelines right now.
Yeah, the injuries play a huge role. The schedule plays a huge role. I would not move on from John Harbaugh if they miss the playoffs, even though they're one of the Super Bowl favorites. I just think he gets to stay as long as he wants. Ultimately, I think it's a player's league. But when you find a really, really great coach, and I think John Harbaugh is one, he's basically like a CEO of that team, the culture they have there, you keep him. I think people think that it's just easy to find another coach, and I don't think that's always the case, just like they think it's easy to find a quarterback. I think when you find your guy at those two positions, head coach and quarterback, you hang on to him. All right, the Texans finally got their first win last week against the lowly Titans, what might be the worst team in the league. C.J. Stroud had a great rookie season, but ever since then, his numbers have been down. The Texans haven't looked as good. Do you think C.J. Stroud will ever become that elite quarterback we thought he was going to be after his rookie year?
I don't think he will. The word elite is, to me, I really think it's a sacred word if you're going to use it, and I don't think he's ever going to come close to that. But can he be good enough? And he can be good enough, but I'm surprised it's taking this path that it's taken. He threw for over 4,100 yards his rookie year with 23 touchdowns and only 5 picks. He followed that up with a season where he only threw for 20 touchdown passes and 12 interceptions. This year, it's 4 touchdowns to 3 picks in the 4 games. The only thing that's changed for him this year is that his completion percentage has gone up significantly from just below 64% to almost 68%. I'm not sure what the heck the problem is in Houston. It's a team that I keep thinking is going to be great, going to be great, going to be great. They literally have the bookend defensive end players on that team that are good. They have the quarterback you thought was going to project and take the right trajectory in his career, and he hasn't. But no, I don't think he's ever going to be elite. I think he can be good enough, though.
It's crazy. They've won 10 games and the division each of the last 2 years. So he's good enough to get him into the postseason. He's good. I think he's got a chance to be good. And just because he's not elite now doesn't mean, I think we're learning something in this league about like Baker Mayfield and his career arc. If a guy sticks with it and gets in the right system, but that offensive line hasn't done him any favors in Houston as well. So, chances are he won't be elite, but that doesn't mean you can't win and win big with him.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. I don't think he'll be elite, but he's definitely regressed, and I feel like something is up. He has a really good chance to be a solid quarterback in this league, though. And like I mentioned before, it's hard to find a solid quarterback in this league, so I think he becomes a starter for a decade or so, and he is good enough to take him to the playoffs and get playoff wins. But to win a Super Bowl, I'm not so sure, and there's only so many elite quarterbacks in this game, but I wouldn't, I don't think C.J. Stroud's a bad quarterback or anything, but I think something's up there. All right, 4 weeks into the season, ESPN's Mina Kimes has said the Rams receiver Puka Nacua is the best offensive player in the league. Agree or disagree? And if not, who is?
Did she include quarterbacks?
She just said the best offensive player in the league.
Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes. I mean,
right now after 4 weeks.
Yeah, personally, I think ASB is a better receiver, but no, I don't think he is. And I would say it as a quarterback. I mean, is it Josh Allen? Is it still Patrick Mahomes? Or I think ASB is a better receiver.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doug. I mean, first of all, if you're going to include quarterbacks, then absolutely not. But if I'm just looking at non-quarterback position players, I'll take Amon-Ra St. Brown over him all day long. I've said all season long he's the best receiver in football. Hey, nice. He's got 503 yards receiving here this season. That's great. How many times has he found the end zone? Once, sir. That's it. Amon-Ra has 6 touchdown receptions and averages almost the same per reception as Puka Nacua. The Lions have more to spread it around, and Amon-Ra is way more valuable, I think, than Puka Nacua. Nakua's really good. He's really good. There's a lot of really good receivers in there, but Amon-Ra's better.
So 4 weeks into this season, I normally would have Lamar in there, but not this year. Josh Allen would be the quarterback I would probably pick, Doug. But if we're not including quarterbacks, I'll make the case for the guy who I thought would win the Offensive Player of the Year. That's Bijan Robinson. He's on a bad team, but everyone knows Bijan's like basically their only weapon. 18 receptions for a running back, 270 yards receiving, 314 rushing yards, all on a bad team. I think Bijan is an ultimate weapon in the backfield, but no one make the case for it because he's on, like I said, a bad team. But Puka is having a hell of a year. I think ASB's got the argument, like you guys mentioned as well, but that's my case for Bijan. All right, only 4 weeks into the season, and many key players across the league are injured. What do you attribute this to?
Football is a violent game. You have collisions every game that are going to result in injuries. I don't think there's anything other than players every year are bigger, stronger, faster, and no matter how many rules you're going to put in place, you can't stop guys from going into somebody's knee. You can't stop the ground from grabbing you. It just happens. It's football, and it's what happens when you get big, strong guys going against each other, full tilt for 8 seconds at a time. All that strain, something's going to give.
Yeah, bigger, stronger, faster, right? And I'll also say an accumulative effect of a 17th game, an expanded playoff format, and more field turf doesn't help at all.
It sounds crazy, but I think players are too athletic. They run too fast. They jump too high because there's always an opposite to that. You know what I mean? When you jump high, you're coming down from a higher distance. True. You're running faster. You're stronger. You're running quicker, tougher into each other. That means more potential injuries. They're just not as rugged as they used to be back in the day. Maybe less, there's less dad bods now that in the league. But even the old lineman guys are ridiculous. Like Penei Sewell could run routes. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing as far as not getting injured. A slight tweak to these muscles, and they're out for 2 to 3 weeks. So maybe maybe more dad bods and less, athletic bods. All right, who's with me?
I'm not against you.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. All right, we will continue venting about the Tigers, including something very interesting that happened yesterday. And I wonder if it is indicative of a bigger message that is sent, that is followed up by a tweet from an insider that makes me go, Tiger fans, We'll get to that today at 10:50. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you're going to share $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on it, this Thursday, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. So you can make a small wager on this and maybe get that share of bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally amongst eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown bet. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Jake in Clinton Township. Hello, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good, good. Actually headed down to the game right now as we speak.
There you go.
Brave.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and felt like they needed a little more support. Just wanted to talk about the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. I know that they're probably not going to do it today, and maybe something going into next year. But I would love to see them maybe separate those 3. I think there's just too much swing and miss there. Maybe like move Torque down to 6 or just kind of experiment with it. But I just think it's kind of a rally killer, in big moments.
How would you mix it up? Like who's going where?
I mean, if I remember correctly last year, and I know he was struggling most of the year, but they did have Torque, I want to say 7th a lot last year, right? I would love to see maybe Dingler moved up to in between maybe Green and Torque.
To solve swing and miss problems?
I just think there's too much, I think there's too much strikeout there, when you got guys like yesterday would have been the perfect scenario. You had 1st and 3rd with no outs. Anybody that can make contact.
I like the way, let me be clear here. I like the way you're thinking.
Yes.
I think the problem is everybody is swinging and missing. The only starter that didn't strike out yesterday was Javi Baez.
Yeah, that's you would laugh if you would have told me that any other day.
Yeah,
Right?
and what's crazy,
I think-
Javi's been on quite a tear for like the last 4 or 5 games.
Yep.
I love Javi's approach too. You can tell he's just, he's not swinging. He did a couple, times yesterday.
He can get outside himself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
he's trying to go the other
sure.
way.
I'm not sure who is their Stephen Kwan? Who is their guy that does? Who's their Tony Gwynn? They don't have that. I'm not sure that. Again, Jake, I like the way you're thinking. I'm just not sure they have that solution anywhere on their bench.
But that's why I was kind of, saying it's probably not today, but going into next year. And I know you got the young guys coming up, so that may happen. But just, man, those 3, 4, and 5 hitters, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It feels. I have like no faith.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a solution to that right now. There's a solution to that in the offseason.
Well, this was supposed to be how the team was built, to not do crap like this.
Well, yeah, and you've got a couple lefties and a righty, and you want to stagger them, and that's why it's done the way it's done. I think the only way that you could mix and match with that grouping is if you put Perez in that mix of with those other 3 players and try to shake it up that way, or if you wanted to drop Gleyber Torres down, but I don't think I want to do that.
Well, Perez has only struck out twice in his 0 for 8 in this series. So we could give it a shot. I mean, pull the lineup out of a hat? I don't know.
The other issue is that they're facing another right-hander today in Ciccone. And when you have the right-handers, the right-handed bats the Tigers have, remember everybody was saying we need a right-handed bat, I mean, right now I just want somebody who's not going to strike out. But there are guys that I want to see play but aren't going to get the opportunity unless you see a left-handed pitcher. And that's Jahmai Jones and Justin Henry Malloy. Both give you good at-bats.
Well,
now,
they
Malloy,
both walked yesterday. Except Jahmai Jones counted as a strikeout because after ball 4, he had to stay at the plate because the umpire called ball 4 a strike.
Yeah, and then he throws the same pitch, and now he's got to swing at that pitch, which you can't hit because it's out of the strike zone. But yeah, that
was ball 5.
Yeah, that's turning point number 2 for me in the game.
That was. I mean, if you could think of something more frustrating in sports than leaving 15 runners on base, please help us. I have one possibility, but I'm going to wait and see if anybody mentions it.
There were 2 things that I secretly wanted. I was excited to see happen yesterday, and they both backfired and failed miserably.
Can I guess one?
Mm-hmm.
Melton.
Yep.
Yep.
I was like, Melton's coming. This is going to be great. Here we go. I'll own it with you. I mean, I think I even said as much yesterday. Want to see him pitch. Here he comes. 0-2, always dealing. And then what was that? Oh, my God. That's going a long way. I didn't know that guy could hit it that far.
He can't.
And then everybody else was making contact with 99 and 100. You're like, how?
Yeah.
And then you tell yourself because you got to mix up your pitches and whatever. But that was one. And the other was I wanted to see Jahmai Jones come up in a situation where he could deliver because he has. And then umpire, like you said,
Well-
should be ball 4. Nope, that's a strike. Oh,
So
great.
Jahmai Jones came up for Riley Green, and it was late in the year when they were playing critical games. I made the comment that now we're going to find out how A.J. Hinch in this organization really feels about people. When you're pinch hitting for Riley Green in a game like this, it tells you a lot about where they are with Riley Green right now. That they're pinch. Now, the numbers say they should pinch hit for Riley Green. Jahmai Jones is way better.
Yep.
In that situation against a left-handed pitcher. And so, you see that and you go, wow, they just pinch hit for a guy that we were hoping is going to develop into a superstar. I think it's pretty clear right now, and maybe this is just we're going to do this temporarily because we need to win this game and we still believe he's going to be our, a building block of this team in the future. I think it's fair to say that is in question when you're pinch hitting for him in that kind of situation.
Riley Green is an all-star, and there's no question. His numbers bear it out. He's had a heck of a season, and I still believe that. Do I think he's a superstar? No.
And he's not playing like an all-star.
And neither are any of the other all-stars except for Tarek Skubal. That's a problem, is that in the second half of the season, everybody is taking a giant drop. Not everybody, but all the all-stars have taken a giant drop. Here's what's frightening with Riley Green. And we know these guys strikeout issue, right? But it's the risk reward because he hits balls over the fence and he drove in 111 runs in the regular season, which is great. But he has now gone, it's 15 games since he last didn't strike out.
I expect him to strike out every at bat.
I mean, it's 15 straight games it's 14 straight games where he has struck out. And obviously some of those games are multiple times in the game.
We have tried to compartmentalize off-season talks for off-season. I'm just going to read this, and then we're going to move on. I don't really want to get into off-season talk because they have a game to play.
Right.
And maybe this could be tomorrow's topic. But Lynn Henning did tweet out yesterday. Did you see this?
I didn't see Lynn's tweet.
Going to be some surprising names bandied about during upcoming Tiger trade talks. More robust and aggressive deals will be discussed and completed than at any time in Scott Harris's 3 years in Detroit. Just wait.
Well, I hope that's true. I don't know where Lynn gets his information, but from what I understand, the Tigers are so tight-lipped about anything they're going to do. But if you ask yourself and be honest with yourself, 3 players don't become free agents until 2029. Are any of the 3 going to still be here? Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Kerry Carpenter.
These are, that's
a question for next week.
These are next week, hopefully.
Or way later.
Yeah, hopefully 3 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Or it could be 23 hours. 248-539-9797. I do want to talk about the play that might go down in Detroit sports history. Maybe it won't. I'm not sure how it'll be remembered. But the review on the McKinstry play at third, costing them a run and maybe a rally. Because, Gator, they were set up there. They had 2 more runners in scoring position, and they had come through. They were hot. They were 1 for their last run with runners in scoring position. That play was massive. And there was a lot that went into it. We'll get to that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. It's win or go home for the Tigers this afternoon in Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland. This after a 6-1 loss yesterday in Game 2 when the Tigers left 15 runners on base, opening the door for the Guardians to blow things open with 5 runs in the 8th. Jack Flaherty starts for the Tigers today. Slade Ciccone for the Guardians. Manager A.J. Hinch on what it takes to win a game like this. The Tigers are 5-5 in their last 10 do-or-die playoff games. They lost the deciding Game 5 of the ALDS last year in Cleveland. Here first pitch, 3:08 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's on the line? A trip to Seattle and the ALDS. Michigan says they feel the airplane taking off as they enter the thick of Big Ten play. Edge rusher Derek Moore says the Wolverines have good energy before Saturday's game against Wisconsin, saying the win at Nebraska brought them back. Michigan, 16.5-point favorites at the Big House on Saturday. The Red Wings have their second to last preseason game against the Maple Leafs in Toronto tonight. The Wings have slimmed their roster to 40 now, including sending 2025 first-round pick Carter Bear back to the WHL. The season opener, 1 week from today against the Canadiens at Little Caesars Arena. And Thursday Night Football, a divisional rivalry in the West. The Rams, 7.5-point favorites against the Niners in LA. The Rams, 3-1, lone loss to the Eagles. They beat the Colts last week. The Niners are 3-1 as well, but lost to the Jags last week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We took a call blaming A.J. Hinch last hour, and we got this text. 1 for 15 with men on base is A.J.'s fault. The hitters just can't get it done. But the great thing is they have another chance today. That's from an unnamed texter. And then this, BW in St. Clair Shores says, Hinch is not making the right decisions in pinch hitting, lineup, and situational play opportunities like laying down bunts in the right situation and lack of off-season and trade acquisitions. So I've done a lot of reading on bunts because it's become a big topic. Bunts are down. Teams aren't bunting as much. The metrics tell you that if you bunt, you are not likely to score as many runs if you don't. It is just the expected run. If you have a runner on first with nobody out, your expected run in that situation is 0.86. If you bunt them over to second, 1 out runner on second, it's 0.66 is how many runs you score in those situations. So this is data accumulated over the course of time. I can see the argument made, though, to more so do stuff when you're trying to shake it up. I don't know if it's lineup. I don't know if it's pinch hitters. I don't know if it's situational play. Again, I'm not a manager, and I'm guessing most of the people that text in aren't, but I think we can all agree AJ seemed to have a touch with this team. He seemed to know what cards to play and when to play them. And that went on for a long, long time. Something has changed. I feel like there's going to be an off-season story that makes us go, oh, or makes us go, maybe that's what it was. Like, did something happen? Because the difference between the best team in baseball Tigers and the worst team in baseball Tigers is so stark and so hard to believe. Because it's not like they were the best team in baseball for a month or 2 months. It was for damn near an entire calendar year.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just as simple as the book came out, the scouting report came out of the Tigers and how the hitters would approach things. And they're like, okay, well, if we make this adjustment, they can't do it. And once one team figures it out, the whole league figures it out. I don't know. I have no idea.
Gator, this person sends us in regarding the bunt when you say it depends who's hitting. The argument of it depends who's hitting no longer carries water because nobody is hitting. It depends on the batter's ability to lay down a bunt. Like, they actually had their hottest hitter try to bunt yesterday, and he didn't get it down. When the pitch was out of the zone, he offered to pull the bat back to Javi Baez. So it's not like they aren't employing it. Some are going to be better than others. Barry in a car says, I want the Tigers to lose today, even though I'm a fan. Think of it this way. Watching the Tigers now is like watching your older pet suffer with an illness. You know, sooner or later, you're going to have to put them down. But at the end of the day, you don't want to watch them suffer anymore.
Yeah, well, having done that, what I want is one more rally.
Yeah, having done that, I can't even come close to thinking that there's anything, that this is anything like that.
I mean,
and if you're going to tell me I can keep my pet alive for another 2 weeks and it doesn't cost me anything, I'll do that.
Well, I think they're saying too, but if that pet dies, you already knew it was dying. Like, I think that's how Tiger fans feel today. It's what you said earlier, Doug. They almost feel like they've lost, so it doesn't hurt as much.
Well,
if you know you're going to get dumped and then it actually happens, you're like, well, I already thought I was going to get dumped. But if she dumps you out of the blue, that hurts.
Okay, but he wants to get dumped.
Yeah, because he knows he's going to get dumped.
Yeah, but what if he's wrong?
I know. I don't feel that way, guys, by the way. I'm just trying to say, like, I think there's a large portion of the fan base that feels like that. I want them to win. I want to keep playing.
You know what I think? I think it's all BS until you start watching the game. Once you start watching the game, you get invested and you start cheering for the team.
Yeah,
to
they
win.
take a 2-0 lead in the third, and you're
like,
into
all
it.
right, here we go.
All right, let's talk about the play.
But if they trail 2-0, it's a different story. Just end it.
You got runners at first and third, or sorry, it was a bases loaded. Bases loaded and Hobby's up. My apologies. And with 2 outs. Hobby singles up the middle. Riley Green, I believe, scored from third. Dylan Dingler was on second. He rounded third, headed for home. And McKinstry tried to go first to third. And he gets thrown out. First, he was ruled safe. I think the problem with that play was the umpire wasn't close enough. Oh, my God. Did you see how close the umpire actually was to that play?
He was right there.
His face was right in there. I've never seen an umpire that close to a play, and he still got it wrong, I guess. I'm not even sure he got it wrong. Sean McDonough on the national broadcast said there's not enough there to overturn it. Yet the longer it went, I knew exactly what was happening. Oh, my God, they're calling him out, and all they're looking at is the run, is whether or not the run scores. Because if they're just calling him out, it's an easy call,
Right.
but it shouldn't
There's
take
more
this
to it than
long.
that.
So for people who don't know the rule, if the third out on the base pass is applied on a tag, if the run hasn't crossed home plate, it doesn't count. Okay, so what goes wrong there? McKinstry going first to third. Let's start with that. Yes, they've done it all season long. But you can't get thrown out at third with 2 outs because you're probably scoring on a single anyway when you're on second base.
Mm-hmm.
Getting from second to third, the reward isn't worth the risk unless you know you're going to make it. It's different at different times in the game and different innings, but with 2 outs, the difference between being on second and third only really matters on a pass ball or wild pitch most of the time. McKinstry has to know he's going to make it. Now let's talk about the slide, where his arms were like goalposts and the bag was a football going through them. It made no sense. The slide, his hands were there. They just weren't on the base.
He had the oven mitt on his right hand. And the oven mitt, the reason for wearing the oven mitt on the base pads is for protection of your hand when you're sliding headfirst into a base. That's the whole purpose. It serves no purpose if you're not going to utilize said oven mitt. He's got it on, but he's not going for the base with it. He's going to hug the base.
It looked like he was, I don't know what that was.
I know. I mean, everything, when it gets slower, because this literally had to be slowed down to frame by frame to see if he's out or if he's safe. And the crazy thing is that I still don't think there's a definitive angle that shows that he's out. When they said it hits him in the helmet, I'm like, I didn't even think of that. And you're right. He does get hit in the helmet. However, there's nothing that shows
whether
that the oven mitt hand is not sliding literally alongside the base and touching the base.
You couldn't
nothing
see.
that shows that
you
it didn't
couldn't
do that.
see that angle. I'm stunned that they overturned it because it has to be definitive. Third, you know what doesn't help? Joey Cora pointing at the base. That's all he was doing. He waved the runner around third, and if a throw is up the left field line like that, you got to be telling your guy, slide away. Slide away. I wish people could see me. But, you see that all the time, that the on-deck batter or the base coach is telling you, Cora was pointing, like, stay here. No crap. He didn't help him at all.
No, he didn't. I don't fault McKinstry trying to go from first to third because Hobby ended up getting the second anyway, so it would have been second and third with that situation. I think that's why you do it, and it's the way the Tigers have operated all season long with great success. It takes a perfect throw, a near perfect throw anyway, to even question it. Mm-hmm. And in the end, still questioning it because I didn't see a definitive view that showed that his oven mitt hand was not sliding along the base itself. that's maddening to me. The other thing that bothers me about that play is that they're reviewing it for a long time. There has got to be a limit. There's got to be a cutoff point after like 2 minutes where you're like, okay, we got 5 seconds, 4 seconds through. What are you going to rule? Is it definitive?
Well,
no, it's not.
I like the idea that if you can't make a review quickly, then you shouldn't overturn it. But I think they were reviewing two things there, which is why it took long.
I get it, but it shouldn't. Well, how long does it take to sync up 2 shots to see if the guy crosses home plate?
I don't know. I'm not in their review room, so I don't know how long it takes.
Do you see the shots in a review room? Sure doesn't seem like it takes all
well,
that long.
first they were reviewing the play, then they were syncing it up. I can see why when you're reviewing two different things. But then there's whether or not Dingler should have even turned and looked.
I don't think that mattered at all.
Well, I think it might have. We don't know if he hadn't turned and looked and sprinted the whole way. He turned and looked and then looked like he sped up. And, I think, would it have mattered? I don't know. I prefer that the runners just sprint the whole way.
Sure, I get that. I think if people are going to be upset with Dylan Dingler, I don't think it's fair because that is. I'm
stacking 4 things that mattered in that play.
All right,
and I think that could be one of them.
I think to me that's the least one.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. I see an auto accident going on right now. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. So call our guy Steve and his crew over there. There's a reason why they have the largest auto accident settlement, the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Just wanted to talk a little bit about the Dingler thing, right? Like, it doesn't even matter if he gets his hand on or if McKinstry gets his hand on third and Dingler scores, because we brought in Melton, who gave up home run double-double, and it's 3-1, and we're not capable of even scoring 3 runs right now.
Yeah.
That play
I do wonder. I mean, that's we said. I don't know how much is going to get talked about moving forward, because it could make a difference. Maybe it didn't make a difference. The game gets different if you're leading the rest of the way and the pressure's building on Cleveland. It might not matter. Like, I don't know if Melton's in protecting a 1-run lead. I kind of suspect he isn't, but you could be right.
I would hope that he's with a different ball club next year, as bad as he has been of late.
Wow. You're ejecting him already.
I mean, like you could see it happening before it happened. Having watched the game yesterday, the whole game yesterday afternoon.
You saw it happening with Melton?
Yeah.
Dude, in his rookie year, he's got a 2.76 ERA with a 1.01 whip.
I mean, he threw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that happened to get yanked on an 0-2 pitch. You saw that coming.
Right.
Okay.
I saw the collapse coming, yes.
From Troy Melton.
The deeper we get into the bullpen and the more we change pitchers, you can almost feel it coming, because
Did you feel it in game 1? Did you feel it in game 1?
I was sick to my stomach the entirety of game 1.
Yeah, and what happened?
I know that. Well, we pulled it out, sure.
Yeah, because Will Vest was amazing. But, I mean, you don't. I guess my point is, Mike, you don't know. You might have a bad feeling.
You're right.
But it doesn't always end up in a bad place.
Mike, I think you're hurt, buddy.
Yeah, we're all hurt, man.
You got frayed nerves today.
Yesterday was really painful.
We were 28-40 our last 68
I know.
It's been terrible.
It's painful
we
for
are
all of us.
2 for 20 in this series with runners in scoring
It is.
position.
That's
I don't
it.
know.
That's
I don't know how that gives anybody warm fuzzy.
No, it
doesn't.
Nobody has warm fuzzies today.
And I like warm fuzzy.
But I don't, at this point, a rookie pitcher who his first outing, didn't he give up 5 runs in 5 innings?
He gave up 6 runs in 5 innings his first outing.
Okay,
and
his ERA,
he's given up 14 earned runs the entire season.
So that's a terrible start.
Yeah,
and then he settled down and was actually an asset. Now, he has had some struggles in between, but as a rookie that's topping at triple digits, you hope he's on another team next year. I think Mike's in a hurt place.
He's in a bad place because I think Troy Melton is a part of this team's future.
Ray and Romulus, you're next. Hi, Ray. Ray?
How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Good. What's
Sorry
up?
about that. Yeah. I have 2 comments and 1 question. Okay.
Well, we didn't do that.
Did not do that.
Jim, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I'm from Rochester.
Okay, welcome,
Hey,
Jim
I wanted
from
to
Rochester.
make a comment on the controversial play. I think our buddy McKinstry's got to be a little more responsible for this. I think he's a great utility player. He's done everything, plays every position, but he is aggressive. He gets stolen bases not based on his speed, but by what he knows. On a slide like that, he should have slid to the inside. He should have pulled his right hand back.
100%.
And he's got to be a little more responsible.
So here's the problem, Jim, and I think it's partly on McKinstry. I also think it's partly on Cora. Cora can see where that throw is coming. McKinstry can react to where the third baseman is playing and where they're going to field the ball. But Cora in particular didn't help his base runner out at all on that play.
No, I think those two share the blame. I think you're 100% right. Corey's got to let him know, go to the other side of the bag. And then McKinstry has got to utilize the fact that he's got the oven mitt on and maximize that. Go ahead and grab the bag.
Well, touch the bag.
Don't hug
stretch.
it.
You're getting an extra inch or two out of that.
You've got the glove on.
I think
oven mitt's there for a reason to protect your hand.
Cora, but, when you look at the replay, slow motion, it's like McKinstry closes his eyes when he's 5 feet from the bag. If his eyes were open, he could see, where the third baseman is catching the ball right there, and he might have been able to react.
Well, it was a bad slide. I don't think his coach helped him out. But on top of that, The reward for getting to third base in that situation is not worth the risk. Now, part of this might be it was that rookie. I don't know if people noticed, but he has a mom. They kept showing her.
Chase DeLauder, his mom.
Yeah.
Oh, and the meathead that was with him?
Yeah, anyway, the throw. And so they probably don't know much about it. I'm
Sorry,
sure
that's mean. I shouldn't say mean.
No.
I mean, he may
we're
not.
we're an afraid place. Like dude who just wants to jettison players. Young rookies. So you might have a minor league scouting report on his arm, but it's a calculated risk. Can this rookie really do it? They kept saying he's up here for his bat, not his fielding. And he gunned down McKinstry.
He did. He gunned him down.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeremiah next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
I just wanted to give my opinion. Earlier, you were talking about what, as fans, we would want more, an early loss here in the next game or a win and potentially heartbreak later on. I personally, as you know, a lifelong Tigers fan, Detroit sports fan, we've seen enough heartache. We've had enough heartbreak and devastating losses in big games. I don't want an early loss. Will we win the World Series? I don't know. It's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. I think a first-round knockout would be worse to me versus, say, the next round. If we can get to the next round, make it competitive, and if that's all we get, that I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can't believe people are saying I want them to lose, but I always say everybody's entitled to their own feelings, and sports brings out wild emotions. But to win this, if they win this game, it means they started to do something right. I don't think if you win this game, it's either because your pitching was absolutely dominant or your hitting came around. And either of those things can be good enough to win playoff games. So I don't know, man. I think people think they're going to play terrible and win, and they're not. They can't do everything wrong and win.
Right. If I can make one more point before you guys let me go. I don't understand. So to me, a lot of our woes this season and even in this series, it's only been 2 games, but and Skubal pitched absolutely phenomenal. He has been our rock. Each and every game he's played. Outside of him, though, I feel like starting pitching, and even relief pitching have been a huge handicap on this team. And it's been a story all year round, really. And nothing was done at the trade deadline. I know that a lot of people are upset with that. I'm still upset with that. We didn't make any spectacular moves to bolster up the rotation, which has been our Achilles heel. And
the weird thing is the rotation's not losing it. They're not. The rotation isn't the problem here. It's if you look at throughout this slump, it's amazing how much the offense has dropped off. I mean, their job is to see crisis on the horizon, and I don't think anybody of us. We talked a little bit about Suarez, and Suarez has had mixed results. The funny thing is Naylor's been the bigger impact player out there, but yeah, they've in retrospect. This whole thing might get really, in honesty, got derailed with their most authentic effort to improve their everyday lineup when Bregman said no in the offseason. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797.
Did not break his swing.
I got to tell you, no, it did not go around. I got to tell you something how bad it got with the Tigers. Yesterday, they lost that game. Kang, I want you to listen to what I had to do because they lost the game. And I realized, okay, so game 3 is going to be at 1:08 or 3:08. I got to be down at Schempeckle Hall to tape a bunch of pregame stuff today. And so my schedule's going to be full. So you know what I had to do last night when it was almost dark? I had to do Thursday mow on a Wednesday because I'm not going to be out there mowing when the Tigers are playing. And I got work to do with the preparing for Michigan and Wisconsin. So I had to do Thursday mow on a Wednesday. It felt unnatural.
Well, here's the thing with the weather, the way the weather's been.
Yep.
It's okay because the grass isn't growing right now anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot in the backyard. We had a lot in the backyard, but I'm all discombobulated.
No, man. I mean, you did what you had to do.
Did what I had to do.
Do what you had to do.
Life happens. And at least the weather's great to be outside, just.
It is nice. I
know
it
you
started.
I think it's too
well,
nice
hold on.
for you,
No.
Doug.
It started to cool off last night, so I liked it a lot. This morning I got up and got outside, put in a couple miles, and it was great. It was in the 50s.
I had to turn the fan off in my room. It was too cold. And the window's open, and I'm like, oh, it's cold in here. I do have the fan on. Wait a minute. I looked at my phone. It was like.
And then it said October.
It was like 48 degrees. I'm like, oh, maybe it's time to turn the fan on.
248-539-9797. Ray and Romulus. Hi, Ray.
Hey, guys. Okay. Okay, how you doing?
All right.
Sorry about that earlier. Yeah, I just had two comments and one question. The one comment is in regards to McKinstry. I think that you hit it on the head that he did not have to go to third base.
No.
Period. Okay, we see that too often where we're thrown out trying to advance and it's not even needed. Okay, and then secondly, in regards to what happened, you got that question about what happened. I think it was no different than what happened to the Red Wings. Okay, trade deadline came up, didn't take place, and then you got your GM out there telling each player that we're not good enough to win the World Series. We're not good enough. These guys are young kids. Their mentals are not strong because you can see how they're playing today. They just can't stand up to pressure. And when you got the GM out there just bad-mouthing those guys, they're just basically walking around with their tails between their legs. And then lastly, who was the better coach, the Cleveland coach or AJ? Because Cleveland does not have a bit of talent, and they're whooping our butt game in and game out.
Well, a couple things. A, I don't know where the GM was dogging
he didn't
his
dog his
players.
players.
I don't think that happened. Secondly, though I do believe the Tigers have the superior roster to Cleveland, Cleveland's got a superstar player on their team in Jose Ramirez.
Who they don't have to pinch hit for.
No, who they walked 3 times yesterday.
But look, I mean,
and Stephen Kwan is
AJ's not
just jack of all trades.
There's no question. AJ's not having a good September into October.
No.
Dennis is next. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
My wife and I were at the game in Cleveland yesterday.
Yep.
We were on the third base side. We saw everything you've been talking about. 2 observations. One, DeLauder, the center fielder, I think his decision to throw to third instead of going home was the biggest decision on the play, obviously. He had lost a ball in the first inning when we had gifts given to us. And I think he wanted to make a play. Well, he made a hell of a play, unfortunately. But the second thing is, I believe, like me, 90% of the people were looking at home plate in the stadium because they thought the play was going to go home. I caught Dingler turning around, looking at
TV
third
caught
base.
him too. They showed it.
Yeah, and we didn't know that, but and that's to me what slowed him down. And immediately, Bo Naylor started PRing the ump to try and he didn't get there in time, etc. And my wife saw the play better at third. She thinks that mitt hit the backside of that thing of the base because she was watching the play more at third. I think everybody was surprised.
Well, I would say this: the cameras can't tell you it didn't, and that's the biggest problem.
That's the problem I have with the overturn.
Right. Because they called it safe on the field of play. That should be the call because there's nothing there that overturns it. If you tell me there's an angle that shows a sliver of light between the oven mitt and the base, fair enough, but there wasn't. It looked like his
Right.
hand was sliding up alongside the base, touching the base. So to me, it never should have even come to that. As far as Dingler looking back, yeah, he looked back, but I don't think he slowed enough where that was going to make the difference.
I'm not sure if he did or he didn't. I would have preferred. I would like to see an outcome if he didn't look back.
Right. And DeLauder's decision to throw to third base was the right decision because there was no way he was going to get Dingler at home.
No. But yeah, I mean, you were there. You had a look at it. That's interesting to hear what you had to say because the TV replays that we saw, which were critical, and you never know if New York or wherever the hell, Toronto or wherever the hell they're looking at these things, if they have a different camera angle that we don't have access to.
Well, usually they give it up and they'll show it.
Usually they do. Melanie in Southfield, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Melanie.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so I was calling in about the play. The way I saw it and the way that I kind of knew that McKinstry was safe at third was that mitt, like, wrapped around the back of the bag. That's not going to happen unless it's actually on the side of the bag, right? So if you watch that in slow motion, which I did like 100 times after the game, you can see the mitt. It's sliding along the side of the bag, and it wraps around the back of the bag.
I think you can. I think you can get to the back of the bag without sliding along the side. But I agree with you that he was sliding it along the side.
Even the ESPN crew, one of the guys that were calling the game, he said, "I don't see any way that they're going to overturn this."
Sean McDonough even
And I'm
said,
like,
Sean McDonough, look, this doesn't mean anything, I always am intrigued what an independent voice that has no skin in the game. They're calling the game, although people think announcers are rooting for teams on network broadcasts. I know they get accused of it all the time. McDonough's like, I don't think you can overturn that. And then he said they showed it in-house, and you can tell the fans don't even really believe they can overturn it. And then they overturned it.
So one other thing about this team, nobody's really talking about this, but I think that them not having Colt Keith is killing them. I mean, he looks terrified to me when he goes up to the plate all the time, but he's missed, I think, in all of this. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he's definitely missed. I'd love to have him in the lineup, and that's another bat that could shake up the 3-4-5 spot if he's in the lineup.
Well, they have
by the way, nice maneuvering with McDonough.
Thank you.
The last name.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jack in Novi. Hello, Jack.
Hey, what's going on? Live in Novi, but about 20 minutes out from the stadium right now. So
All right, well, hopefully you're rewarded.
Get
You're rewarded, my friend.
Enjoy it.
pulled the kid out of school, and
You're awesome. Oh, Jack, bravo.
Father of the year.
Yep.
Father of the year. You get the 40.
Yeah. Hey, my biggest irritation was just kind of this whole smartest guy in the room thing with Hinch right now. And, a little bit with Harris, obviously, at the trade deadline and even last off season, but like, oh, this is the way we do it. This is the way we do it. And as opposed to ever using gut, because I just don't see the pinch hitting for Riley Green when you have Wenceel Perez coming up right after, who's been brutal, but like so locked into this whole lefty righty thing where it's like, okay, like now what?
Here's the problem, Jack. It's what got him here.
Yeah, and the numbers weren't even close. I mean, it was I imagine it was a really tough decision to say, okay, I'm going to pull Riley Green, who's been an all-star, and I don't know if Riley Green has been pinch hit for all season long in a situation like this.
He hasn't.
Right. But what has Riley Green done lately is he's just done nothing but strike out, and he's not offering the good at-bats. And then he got Jahmai Jones on the bench, who all he has done is come up with the clutch hits. He's killed left-handed pitching. So I understand.
I fully agree with that.
And with the team going, 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position and leaving 15 runners on base to shake it up and try to get Jahmai Jones on board to change it up, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but you look at now today, we're going to go into that lineup. Like, where's Riley Green's head at?
Probably going to.
And like, man,
he's
if I
fine.
mess up, even as the leader of this team,
I don't know if we have the
am
sound.
I done? Am I coming out?
King, do we have the sound of Riley Green after the game talking about getting pulled for the pinch hit? Because he didn't seem to mind at all.
Well, everything's about today, and everything yesterday was about winning yesterday. And I don't think you can manage when you have a chance to close out a playoff series and you're playing a game that's that important. You can't manage to protect the ego of a player. You have to do whatever you can to win the damn game. which is why Cade Smith, maybe Cade Smith shouldn't have been in there. I can't believe Cade Smith. They at least the Tigers in the ninth made them burn Cade Smith most likely for today because they made him throw 31 pitches. And I was sitting there watching this going, I don't see them coming all the way back, but boy, if they at least can burn Cade Smith, their closer. And I think they probably pretty much successfully did that.
I think that there were a couple things. I think they burning Smith and then Gaddis is the other one that looks like not going to be available. So I think that's not insignificant. I think that is quite significant, in fact. Riley Green said this when they asked him about Hinch's decision.
Yep.
He said, I didn't think anything. I trusted him. I trust in his judgment. That's about it. We're all in all the time, and that's all of us. It doesn't stop at anyone. That's a team player.
That's a really good answer. Because, the reality is, unfortunately, we're having to hit for what is a player that we're hoping to be a cornerstone piece. We're having a pinch hit for we're hoping to be a cornerstone piece. And yet, at the end of the day, if the player responds, great.
And then he said, we call him the lefty killer of Jahmai Jones.
Okay.
They're all in.
And he did draw a walk. He did. Right. That was ball 4.
Of course it was ball 4.
And I'm so sick of the numpty Indian fans cheering thinking they got robbed every time the ball hits the catcher's mitt. They think it's a strike. Unfortunately, too many times the Tiger hitters think it's a strike. But it's every pitch, boo, boo, boo. It's 1.5 feet outside. 97-1 the ticket. Hey, Thursday's on FanDuel. It's your chance to hit a jackpot because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before a game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of that game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. And you don't have to make a big bet. I think it's a minimum $5 wager. So you make a small wager and you get to share all these bets, which are these bonus bets, which is great. And they got $2 million worth of bonus bets that they will hand out. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD bet. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Wow, here's a text. I absolutely agree with Kang. I'll be relieved. This team is painful to watch. He agrees with you, Kang.
I think he agreed with my assessment of what
people are thinking.
Yeah,
that's not how you are thinking.
No, I will not be relieved if they lose. I'll be upset. But I just know a lot of people will be relieved because I've already lost in their minds. And it's unfortunate, but it's like, like I said earlier, you're going to get dumped by this girl. And so when it happens, it's not as painful as it might have been if you didn't expect it.
I guess I don't know what it's like to know I'm going to get dumped. I never experienced.
Well, that's why Gator stays single.
I have no clue.
That's it.
But I never saw anything coming, by the way. I was like, wait, what? You don't want to see me anymore?
Is it the red meat thing?
Never saw it coming. What's funny is you find out later everybody else saw it coming. Let's go to Harrison. You're next on 97 1 Ticket. Hi, Harrison.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Huh?
I feel the same way. So you got to hear me out, Doug. I think this loss will be good for us. For people like Jack and Novi who are going out to Cleveland for the game, I hope they win. But Hinch and Scott Harris, they got to be humbled. I mean, Hinch's moves yesterday, pulling Mize after 60 pitches, putting Milton in against 3 lefties. I mean, Scott Harris not doing anything at the deadline. I think they need this first-round exit to reset them and get them refocused on what we need for the team going forward.
I mean, I guess the thing is, after he pulled Mize, when he pulled him, the bullpen did a very good job. And when Herter came in as the lefty, he didn't exactly put out the fire either.
At the
end.
No,
of course not. But I think just getting to the bullpen and burning them early, we could have used Finnegan later in the game. I just think we need to lose to reset and what we need to do going forward.
I think there are a couple of things there. It is hindsight for sure. And the other thing is, I mean, to say that they did nothing at the deadline is just categorically false. If they didn't do enough in your mind, that's one thing. But don't say they did nothing because the aforementioned Kyle Finnegan was a big addition to this bullpen. Now, at the time when the trade deadline came and went, I wasn't thrilled because I didn't think they did enough, and particularly with a starting pitcher, I thought if you knew that Reese Olson wasn't going to come back, going out and getting Charlie Morton and Chris Paddock doesn't exactly instill a whole lot of confidence in me. But as far as the bullpen was concerned, they added a number of bullpen arms, and a couple of those have really paid off with Montero and Finnegan. As far as a bat is concerned, the only bat anybody ever clamored for was Suarez, who really didn't pay dividends for Seattle down the stretch.
I don't think necessarily needs to be humbled. I think that what he needs all those prospects he hung on to pan out, to justify not going big. Nobody wanted Tigers prospects 6 through 12. They wanted one of the top guys. We did it last year with Baltimore. We weren't asking, when the Tigers looked like they were out of it, we weren't asking for Baltimore's prospects 6 through 15.
No.
And we were trying to sell them Jack Flaherty for one of their top prospects, one of the top 100 prospects.
We were talking the Skubal stuff more.
No, we were talking Skubal as well, but I mean, we didn't think Skubal was going to get traded. But we were mining for the top prospects, and that's one of the great things about having great prospects is you got guys in the pipeline, but people that's who they were after. And he said no. And maybe over the course of time we'll be like, thank God he didn't trade, multiple time All-Star Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal or whatever. But we did have a GM that sold all the prospects all the time and didn't win a World Series. He did it for a decade. He unloaded everyone.
Got to two of them. Well, we're just starting the Scott Harris era.
No, I get it. And so,
I'm not nearly as critical as Scott Harris. I like Scott Harris's plan. Maybe I wasn't thrilled at the trade deadline, but again, looking at what was available and what the cost was, I understood why he wasn't going to do it. This offseason is going to be massive for Scott Harris. And the Lynn Henning tweet notwithstanding, I do think there are going to be some moves made,
Yep.
perhaps sending one of their core prospects away to get a player of consequence. And that's the time you do it, because now you can deal with the 29 other teams in baseball and not just a handful of teams that have called it quits at the trade deadline.
Let's go to Chris next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Chris.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I just wanted to weigh in on whether or not we should be rooting for or against this team today. And in my saner and calmer moments, which are admittedly becoming fewer and farther between as I watch this team for the last 3 months or so, I've come to the conclusion that this is a young team. It's a growth experience for them. And the more games they can play, even if they don't get the ultimate prize, there are more teachable moments like yesterday with Dingler looking back and McKinstry diving in the general vicinity of the bag with his eyes closed, and all of these teachable things that AJ and staff can work on. So I think we got to pull for them. We got to pull for the English D for the long haul. This is a process they're learning, and there's a lot to be learned from all the mistakes they're making.
Well, Chris, it's a very reasoned and measured take. I always say this, and so I can't believe we're even talking about whether or not fans actually want them to lose today to bring it to an end, which is, it's almost forgetting what it takes to win. Like, you have to do good things. If winning this way, they'd have to do enough to reinstill some faith and look good to do it. You don't go out there and fail miserably and still win, most of the time. So I think there's prisoner of the moment, and we've talked about the erosion of the goodwill between the fans and this team. It's happened over the better part of a month. You're entitled to feel however you want to feel. I think it's illogical to root against them and want them to lose, but I guess you're entitled to feel however you want to feel. 248-539-9797. James is next. Hi, James.
What's going on, guys? It's James from Lake Orion
Hello, James.
Romeo. And I can't believe everyone is so fixated on this play at third, which was obviously huge. But the real elephant in the room here is you can't leave 15 runners on base. How many times did they have guys at second and third with nobody out? I don't care today if they have to bunt 3 times in a row to get a run in. For God's sake, you can't leave 15 guys on base and win in Major League
I'm sorry.
Baseball.
When did you start listening to the show? Because it was all Tiger Talk the whole first hour. That's all it was about.
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago.
Okay, you missed all that talk. We dedicated a ton of time to it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. I didn't hear that part. But, I mean, that is the thing. I mean, I'd love to know how many times people have won a baseball game with leaving 10 runners on base, let alone 15. It just doesn't happen. You can't do that.
Nope. It's been talked about ad nauseum, and yes, it's so frustrating. We've called it, and nobody's really suggested anything more frustrating. We've called it the most frustrating way to lose in sports. I'm going to give up the one that I think tortured Michigan State fans for years: missing free throws in the last couple minutes of an NCAA tournament game.
That's painful.
That is a frustrating way to lose when you miss free throws. But I can't think. I mean,
pre-snap penalties.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't frustrate me. They're frustrating, but not as frustrating as 9 innings. I mean, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th alone all had 2 runners left on base and no run scored.
No, it's because it was 9 innings worth of that crap.
Yep.
That's what it was.
It was an extended period.
Other instances are going to be
Did they go 1,
like
2, 3 once yesterday?
I don't know. I mean, other instances that you can come up with that seem like they're just like one plays. Like that I'm thinking of, like with a football game, if it's 4th and 1 and then you commit a false start or illegal procedure call, and then you go back 5 yards, and then it changes the call from going for it on 4th down to punting it. Those are frustrating.
The difference is those are like one play.
That's what I'm saying.
And
That's the
this
difference.
is they went 1, 2, 3 in the second inning. That was it. Every other inning they put runners on base. They scored a run. My man's right, but he just didn't hear the beginning of the show, and that's kind of all we talked about. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Interesting report from an MLB insider about A.J. Hinch and his future. We will get to that coming up today at 12:20. It's Carson Anderson. Oh, we got fun with Vegas odds at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers need a win to extend their season with Jack Flaherty on the mound this afternoon in Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland. A 6-1 Guardians win in Game 2 forced today's winner-take-all game. The Tigers went 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position in that one, allowing Cleveland to stick around and win it with 5 runs in the 8th. Flaherty opposed by Slade Ciccone for the Guardians today. Troy Melton, who gave up the home run yesterday to let the Guardians go ahead, he does have faith the Tigers can bounce back. With the win, the Tigers head to the ALDS for the second straight season. The last time they made consecutive ALDS appearances was 2011 to 2014. They made 4 straight at that time. That first pitch, 308, right here on 97, won the ticket. The winner, on to Seattle. Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith says linebacker Wayne Matthews has been practicing this week after his scary injury at USC. He's got a pretty good chance to play on Saturday at Nebraska, Smith says. Safety Nakai Martinez and defensive end Quindarius Dunnigan have similar outlooks for the game. Spartans 10.5-point underdogs at the Huskers. Thursday night football, divisional rivalry in the West. The Rams 7.5-point favorites over the Niners in LA, and the Red Wings have got their second to last preseason game against the Maple Leafs in Toronto tonight. 1 week from now, they'll do it for real. The season opener against Montreal at Little Caesars Arena. This update brought to you by Northville Lumber. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Doug, we've got a change in the lineup. Significant changes in the lineup. The players haven't changed. It's where they're hitting on the lineup has changed. Leading off for the Tigers this afternoon, Gleyber Torres. Batting second is your DH, Kerry Carpenter. Batting third, switch hitter Wenzel Perez. Batting fourth, Spencer Torkelson. Fifth, Riley Green. Sixth, Dylan Dingler. Seventh, Zach McKinstry. Eighth, Javi Baez. And ninth is Parker Meadows in center field. The same players, but that's a radically different lineup.
Yeah, shuffled them up here a little bit. So it's funny. Credit dude who wanted to move Wenzel up in the order, even though he's had strikeout. I actually suggested Dingler and then...
Well, Dingler's moved up. He's moved from 7 to 6.
Yeah. Even though these guys are striking out, also, they shook it up. AJ shook it up.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a lineup when you had Torres followed by Carpenter at 1-2. This was something they did a lot earlier in the season, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look at the splits for Gleyber Torres, see how many times he has led off, but I think he's led off quite a bit this season.
Well, they can really – this is such a pivotal game in terms of the feeling going into the offseason. I mean, it will be the most wholly unsatisfying postseason baseball team perhaps in the history of Detroit Tigers baseball. And a most wholly unsatisfying season for a team that won more games than a year ago, for a team that made it to the postseason. It's just the way it went down is awfully difficult to stomach. If they had kind of been battling against Cleveland from day one, it wouldn't feel this way. But I feel like yesterday, it just felt like the Tigers. Oh, here's another gift.
Well,
we're gonna get on base and we're just kidding. We're just kidding. We're not really gonna score runs.
When you go back and think about that sweep of Cleveland in July, July is so long ago.
Yep.
The 6 games we saw against Cleveland recently, that's kind of what matters. And you get now the split in the playoffs here. It's all today. Gleyber Torres leading off has 83 at-bats as a leadoff hitter and a 754 OPS. When he's hit second, his OPS is 751. The on-base percentage is dramatically different. He's way better on base as a number 2 hitter than number 1 hitter, but he hit 4 home runs from the leadoff spot. That's why the OPS numbers are way up. But
so who's the hottest Tiger?
Javi Baez.
And they didn't move him up.
They did.
Moved him up 1 spot.
Yeah. Yeah, Javi Baez, who is 4 for 7 in the playoffs here and finished up last game against Cleveland in the regular season he was 2 for 4. And then he went 4 for 12 against Boston in that series. So he's been pretty hot since that Thursday game against Cleveland, at Cleveland, when the Tigers won it 4-2.
All right. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Do you think it makes a difference?
I think it makes a huge difference. And I think they're going to score double-digit runs today.
All right. Now, do you think that this?
I have no idea, dude. I honestly, I don't blame him for doing it. Let's just say that. I don't blame him at all for doing it. I think he is searching for answers. AJ Hinch, who had many answers for the better part of a year, has not had a good month. He has not been able to figure this out. I got to tell you, the pitchers have bounced back. But, I mean, these run totals, these paltry run totals, it's weeks of it. And I don't know if this works. Why didn't you do it earlier? I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. I hope it works. I hope like hell it works.
So Carpenter has 70 at-bats in the number 2 hole and an 894 OPS in the 2 hole, which is his highest OPS of any position where he's hitting the lineup. So, I mean, if you're playing numbers, this is what you're playing.
It makes a huge difference?
I don't know if it makes a huge difference. All it needs to do is make a difference. And I think shuffling things up, if nothing else, I think I for just the sake of shuffling things up when they haven't worked, yes, I think it can make a difference. And my prediction is they win the series anyway. So, yes, I have to.
You're going to stick with it. Yeah, that's what we do. That's a few things about predictions. All predictions we make here on the air, please understand that, A, injuries change everything, and we know that. We don't have to say as long as they stay healthy with every prediction. B, we will only L. Don't ask us if you're, hey, do you want to change your prediction? No. C, no. If I wanted to shoot the boot, guarantee it, I would shoot the boot, guarantee it. Just so we know the rules of our predictions. And Gator, you had them winning the series, and let's go.
Not going to change it now.
You were the one guy in this show that said the Lions are going to beat the Ravens. So let's go. He's on a hot streak, people.
What I say Friday is what I'll say Monday.
Let's go to Bill. You're next on 97 the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I obviously I want them to win. I don't want some kind of, I don't want to be punitive about it just because they've been so bad. I mean, but I think there's just a feeling of sort of like impending doom, just because even the first 2 games, I mean, they were 2 for 26. I mean, if you add the 2 games together, they're 2 for 26 with runners in scoring position with 24 strikeouts. I mean, watching these games is like death by 1,000 paper cuts.
It's terrible.
I'm not watching it today. I'm just going to hope for the best. I'll check on it time to time. Got a lot to do. And because if I watch that game today, I think I'm going to.
I'm intrigued with what check on it time to time means. Does that mean you're going to look at the score on your phone? Are you going to tune into radio? Or are you actually going to flip it on?
No, I'm going to check on my phone from time to time.
All right.
Yeah, it's just and hope for the best. I can't sit through another one of those games. Like I said, I think other than Super Bowl, that even the game they won was like.
Well, I mean, the game they won was typical postseason baseball. Like I don't know that we complain about that win. But Bill, good luck with your quest to make it through the day. We all are struggling. Russ on a cell is next. Hi, Russ.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Riley Green needs to go. Riley Green, I went to a handful of games this year. He is the most lackadaisical player I have ever watched. He doesn't seem to care about a thing. From left field, McKinstry runs to the dugout at the end of an inning. Riley Green just trots along, and every game that you watch and every inning that you watch, Riley Green is the last person in the dugout. I don't know what all the smoke and mirrors are about for Riley Green, but he hasn't shown me nothing. He's nothing to compare to. I'm 72.
There you go.
Willie Horton, he's nothing to compare to. Steve Kemp, he's nothing. Trade him. Get rid of him. Get rid of him while he's still got a big name and we can get somebody for him.
What is he, 25, Doug?
He just turned 25.
And he hit 34 homers with 111 36 with 111 RBIs this year.
Homers.
36.
At 35 years old, and he's supposed to be a big home run hitter?
36 homers, 111 RBIs, but you want to run him out of town because Zach McKinstry runs to the dugout quicker.
No, I want to run him out of town because he's not worth the money. Take his money and give it to Scooble.
They're not paying him anything. And they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay him for another 3 years. Well, yeah, let's kick guys off the team that are 36 and 111 with home runs and RBIs.
So
because you don't want to pay him. Well, you don't have to pay him.
Frustration is at an all-time high with Riley Green because of the strikeouts. Can they be resolved? Is it something that they can fix in the offseason?
Like, it is an alarming rate. And if the Tigers were to put him on the trade block, I suspect that they're asking for an awful lot in return. I'm not saying he's a fixture on this team because I don't know if anybody's a fixture on this team. The way that they finished off this season, and that's why you need a cooling off period.
We definitely all need a cooling off period.
Once the season's done, you need to cool off a little bit and then look at it objectively. And one of those things you might realize is, wow, am I really going to give up on a kid who just turned 25, who turned in a season with 36 home runs and 111 RBIs because he struck out 200 times? It's a lot to weigh because a 200 is not insignificant.
It's not insignificant, and it is frustrating. The Tigers have 2 extra base hits in the postseason. They're both from Riley Green. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I get that it is pretty cool the way McKinstry gets in the dugout before him and everything, but I'd probably not trade him unless there was a great offer that came along. I have no issue with trading anybody if there's a great offer that comes along. And if there's an unwillingness to maybe work on what's correctable to cut back on the strikeouts, because the strikeouts are mind-numbingly frustrating.
Yeah.
To the point where our guy Russ wants to deal him.
Well, Torkelson was able to cut him down significantly, and yet he still strikes out a lot, but he did make adjustments, and he became a better hitter because of it. Will Riley Green make some adjustments in the offseason? I certainly hope so.
I would hope so. But if he's not willing to?
If he's not willing to, that's a whole different ballgame. Yeah. But something tells me he's going to be willing to because I think Riley Green is a team player. I don't think he's some selfish bastard out there in left field who's all in it for himself.
Doesn't care.
Like 72-year-old caller wants to say.
Doesn't care.
No Willie Horton or Steve Kemp. All right. I mean, compare him to Tigers legend Willie Horton. That's fair.
That call led to 2 separate coaches that I know, not high school coaches.
Yeah.
Above that, both texting me.
Yeah.
Yes, it can be fixed. Trading Green is the wrong move. And the other one is, I predict Riley Green a home run today to silence the critics.
That'd be great. That would be so great.
There we go.
Right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Let's go.
I mean, he's got the only extra base hits they got in the postseason. And it feels like everything else is a strikeout, but it isn't.
I mean, these guys flourished on this stuff all season long. Just killing that side of the plate. Let's go. LFG, come on.
97.1 the ticket. So I brought this up earlier. This is from Bob Nightingale, USA Today. And when did he write this exactly? Let's just look real quick here. This was September 28th, and we haven't had a chance to discuss it. I'm sure it's come up, and maybe you all have heard of it, but whatever. The Tigers plan to give A.J. Hinch a contract extension. The deal was close to being finalized a few weeks ago, but with the Tigers' collapse, the timing simply wasn't right. The deal should be consummated after the postseason, but in the meantime, if the Astros indeed are looking for a manager, they could touch base for a possible reunion. So, interesting. The timing wasn't right. They didn't want to sign their manager in the midst of a collapse. They probably wanted to do something like clinch the division, clinch the first round bye, and sign A.J. Hinch, and then everything fell apart, and they thought, well, maybe this looks bad. I hope they get it done. I still think A.J.'s a good manager, but there is culpability on his part for this. And I don't think it's a fireable offense, because I think he did a great job to get the group to where they were. But and there are fireable offenses, but I don't think this collapse, if it's complete today, will be one of them. I got a question for you, though. In the last year, in a sports sense, who do you hate more? We don't use the word hate, but let's call it what it is. In a sports sense, the Washington Commanders, who ended the Lions season, the New York Knicks, who ended the Pistons season, or this Gribe team?
The Gribe.
Are you being prisoner of the moment because it's not even over?
It's not even close. Because they ended last year's run. The Tigers had 2 chances to put them away, and they didn't.
It's true.
What happened at the end of the season this year, the epic collapse by the Tigers coupled with the incredible finish by Cleveland, there it is. And now we're back in the playoffs again, and this team, the Tigers again, 2 chances to eliminate them, and let's see if they can get it done this afternoon so I can feel better. But, it's Cleveland. Because the Redskins, I moved away from that loss quickly because I thought what they did what the Lions were able to accomplish with all the injuries was phenomenal. And they just finally ran out of gas and ran out of bullets, and they lost even more players in that last game, including Amik Robertson 2 plays into it on defense.
Didn't help.
No. So I've reconciled that. That's fine. The Pistons was close because I got on board with the Pistons last year. Really enjoyed the season. I'm looking forward to this year's season with a healthy Jaden Ivey added to it. And the other players that they've had in the offseason I think can pay off too. What Jalen Brunson and those damn Knicks were able to do really pissed me off. Wanted to eliminate them, and that was a heated rivalry, and there was some calls in that series that really make your blood boil. But what Cleveland has done to the Tigers is indefensible. I can't stand this team. I used to love Jose Ramirez, and I used to really, 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 really respect Stephen Kwan. I don't want to see these guys.
I don't ever want to see him again.
I do not want to see them again. And I'm tired that Gavin Williams is like going to be the next Tarek Skubal. Or that Tanner Bybee looks like he's the second coming of Oral Hershiser when he pitches against the Tigers.
What sucks is they were probably doing the one thing that I wasn't sure was possible, and that was minimizing the damage that Kwan and Ramirez would do. I mean, they combined yesterday late in that game. They had 1 hit. The Tigers were doing everything right to handle Kwan and Ramirez, and then Kwan had the big double, and the wheels came off.
For me, if your team is outmatched against the other team and the other team beats you, so be it. That's fine. I tip my hat. You're the better team. But when I feel that this roster is better than the roster that has a chance to beat them, that's going to piss me off. I didn't mind the Cleveland Indians back in the days of Albert Bell and Manny Ramirez and Baerga and all that. I actually rooted for those guys. And I was hoping they would finally win a World Series, and they didn't. Years ago when they had a chance to win a World Series, you're damn right I was rooting for them. But this is a different group. This is a group that if I lived in Cleveland, I would probably love these guys because they are gritty as hell. They just get the job done. They did what the Tigers did last year. Yep. And how do you not fall in love with a team like that, except if the team is doing it to you?
I know, right. By the way, Amari Sankofa, who covers the Pistons, just tweeted out pictures from the Pistons practice today. They're all wearing Old English D tank tops going through practice. Well, the blue are Old English D. The other ones look like it. Script Detroit across the front.
I like it.
Yep.
It's solidarity, man.
Yep.
Like Jared Goff wearing the Old English, wearing the Doug Karsh hat.
Yep. I think
And the Ken Wynn
that's
hat.
a good way to put it. Jared Goff wearing the Doug Karsh hat.
Yeah.
Did you think that's what Jared's thinking when he puts on the Old English D?
Obviously.
The D stands for Doug.
Yeah. What kind of hat does Kenny have on today?
Kenny's got a Tigers hat on. See that
He's got his
that
Tiger.
old school Tiger?
Yeah. And
So I'm the only one who's not wearing a hat. I don't
Yeah,
normally
you're the
wear
one.
hats.
You're
but
the one.
It's okay. I wore it yesterday. Look at that.
Oh, so change it up. Shake it up to like the lineup, right?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Turn it around. Wear it backwards.
What are you going to arm wrestle?
Yes. Yes, Philo Beto. I am. 248-539-9797.
I was going Stallone and over the top, but if you want to go any which way you can, I understand.
Greg
Or
is
every which way but loose. Yeah.
Greg is in Detroit and next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Love the show, guys. Tell us how you really feel, Doug. I love when you say prisoners of the moment.
Yeah,
but
well, we
as
are.
far as AJ, yeah, that was a great phrase. But as far as AJ, I love the way he's coaching. Now, if this was Sparky Anderson, Sparky Anderson would have did the same thing. He was known as Captain Hook. And I was watching the moves, right? I mean, on both sides, and it was a chess piece. I mean, to a team that has swept you for the last two series, and now you've got them on the ground and you got their foot on the neck. You're trying to keep them down. You don't want to do anything to bring them up, so you got to make the moves. And he was ahead of circumstances happening that he was able to make the move and not reacting to moves. So he's making the moves, and for a while, it was working. I said, okay, and I'm watching. I said, why? I kind of thought he took him out too soon, but okay. And it was working. It was working 1-to-1. I said, okay, this looked like it might go to extra innings. And then, of course, what we had in the bottom of the eighth. But, no, I agree with his coaching style. And then the biggest thing for me is that you have a great team that for a minute played above itself and then came down to earth. So now you have to coach that team. That's the team you have to coach now, the team that's down to earth now. And that's where we are now. We're a young team that saw the stars. And now you have to coach it. And now we're
Greg,
down on the ground. Yes.
It's interesting because you bring up some stuff about the individual moves he made. At no point did I think this is a huge mistake by AJ. I didn't think it was a mistake to pull Mize. I didn't think it was a mistake to pinch hit for Riley Green. I didn't think it was a mistake to put Melton in. Turned out that might have been, maybe he should have gone with Herter, but when Herter came in the same inning, he gave up a home run right away. I mean, so I have a problem that Hinch hasn't figured out how to turn this thing around. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm not qualified to know what the answer is. I've got my guesses. I'm trying my best, but AJ Hinch hasn't figured out how to turn it around, and that's his job. Well, and I love AJ, and I don't think there's a fireable offense, but this is a demerit.
No, this is a demerit. The way the team has played for the last 50, 60 games is absolutely a demerit. And to AJ's credit, today he's shaking up the lineup. Same players, but changing the order around and seeing if that changes anything for them. Yesterday's the caller mentioned that Sparky would have done the same thing. No, Sparky would have let Dan Petrie or Jack Morris pitch 7 innings and then give them the hook, regardless of how they were pitching, because that was the Captain Hook part, not after 3 innings plus. It would have been interesting to see, and we'll never know. What does it look like if Casey Mize is left in there after the leadoff walk to Ramirez? Can he get out of it with?
And then you would never have to go to Melton.
And then you don't have to go.
That's the risk he ran.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd go to Melton or not, but at least you could have put it off and delayed it for maybe a couple of innings. And then does he go as long as he does, and then just turn it over to Finnegan? Perhaps.
Yep. That's the one thing that now in retrospect might have, but in the moment I wasn't like, this is a huge mistake. And I had faith in Melton. I mean, and you had faith in Melton.
I did.
But whatever.
Still do. I mean, you can't deny that he's got arm talent. It's just he's got to learn how to pitch.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. It's homecoming weekend in Ann Arbor. And University of Michigan Credit Union is hosting their annual Touchdown Tailgate this Friday on East Huron Street. This is a free, family-friendly event, and they've got something for every fan. Starting at 3:30, you'll enjoy free food, games, and tons of giveaways, including signed memorabilia. And here's a pro tip. Be one of the first 200 to register, and you'll score a free Block M t-shirt. Get your free ticket now at umcu.org/touchdown. That's umcu.org/touchdown. Register now. Capacity is limited. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Venting. There's a lot of venting today. We go to Justin. You are next. Hello, Justin.
Hey, guys. I wanted to talk about for next year. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I think considering Scooble is going to be a free agent, I believe in 2026, you have to get ahead of that with Scott Boras as his agent. And if he goes to free agency, he's going to be a Yankee or he's going to be a Dodger.
Well, I think it's something that obviously we'll discuss when the season's over with, but just a quick snapshot here. I think you have to know whether or not he's signable or not. If you know that you've got a number that you want to offer up, which is more than fair, and he's not going to accept it, like, let's say the Tigers say, we'll give you 8 years and $300 million, which is nearly $40 million a season. And that's stretching it for the Tigers, and they're like, oh, this is where we can go. And they're like, yeah, that's not good enough. And then like, well, what are you looking at? And they say, well, we're looking at a $500 million contract or something like that. Then you got to get out. Say, fine, fair enough, we'll trade you. And because you have to get something for nothing before losing him for nothing.
I don't disagree with that. I just think it's important because he's the cornerstone in terms of pitching staff. And you look at Cleveland and these other teams, they've done it with pitching, right? And they don't have the hitting. We have better hitting than Cleveland. Obviously, the last month it hasn't looked that way. And also that guy who was talking about Riley Green saying he's lazy, I've seen that guy dive after more balls in the outfield than anyone. I mean, he's our guy, 30-plus homers, 100-plus ribbies.
He's got to cut down on the strikeouts. It is so frustrating, but that's not like that feels like a flaw that can be fixed. But, hey, look, the Scooble thing we'll address in the offseason. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, I just been listening to you for a little while, so I'm not sure if you've discussed this or not, but I was looking at today's lineup, and I'm telling you, it looks like a winning lineup. So if Flaherty can keep them in the game, I think we're going to get some runs, and this game is ours.
I have faith in Flaherty. I don't know if this shuffling of the deck chairs is really going to matter. I hope it does. There's got to be more contact. Look, this guy has 2 starts against the Tigers, and they were both pretty good, but they were months ago.
Yeah.
They were months ago.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I'm just thinking, we've got to have fun watching this game. I think, they're just going to get enough runs to win this one, and we'll move on.
Well, hope it's fun. Yesterday didn't feel like fun at all. Yesterday felt like a root canal without any anesthesia.
And nobody wants that.
No. All right, you ready for some fun with Vegas odds?
I am.
All right, here we go. All these things are 9-1. 9-1.
9-1.
Which one would you bet?
All right.
If forced to? The Lions to win the Super Bowl. 9-1. Bobby Petrino to be the next head coach at Arkansas, where he's currently the interim, I believe. 9-1. Miami of Florida to win the national championship in college football. 9-1.
Mm-hmm.
The Florida Panthers to win the Stanley Cup again. 9-1. And the Western Michigan Broncos to win the Mid-American Conference. 9-1.
All right. I don't know anything about Western's football team and the MAC and how tough it is to beat Ohio and all that. So I'm going to lay off that one. Florida winning the Cup, I don't see that as much. They've got some injuries, some serious injuries they're dealing with. The U winning the Natty, I think they've got a really good chance of doing this. So these 3 I think are really good. The U winning the Natty, the Lions going to the Super Bowl, or winning the Super Bowl?
Winning the Super Bowl.
And then Petrino is the next head coach at Arkansas.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm going to go to Lions winning the Super Bowl. I like their odds. I like the team that's, and of course, everything's dependent on health. I just like this team as a healthy team beating anybody in the National Football League. I think that they're ready for it, and I think this is a team that can get it done. I think there are more roadblocks in play for the U winning the Natty And Petrino is head coach again?
Yeah, see, the thing about Petrino, he's got one of the most exciting players in the country in Taylon Green, the dual threat quarterback. But they have 6 games left. 4 of them are against ranked teams. And I feel like Petrino would have to, they'd have to get really, really hot. And Arkansas is one of these teams that innately finds a way to lose games. I actually agree with you. I think it's Lions to win the Super Bowl. It's slightly over Miami. I think Miami's, so far, they'd be my number 1 team in college football, but I'm going to go Lions to win the Super Bowl. Okay.
I think this is going to end up in a flame out, but I think Petrino gets the job, and then he flames out. I think that's what happens. You know, I don't think this is going to end up in a good place, but they'll give him a shot.
All right.
And he'll ruin it.
All right, next up, these things are all 22-1. 22-1. The Tigers to win the World Series are currently 22-1. Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt to win the Heisman Trophy, 22-1. The LSU Tigers to win the Southeastern Conference, 22-1. Baker Mayfield to win the NFL MVP, 22-1. Connor McDavid's next team, the Chicago Blackhawks, 22-1.
All right. As much as I want to believe in the Tigers to win the World Series, I think there are better threats here. So no Tigers. I don't think Leavitt's got a chance of winning the Heisman. Nope. LSU and the SEC, always so many difficult games. I haven't looked at their schedule, but I'm going to guess the rest of their schedule is just littered with tough games. Plus, you got to win the SEC championship game too. Baker MVP is really interesting to me, but didn't he lose one of his receivers? Is Mike Evans out for a while?
He's been out, for a couple of weeks. He's going to be out, yeah.
So that's going to be tough for him, and I don't know if he's going to put up the monster numbers to get it done. What works in his favor is he's got a good team playing in a bad division. But Connor McDavid is a wild card in all this. Where does he want to play? He's going to get paid no matter where he goes, and I think Chicago's got a bunch of money to go there, play with Connor Bedard and company. I could see that. I'm going to go with Connor McDavid.
I feel like that's a move that if you believe in sort of things are fixed, Connor McDavid being in Chicago or New York feels like one of them. To go from what is deemed, it really isn't, but is deemed an NHL hockey outpost of Edmonton, to go to some big name U.S. city feels like that would be in play. And so I agree with you. I think McDavid on that down to that Leavitt to win the Heisman. I feel like the Heisman race became wide open when Mateer got hurt and all the favorites stunk. So now it's grasping at straws. Who's the guy? Is it Trinidad Chambliss? Is it Taylon Green? Is it Sam Leavitt? I don't know, but that would be my second. But I'm going to agree with you. I would go Connor McDavid to win that, or to end up at the Blackhawks.
Okay.
I'm going to take Baker, a gunslinger, and I understand that he's down a couple weapons, but he's got the rookie Ibuka. And he's really good. And the fact that he might be down a couple weapons might help his case, because they really need to lean on Baker now. And if they win games without the whole roster, people might even, give him more MVP type votes. Because I think with the gunsling that he is, all their wins this year have been fourth quarter comebacks. And you keep stacking those up at the end of the year. If you win the division, they all see that on his resume. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but out of all these options, 22-1, I'll take Baker.
All right, finally, all these things are 50-1. 50-1. Michigan football to win the national championship is 50-1. The Pittsburgh Steelers to win the Super Bowl, 50-1. Trinidad Chambliss to win the Heisman, 50-1. Montreal to win the Stanley Cup, 50-1. And Daniel Jones to win the NFL MVP, 50-1. Now, these were odds I got, by the way, from BetOnline.ag and FanDuel. The Chambliss one, I think, has moved, but...
Well, I would say not going to go with Michigan win the Natty. It goes against everything I believe in. Same thing with the Steelers winning the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers there. They just can't do that. Montreal winning the Cup, I couldn't stomach that either. It comes down to Daniel Jones, who's having a heck of a season, and I just don't think he's – I get it. These are long shot. We're talking 50-1
right.
I understand that. I just don't think he's going to keep it together to have that kind of a season. But Trinidad winning the Heisman, Trinidad Chambliss winning the Heisman, he's playing in the right conference. He's playing in the right offense. and he's going to get plenty of hype going into it. That's the one I would go with.
I think Michigan's a playoff team. I'm not sure they're going to win the national championship. But 50-1 seems like a decent number. Chambliss, if it's still at 50-1 on betonline.ag. As a voter, I can't, but I like that one a lot. Daniel Jones to win the NFL MVP is another one, which I think would be a fantastic story to torture the city of New York. I'm going to go Daniel Jones win the NFL MVP.
I like where your head's at. Yeah. Torture New York.
All right, these are all horrible odds for a reason. With that being said, I will take the Montreal Canadiens to win the Stanley Cup because I'm a big fan of poutine. I like fries. I like stuff on my fries.
Hey, doesn't matter that Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup in forever, but you like poutine.
Yeah.
It feels like if you get into the Stanley Cup playoffs, once you're in, anything can happen.
This is true.
Unless you're a Canadian-based organization.
Well, there's that.
Oh, there it is. Fun
French
with Vegas
Canadian.
odds. We will get to more of your phone calls and feedback on the Tigers. And we got to talk some Lions. Look, they got a game coming up on Sunday. I got colleges with first thoughts on Michigan and Wisconsin and Nebraska at hosting MSU. We'll get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every Thursday is your chance to hit a jackpot on FanDuel because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can share $2 million in bonus bets each week. And this Thursday's action, all you got to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at this jackpot. It's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older or present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Back to your Tiger calls and feedback here shortly. Scott, your first read on Michigan State at Nebraska this coming Saturday.
I mean, it's the same thing every week. Is the offensive line going to be good enough to protect the quarterback and open up some holes in the running game? I like that Michigan was able to run the ball pretty effectively against Nebraska. And if that means that Michigan State can run the ball reasonably effectively against Nebraska, I think Michigan State has a chance to keep this one close. Playing on the road, not easy to do. What Michigan State didn't do against USC is what's alarming to me. Defensively, they couldn't stop the Trojans from doing anything. And it started up front, which made no sense. I don't know if the linebackers just made every wrong read on every single running play that was out there, but that's what it looked like. That they just were running in one direction while the runner is going in the opposite direction. And it was frustrating. And, USC was running for like 8 yards a carry, and they owned it. Some scary injuries happened in that game. It seems like they're getting these guys back, which is good, but not all of them are coming back. Rammel, the offensive lineman, is out for the year, and that sucks. But getting Wayne Matthews back is great. Good for him. Glad to see that it wasn't as severe as it looked on the field. Nick Marsh should be healthy and ready to go. So I think it's going to be. I haven't looked at the spread on this one lately. It is, I believe, it's significant in favor of Nebraska. What is it, minus 20 or something? Oh, I'm sorry, no, minus 11.5.
Wow,
for Nebraska. So it's
wasn't it more than that?
It opened 10.5, and now it's at 11.5. So I think Michigan State can keep this one a little bit closer than that, but I would see Nebraska winning this game, but by a score.
I mean, Nebraska's got some offensive weapons. In this day and age where nobody has a workhorse back, Nebraska's got a workhorse back. Emmett Johnson has 71 carries. His next closest in terms of carries is 16.
So he's the guy.
He's the guy. And I was super duper impressed with one of their wide receivers, Ja'Cory Barney Jr., and I know Dane Key is very talented. And Dominic Raiola is over to 75% completion percentage.
Or Dylan.
Yes, of course, Dylan. Not Dominic Raiola. Uncle Dominic. His dad, sorry. His uncle is the O-line coach. Long story short, they do have weapons that'll be tough to stop. As far as Michigan and Wisconsin, I heard something out of Madison this week that's hard to believe, but somebody said they saw a point spread on every single Wisconsin game the rest of the year, and they were an underdog in each of them.
Wow. Well, there's 17.5-point dogs in this one.
Wisconsin has just over 400 yards rushing through 4 games. Wisconsin.
They get that in the game.
Dude. I don't know I've ever seen a team that it is clear and obvious that they have an identity crisis. I don't know what they're trying to do offensively. There's a lot of, ghosts and shifts and movements pre-snap, but they've had injuries at quarterback, which doesn't help. They've got injuries on the off. Their guard center, right guard, right tackle are all redshirt freshmen. Now they got 2 linebackers that are studs, but it's really hard to know what Wisconsin is. And the other thing that I'm going to be really intrigued, and certainly something I'll bring up with Sharon in the pregame show, Coach Moore in the pregame show, is a lot of talk about competition in the wide receiver room for Michigan. And that they are really talking up the 2 freshmen, and Jamar Browder and Andrew Marsh. And I got to tell you, sometimes players are talked up and you don't see them on the field. I'm really intrigued. Are we going to see these kids on the field? If they're Browder's he's your tall 6'5" guy, go get it guy, and Marsh is the one that's played all season long. They just haven't. He's gotten in the end zone once. They haven't done a lot with him yet, but maybe this is the time. And it's usually week 6, week 7 where freshmen start to really get integrated more or look like they belong. It's a little early for that, but we'll see.
I don't think this game looks very good for Wisconsin. The fact that they have gotten so far away from what their identity was pre-Fickle, it hasn't worked. Whatever Luke Fickle is trying to instill in there is not working. And if you're going to be a team that throws the football, that means you open yourself up to getting hit a lot. And then their quarterback is going to get hit a lot. You know what I think of Barham? I think he's great. and he's not the only one that can get pressure after the quarterback. And if they're not going to even run the football, then they're completely one-dimensional, and that's just to Michigan's advantage. And what Michigan has done offensively with being able to run the ball at will, Justice Haynes is really, really good.
Yep.
And Bryce Underwood is just gaining in confidence each and every week, and you see why everybody loved him coming into this season. He's raw, but he's getting less raw by the week. And you mentioned the receivers he's got a chance to throw to. These guys can grow with him, and I think that's where the competition is. Everybody wants to be on board because they want to be the number one target for the guy who's going to be here for 3 years starting at Michigan.
It's interesting because I work next to a guy who sees every little misstep and flaw by an offensive lineman on every single play. I don't know how he watches 5 guys all at once, but John Jansen does a lot of that and, is constantly pointing things out on the air and off the air that are working and they're not. I watched him start to get happy about the O-line play midway through that Nebraska game. And so whether or not it's Phobie and Guanera that they put in at the 2 guard spots due to injury, that those guys are coming around, or they should get Brady Norton and Gio El-Hadi back, whether or not they get their positions back as starters, well, we'll see.
Was it a good time for the bye week for Michigan?
I mean, they're coming off a big win. It's always good to get people back and healthy, but I don't know if it really think it's a good time or a bad time one way or another. I will tell you this. You guys go take care of business, and I think there's going to be more than a little bit of heat coming down on Matt Rule if you go to Nebraska and win.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see. But
that was they were pretty unhappy with their performance against Michigan.
Wonder if there's going to be any looking ahead to next week. Michigan's got the big game at USC.
Could be a trap game. It's because it's hard.
But I just don't see Wisconsin being able to put anything together.
I don't know who Wisconsin. That's what the W on the helmet stands for now. Is who are these guys? Because you used to know exactly what you were getting from Wisconsin, and it was working.
They scored 10 points against Maryland in their last game. They scored 14 against Alabama. They scored then they beat up on Middle Tennessee State with 42.
As one does.
But they only scored 17 against Miami of Ohio.
I was really surprised by that.
So this is not an offensively gifted team.
Now they are number 1 in the country in run defense. But none of those teams, including Alabama, have run the ball particularly well this year. Now, part of that is the one game they played against Wisconsin, but Alabama's like in the hundreds in rushing yards per game. So,
Alabama threw for 382 against Wisconsin, so they didn't have to run the ball.
Yeah. Anyway,
do you see what Ty Simpson was 24 out of 29 in that game for 382 and 4 touchdowns.
Decent numbers.
Not only were there a lot of passing yards and a lot of touchdowns, there weren't a lot of passes, and it was incredibly accurate.
All right, we'll talk some lines. 102 as they get set for their game with the Bengals. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. couple hours away from deciding Game 3, Tigers and Gribe. I'm on the brink of a very bitter place. Some people are already bitter. Losing to these chodes back-to-back years is not something I'm looking forward to, but it could happen. It could happen.
Or it may not.
No, it may not. And
sweet, sweet revenge.
It would be nice. With that in mind, let's shift gears and talk a little Lions before we get back to some Tiger stuff. So, injury report today.
From Nolan Bianchi, who covers the Detroit Lions for the Detroit News. He says, absent from today's Lions practice, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackler Taylor Decker, running back Sione Vaki, and linebacker Zach Cunningham. I don't think Vaki's any shock. Decker's not a shock. They're just managing him because he's banged up every week, and he's a veteran, and he'll play when he's ready to play, which is usually on Sundays. But Joseph, I think he's dealing with that knee injury that he had in the game. But I don't think it doesn't sound like it's something that they don't expect him to play on Sunday, but here it is Thursday. He's not at practice.
All right. I want to read something to you, and you tell me, because I'm going to get to the end of this, and I'm going to say there's no way, right? This is Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard on what he saw from Aleem McNeil in practice yesterday. Quote, I saw all I needed to see. I see him helping in a major way. It's amazing when you watch those practice clips. It's like he's been at training camp. I see a very, very high caliber defensive tackle. There's no way he plays Sunday, right?
I mean, I'll give you another quote. This one from Dan Campbell. This is from a Will Birchfield story from 5 hours ago. Dan Campbell stepped to the podium Wednesday in Allen Park, announced that Aleem McNeil was returning to practice, and grinned and said, quote, I'm sorry for some of those guys who are going to have to line up across from him. He's ready to go.
I mean, there's no chance, right? I was told, look, comes to injuries and all that, I'd kind of started to count him out until Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is not today. It's a Thursday, but it's not next week.
It's 10 months. It's a 10-month recovery.
There's not, I mean, potentially great. Potentially great.
Aleem McNeil said there's just different steps and different layers. You got to just cook a little bit. Mentally, I feel like I've been ready. I've been itching to get out there. But now that the moment is here, it's time to capitalize on it. I'm like, this isn't talk of somebody who's going to sit out another week or two. They've got 21 days to activate him to the 53-man roster.
There's no way, right?
I'll give you another quote. AJ Hint says that Lee McNeil is batting cleanup today in the lineup. He's ready to go.
I'd feel good about that.
Wow. King, there's no way, right?
I would err on the side of caution here, right?
Yeah.
I think he really maybe wants to play, but you got to do the responsible thing and send him at least one more week.
Yeah, right?
I thought we're taking the whole window here, but maybe not. I don't know.
They said Wednesday was just one practice. The Lions weren't in pads. McNeil didn't get many reps, but asked if he felt his added strength on the field. He staged hitting an offensive lineman with a long arm and said, to be able to get hands on people, yeah, everything felt different. Upper body, back, the chest is strong. Everything feels good. I'll really see how it is tomorrow, though. That's my test. So today's practice is tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is the test to see where he's at, I guess, at least in his mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Look, I also would err on the side of caution this week and say, look, man, love it. You're ready to go, and you clearly look like it, but we're going to give it another week.
In theory, right, you shouldn't need him this week. In theory.
Right.
But look, in the NFL, anything can happen. Here's the one thing about this matchup that it gives me a little bit of pause because I think it could create a big problem. Jamar Chase is complaining, and he's frustrated, and he's not gotten the targets, and
no way. It's a different situation without Joe Burrow.
Yeah, right. But at this point, I think we're at we're coming to a game where I could see them saying, we're going to target him 15 times.
Well, and without DJ Reed and with a banged up Terrion Arnold, but it looks like Arnold's going to play.
Bingo.
Sure.
So if Jamar Chase is, Amik Robertson's probably their best. Then you get what? Rock Ya-Sin? Is it Avonte Maddox? Is it Khalil Dorsey? These are not.
Doug, let me tell you something.
Please do.
It's great to have the game plan that says you're going to target Jamar Chase a million times, as you probably should, because he's the offensive weapon on the team, along with T. Higgins. Look for those guys, 100%. It's another thing to be able to execute that when you have a suboptimal offensive line that's going to be under duress the entire time by Kelvin Shepard's front seven. That those guys are going to, after Browning, and Browning has not shown the ability to be terribly accurate, and nor has that offensive line done anywhere close to the job that you need to do to protect. Couple that with the absence of a running game, and you've got a defense that's going to pin their ears and go back after the quarterback. If the quarterback has 3 seconds or 4 seconds to throw the ball, that could be a problem because those guys are great receivers. But if you don't, then it could be a long day. And you can target Jamar Chase all you want, but if you're having to throw the ball well before he's open or close to completing that route, you're asking for trouble.
Well, let me just reset something, too. You did not mention that Terrion Arnold was out of practice, right?
No,
he's practicing. So he's practicing. So I've got to remember he's in the mix as well. I know there's not a lot of faith in him, Detroit, but I kind of had started to think they were going to rest him, too. But at the end of the day, that could create a problem if Browning goes out and has a day. But, they got to protect him. There's a lot that goes into that. Otherwise, it feels like the Lions are very, very authentically the better team here. 248-539-9797. Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Thursday. Listen, I think maybe I'm just overly confident, but I feel like we're going to probably put another 40-burger on the Bengals this week. And the Bengals don't have another winnable game till the end of the month when they play the Jets. So if I'm Brad Holmes, Trey Hendricks is on the plane with me back to Allen Park. They are going to run the Bengals to death this week. The Bengals are staring down 2-8. There's no reason for Trey Hendrickson to still be on that team. So he needs to go over whoever the acting scarecrow general manager of the Bengals is on the way out and say, hey, I'll send you a pick. Give me Trey. Let's get out of here. But
would you rather have Trey Hendrickson or would you rather have the Trey Hendrickson of cornerbacks?
Trey Hendrickson. I feel like we can, if we have Trey Hendrickson on the front, then we have the Trey Hendrickson of cornerbacks by having like a fraction of a second less on every quarterback that we play.
Yeah.
And I think we can probably pick somebody up at the end or at the trade deadline for a 4th or a 5th round pick. But if you have to pin their ear back and then you've got a Lee McNeil, Tyleek Williams crash in the middle, there's not going to be a quarterback that has enough of a pocket. You'd be playing 8 offensive linemen between our 5, and then you've got Jack Campbell and whatever quarterbacks.
I guess the Lions do lead the NFC in sacks, and they have guys that are making plays for them up front. There's a fascination with adding the extra edge rusher.
There is,
even if and I get it. But doesn't this defense need a corner more than they need an edge rusher?
If let's say we get to the trade deadline, close to the trade deadline, and Cincinnati's ready to sell, would you rather have Trey Hendrickson or DJ Turner?
I'd rather have Trey Hendrickson. But if DJ Turner, what's the price, I guess, is for both of them?
He's in year 3 of his rookie contract, so he's got one more year on that deal before he's going to have to get paid. He leads the team with 5 passes defended. He's a decent corner in the league.
I don't think he's costing as much, but
well, no, because he's on that rookie contract.
Yeah, I think they need a corner more than they need an edge rusher. But Cincinnati's not the only team you can trade with.
Well,
right?
no, not at all.
I'd be searching around for somebody.
Cincinnati's likely a team that's going to be selling.
DJ Turner can fly. He is really fast.
But can he cover?
Yeah, and I would look to do better than that with somebody else. But if he's the best corner on the market that's available, I would probably go DJ Turner. I was only looking at
Cincinnati because that's who they play. But yes, but the rushing the football, this is why Cincinnati's just a mess, right? I like Chase Brown, the running back, like him a lot. kid from Illinois, thought he was a steal of a draft. But they have no offensive line to speak of. The Bengals have run for 200 yards in 4 games. They average 2.6 yards per carry. That is absolutely positively pathetic. Jake Browning, in the 3 games he's played, has had 3 touchdowns and 5 picks. He's been sacked 7 times, and his quarterback rating is 67.9. On the season, they've given up 13 sacks in the 4 games. And the Lions have, 14 sacks in 4 games?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a horrible,
14.
horrible game coming up for Cincinnati. They've scored 13 points in the last 2 weeks combined against Minnesota and Denver.
And hold on, if I recall correctly, their touchdown came against the Vikings, and it came late, right?
They played against the Vikings and lost 48-10.
Yeah, they were down 48-3, and they scored a touchdown in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
So they've been virtually shut down.
11-12 in the 4th quarter.
All right, so anyway, if you want to keep talking Lions, you can. Tigers, big game coming up, obviously, at 3 o'clock. It doesn't get much bigger than a do-or-die game.
Let's go.
Can they pull this out? Can they turn the ship around? Are you looking forward to it, Tiger fans? I'm not sure all of you are. Hey, your favorite Twin Peaks Lodges in Detroit. Can't wait to host you for the all-important Game 3 of the Wild Card Series today. If you are bummed as we are about yesterday's result, you'll definitely want that pick-me-up today at Twin Peaks. Get yourself amped and ready for the game with any of their $3.99 cheap shots like the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, Jack Daniel's Apple, or Jose Cuervo's Devil's Reserve, or go a little easier with a bone-chilling Twin Peaks Light Draft. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, that's a no-brainer. Try the 50-plus flat screen, showing up to 10 games at once. Most of the lodges boast a 98-inch TV, which can be seen clearly on the other side of the building. Besides that, they have the awesome Hangover Burger. I just mentioned the Scratch Kitchen, serving up some of the best dishes you've ever had, like the hand-cut and exceptional grilled New York strips, the light, fresh, and perfectly seasoned blackened salmon, or hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders. Pair these dynamite dishes with an extensive bar featuring, of course, their 29-degree drafts, but also the craft cocktails with all the high-end bourbons and tequilas. Not a bad way to catch playoff baseball, UFC, or college pro football action. It's all taking place this weekend. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. about 90 minutes away from this one. How you feeling?
All right. My stomach is starting to go a little bit. I mean, I'm going to be nervous as hell watching this game.
Yeah.
I don't want the season to end.
No.
I want to keep it going. I think this is the better team. Go be the better team. And if they're not, it's going to be really disappointing. And then here comes the long off season.
It's going to be the least gratifying Detroit Tiger playoff team ever. I think people they've been taking on water, making a postseason disappointment more of a predictable thing, and then to just see your worst fears realized. It's been tough. Now look, series is tied at 1. I saw this text. We got this text earlier in the show. They don't look like they have any magic, guys. What's winning one more game going to do? It's going to give them a chance to recapture the magic. It's the same dudes that built the 15.5 game lead. Is it impossible for them to re-achieve that? Like I would, absolutely try to. Bad teams win games. Here's what's weird: is bad teams win a lot of games in Major League Baseball, and it feels like pulling teeth to get this team to find a way to win anything now. But it's also a very streaky game. Bad teams get on hot streaks. God, when's the last time they had like a 7-run inning? When's the last time they batted around?
Well, probably go back to one of the Yankee games, or where there was one. Who was it against where they had the first 10 guys in the game reach base, or before they recorded an out? It was just a few weeks ago. Was it Atlanta?
Atlanta. They lost all 3 games.
No, it wasn't Atlanta.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, do it today. Like, do it today. Extend this thing, and try and recapture the mojo. What good is doing one more game going to win? It's going to give you another shot to get back to what you were.
Yeah, I mean, this season has finished off like a slow leak in your tire. Like, did you take it to the shop yet?
Yeah.
Get it patched. Let's go. And, not just fill the tire back up with air. Like, change the tire. Stop leaking. You're better than this.
Watching the Tigers is like watching your friend's marriage disintegrate. You don't want them to divorce. However, everybody is miserable and knows that's how it's going to shake out. Better to get it over with and start picking up the pieces. Well, look, I mean, I guess I always wonder where the disconnect comes between why I don't feel that way and why some fans do. And I think part of it is you realize when you're around teams and you're around athletes, they always think they can win. They always think there's a path to victory, as they should. And they think they know how they can address it. And it's kind of an unwavering confidence in themselves. And maybe when you're around it all the time, it starts to seep in. And you think, okay, maybe these guys can get it done. And look, I don't always believe them, but we have a long, long track record with this collection of players where they've played much better than this tortured way they're playing now. They are lacking a Miguel Cabrera type leader, a power hitter who leads. Tigers lack on-field leadership. They went out and they got 3 guys that pitched in last year's World Series. One of them's going today, Flaherty. Tommy Kahnle's another, and Gleyber Torres. And, you would have thought that those guys bring sort of a been there, done that swagger. I'll just say this. The one thing about the young core, they were far more comfortable being the hunter than they are being the hunted.
Without question. And I guess that's the thing, though. You look at this team, and it's a very, very young team, aside from Gleyber Torres. And it's not like Torres is ancient. He's 28 years old. He'll be 29 in December. But I don't know if anybody would say he was one of the leaders of the Yankees. So, yeah, he came from a winning organization, played in some big games, and I appreciate that. And I like Gleyber Torres. I think he's a really good player. But when you sign somebody to a 1-year deal, I don't think you're counting on his leadership. Like, I think automatically I don't know, it's a 1-year deal. I think you're
bringing him maybe just for that reason.
Perhaps. I guess I don't see it that way, but I understand your point. But he's not likely a guy that you're going to bring back. because of the cost. So this team, I guess, go with the premise, do they have the leader in the lineup? And I don't think they do. I don't think they do yet. Will one of these guys emerge as that, or are they going to have to sign somebody like that in free agency or trade for someone like that? Maybe. Or are you just waiting to see if something develops here organically from somebody that's on the roster currently or somebody that will be on the roster, one of the young prospects? I mean, it's hard to believe you're going to depend on somebody who's in their early 20s to be the leader, but that's where they're at. The guy who's the leader on the team is Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
But no guarantees he's going to be here past
we
next
need him
year.
to get a couple hits tonight.
Yeah, if he can. He can't pitch today, but he can hit.
James on a cellular 97 on the ticket. Hi, James.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Yeah, I want to say about the Tigers. They got some good pieces, but like the gentleman said, they don't really have leadership on hitting. They don't have true clutch hitting. And you got to have that to drive in runs. They lead the league in leading runners on base, and that's sad. Plus, they're lacking one other starting pitcher. Why they didn't sign somebody? They could have got.
Do you think starting
Verlander.
pitching is a problem?
Yes.
You think
they got two starting pitchers? You got to have 3 or 4. They lost 2. Okay, nobody plans on that, but it does happen. But their hitting is more of the problem than anything. They don't have clutch hitting yet, and they need to bring in somebody that can lead off, and someone that can drive in runs, and another starting pitcher, and another arm in the bullpen. That's 4 players.
I guess I'm not as concerned about the starting pitching as you are. In fact, the starting pitching is what's kept them in these games. But as far as adding guys to the lineup, I don't have any issue with that. A true leadoff hitter might be in the cards. They might have them in the pipeline. We'll see. I don't know if I expect that to necessarily be the case from a standpoint of them having somebody ready to help this coming season. Do you think any of the guys in the pipeline are going to be ready to help this next year? I don't want to do next year conversation yet. They got a game to play today. Let's go to Sharon.
The season's over.
Sharon, you're next. Hi, Sharon.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I'm so frustrated with these Tigers. Listen, the first half before the All-Star break, this team barely lost. Where are those guys? None of them are hitting. When they get up there and there's guys in scoring position, they strike out. Torkelson is an absolute disaster. I say it every time he gets up. If there's people on base, he's striking out. They know him. Cleveland knows our hitters. They need to play small ball. They played small ball the other day. They won. AJ is like trying to pull crap out of his behind.
Isn't that small?
All right, so let me ask you this. So Sharon, if Riley Green comes up to the plate and there's a runner on second base, you want Riley Green to bunt?
I want somebody to
I'm asking you, do you want Riley Green you're talking small ball. Do you want Riley Green to bunt with a runner on second base?
I'd rather him do that than strike out.
Right. So do you want
says everybody.
Right, says
Yeah,
everybody
says
in the world.
everybody,
But
yeah.
do you want him to are you going to ask him to sacrifice with a runner on second
He's got
base?
the only 2 extra base hits the team has.
Is there 2 outs, or is there only 1 out, or is there no outs?
How about nobody out and a runner at second base and Riley Green's at the plate? Do you want him to bunt?
Yes.
Okay.
You're nuts.
I mean, look, he's got the only extra base hits in this postseason. He is frustrating. Small ball. I wish it was
Riley Green
because
to bunt.
yesterday they had Baez try to bunt. Okay, they did sort of catch him off guard with a bunt, and he didn't get the bunt down. You can call for it. By the way, the guy who said the Tigers lead the league in runners left on base, they were top 10 in fewest runners left on base this season. They've been dreadful lately.
Well, yeah.
It's a problem that crept up out of nowhere.
Their OPS with runners in scoring position in the season was 778.
Yep.
Pretty good, actually.
They're averaging almost 10 runners left on base in their last 3 games.
Yeah, the problem is what they've done as a team in the second half of the season.
Yep.
Where their OPS has dropped to 701, which is below average. They're not getting it done, clearly. And, I mean, you don't have to be Abner Doubleday to realize
Weird
that
thing is,
leaving 15 men on base and going 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position in a single game is not a recipe to win a baseball game.
and when your team's like hitting the ball a little bit, you start thinking we're playing for the big inning because we're hitting it today. And then fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh innings, they left 2 runners on base. It's unbelievable. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game even kicks off. It doesn't even have to be a big bet. It could be a small bet, $5 minimum, I believe it is. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, well, you win your bet, plus you get a share of the bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at that jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Changing the lineup today for this do-or-die game for the Detroit Tigers. 3:08 first pitch here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gleyber Torres will lead off. They're dropping Parker Meadows down to 9th. Kerry Carpenter will hit 2nd. Wencel Perez moves up to 3rd. Spencer Torkelson 4th. Riley Green 5th. Dylan Dingler 6th. Zach McKinstry 7th. Javier Baez moves up to 8th.
So these are some things that, and as you said, Meadows hitting 9th. These are some things that people have brought up today, right? Hey, how about splitting up splitting up Carpenter, Torkelson, and Green, because it's been brutal. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I open to it, and what happens? AJ Hinch changes the lineup, and that's split up because you got Carpenter hitting 2nd and Perez hitting 3rd, and then Torkelson and Green. Shaking the lineup up. You're putting Gleyber Torres back at the top of the lineup. Parker Meadows goes to the bottom of the lineup. Javi Baez is hitting well, but I remember earlier in the season in the first part of the season when Javi was an all-star, that they asked AJ Hinch about moving him up in the order, and he says, I'm paraphrasing, but something to the effect of, well, he's hitting really well where he's at right now. Yeah. I don't want to mess with that too much. And then when John Jansen asked about when Dylan Dingler was hot, why not move Dylan Dingler up? And he's like, well, okay, well, where are you going to do that? Because I'm trying to, think about later in the game and breaking things up and making sure that it's not just, having back-to-back righties or whatever. So he's, changing things up with the lineup. There's a lot that goes into it. And I know everybody's got their own philosophies, and the bunt is back on notice again.
Good God.
And I hear you. I think there are situations that call for it, but those situations have to coincide with the player who's at the plate that you're asking to bunt. And to simply say, well, he's a major league player, he should be able to bunt, when that's something that player hasn't done in their career.
That's not a strength. It's not it's not just putting the bat out there and the ball immediately slowly rolls down towards 3rd and it's perfect. And your run expectancy goes down. It's long studies of data. Right, and I do agree with shaking it up, and they have employed it more in the postseason but what they've done to shake it up is the lineup. Feedback. I'm a tortured fan. I love baseball, and I know what I would enjoy the postseason more without the Tigers in it. That said, they're my team. I'm all in at 3:08. How about this for something as frustrating as the way they lost yesterday with 15 runners left on base? Mike in Detroit says, being in the red zone 4 times and only coming away with 3 points. That would be frustrating. Let's go to Charles in Farmington Hills. Hi, Charles.
Hey, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener.
What's up?
Not much. I just want to say that I feel like Detroit as a whole and a team is being overlooked right now by our city because they have no faith in our Tigers. If our Tigers weren't in the playoffs and if our Tigers didn't have that 15-game lead, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. We'd be talking about who we're going to go out and get better pitching next year or who we're going to trade for better batting next year. The season would already be over. And for all these doubters out here that are doubting Detroit Tigers and their pitching and their lineup right now and where they're at, you need to just sit back and watch Game 3. Tigers 5, Cleveland 3. We take the series.
Well, I think everybody, well, I don't know if everybody here hopes you're right. Yeah. Look, they earned to be in this position. It's amazing because they've also eroded faith and goodwill.
Yeah, that's what they earned to be here, and that's what everybody keeps forgetting. Now, if we can go back to remembering how they got here, then the faith will come back. Listen, like these guys, they know what they're doing. I don't believe in the bunt game, especially if it's not their strength, like you guys just said. Don't bunt if it's not in your strength. Just hit the ball. I wouldn't want Riley Green bunting. No, thank you.
Well, I mean, he does. The strikeouts are irritating and frustrating. The 2 doubles, the only extra base hits they have so far in this postseason. Mohammed's in Dearborn, and he is next. Hello, Mohammed.
Yes, good afternoon. Long-time caller, a long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
Yes. When it comes to bunting, I really think that when we have a person on base with nobody out, I really think that the runner should be bunted maybe to 2nd or 3rd. Here's why. I'm old. A long time ago, the Tigers were playing the Boston Red Sox. The leader player for Boston got off with a walk, stole second, sacrificed the third on a bunt, and scored on a sacrifice fly, all without getting a base hit. In this day and age, where the Tigers are, having trouble moving runners, at least, maybe bunt.
All right, so let me ask you this, Mohammed. In that scenario, so now you've got Gleyber Torres is leading off for the Tigers. Let's say he draws a walk. By some miracle, he steals second base. Now you got Kerry Carpenter up at the plate. You want Kerry Carpenter to lay down a bunt with nobody out and a runner on second base.
I mean, see, that's the thing, because we've been striking with so much. Maybe try something different.
Like having a guy who doesn't bunt.
Well, I know he doesn't
because
bunt,
you saw Boston do it years ago?
No. Okay. A week or 2 weeks ago, the Tigers were playing Cleveland, and I think they had a runner on...
Mohammed, it matters who's at the plate. It matters.
Yes.
It matters who, because if you don't have a guy who bunts, then you can't ask him to do it. Like, you're not going to ask Torkelson to bunt, Kerry Carpenter to do it. You're not going to ask Riley Green to do it. The time that those guys bunt is when nobody expects it and there's nobody on base and the third baseman's playing like, on the grass of the outfield. That's when you see somebody do it.
But Gator, Boston...
I got it. Rick Burleson got on base, and then Jerry Remy waited until he got to second before he tried to bunt him over to third. And then Carl Yastrzemski was at the plate, and then a wild pitch scored Burleson.
Or not go 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
That's that.
Jimmy in Lake Orion. Hello, Jimmy.
Hey guys, how we doing today?
All right.
Good. Hey, one of the things that I think that we're missing right now, and I've seen flashes of it, but those first 3 months of the season, the team was coming out with tenacity at every at bat, every play in the field, making plays when we needed them to make plays. In the last 2 weeks, I've seen a couple plays that just bothered me. Right, a couple weeks ago against the Guardians, big time game, tough play, Torque bobbled or missed the ball. He just turns around and looks at it. Doesn't jog after the ball. Game 1, Javi makes a great play in the 9th inning, gets by Torque. No one's backing up the first baseman. And now Jose Ramirez gets to third base. We could have easily lost that game for that reason alone.
Well, Jose Ramirez kicked the ball into right field. So, I mean, you're kind of waiting for the right fielder to get there. It doesn't matter. If Dylan Dingler's, the catcher is trailing that play and then Ramirez kicks it into the right field corner or wherever it was
kicked. Not only Dingler, it's the right fielder has a responsibility to back up as well, and you learn that in early fundamentals of baseball.
I guess if I were going to go on a fundamentals call today, it would be about trying to get to third when it wasn't really necessary, turning around and looking when you're rounding third, which maybe slowed you down for just the beat, and the third base coach not helping out his base runner to slide to the inside corner of the bag to avoid the tag. But fundamentals, I mean, you got to be. This team got here being really sharp, and there he is right. They don't seem as sharp.
No, I agree with
there are some
them on
things
that
that have gone awry.
Yeah.
Rico Beard is here. Rico, what do you guys got coming up next?
There we go. I'm going to lead you into Tiger baseball. It was a 1 o'clock game. Now it's a 3 o'clock game, thanks to all the activities of the night. And I mean, it's quite a roller coaster ride. And we'll ask the people, hey, do you want this thing to continue or put you out of your misery?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers lineup is in as they get ready to face the Guardians today. Gleyber Torres will lead off and play second base. Kerry Carpenter bats second and DHs. Wenzel Perez will hit third and right field. Spencer Torkelson bats in the cleanup spot at first. Riley Green hits fifth and left. Dylan Dingler in the 6th hole as he catches today. Zach McKinstry bats seventh to place third. Javi Baez follows him and plays short, and Parker Meadows will round it out in center field. Jack Flaherty on the mound. A.J. Hinch says that starters Casey Mize and Tarek Skubal are the only two pitchers not available to use out of the bullpen today. As for Cleveland, Slade Ciccone will make the start. Stephen Vogt said that, quote, all the bullpen guys stopped by and said, I'm good today, end quote. That will, of course, include their closer, Cade Smith, who's thrown in both games of the series, including 31 pitches yesterday. Safety Kirby Joseph and offensive tackle Taylor Decker were absent at Lions practice today. Ravens QB Lamar Jackson was also not at practice for the second straight day. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, no time to waste. We take you right to Tiger baseball in about 45 minutes. Hope everybody's doing okay. Gorgeous day in the Motor City. And we have a Game 3, a deciding elimination game in the playoffs, which normally would fuel excitement and nervousness. But I want to let you behind the curtain on something. I went into our show sheet and was speaking with David Pre-Show, Rico, and I was greeted by this note. Now, these are the words of David Hull, a leader not only of the black community, but of 97.1 The Ticket. And David's note is the following. Quote, hooray, Game 3. Just put me out of my misery already. That was his that was his show prep. That's his notes. And I would have said, okay, David, you've gone too far, but Rico, I know you heard the morning show. They were getting almost 2/3 of their texts and calls of people who they love this team, but they've had enough. They are throwing the damn towel. This is Drago versus Apollo Creed. They don't want to watch it anymore. So I wanted your take on this because it's a wild concept if you think about they haven't been to the ALDS back-to-back in over a decade. And no, these games are not fun to watch.
Right.
And no, I don't think either of these teams is winning the World Series. But has this team angered you so much, frustrated you so much, hurt you so much that you are David? Does David speak for the people of Detroit in that you're just saying, you know what, put me out of my misery?
I think David does speak for a lot of the people in the city of Detroit because this is no longer a novelty. This is no longer new. This isn't something like last year. It was exciting because you didn't expect it, and they go on this magical run. And I don't really care how far you go. Let's just go out there and have some fun and have some daiquiris at the game. This year, okay, let's get better. You didn't get better at the trade deadline. Okay, you were told, don't worry about it. We got this. Okay. Now you go into the playoffs, and I was just telling Otto in the updates, you don't feel like this team can really win a World Series. When you watch the other playoff games and you play the mythical, what the Tigers played against this team, you don't feel good. You don't feel like, oh, this is a matchup they absolutely can win. You're more so feeling it's just going to crash and burn again. So for people like David, don't just end the ride. Let's just pull over to the side. Let me out the car. I'll walk home. Because I don't need to see what's going to happen next because I already know what's going to happen next.
How much of that do you think is tied into the deadline and the smarminess from the organization? And basically, no, I mean, I talked to
1,000%, Mike. I think that's where it comes from is, you're being told I don't want to be haunted by a ghost of giving away prospects. And, basically it was the Scott Harris version of we're good. And
well, it's funny you say that, Rico, because when you look at how flawed these two teams are, and in my opinion, they are the two worst teams in the playoffs, even though I believe the Tigers will win today.
Tigers in 3?
Yeah, hey man, I got it wrong. I'll own it. I mean, AJ was intent on giving that one away yesterday, apparently.
Hey, the hats and T-shirts still work, Mike.
TIT.
There you go.
Here's how you know how flawed your teams are, right? Cleveland and Detroit. Look at the lineups today. And I mean, you're kind of awestruck by this. You have in the 3-hole Wenceel Perez, who may or may not be a major league ball player on an actual good team. Wenceel Perez has hit .089 the last 15 games. .089. He's in the 3-hole of a deciding, in essence, a Game 7. Cleveland, you think you're better? You have George Valera in the 2-hole, which modern, from an analytics standpoint, is the most important spot. Now, by the way, I like what AJ did moving Carp up. He plays his best ball statistically, batting second. But think about that. Here's the protection you have for Carp. Wenceel Perez. At least for Cleveland, Valera's protection is J-Ram. But it's Rico, this is where I want to know from the people. Like, I still think they're winning today. I do believe in positive regression. I do believe that 4 for 46 from runners in scoring position. You know, I know you or what did you say the other day, brother? You were like, #baseball reasons. Like, you're right. There is an element. Yeah, I'm just throwing my hands in the air. You can't eternally, like I sent you guys the stat last night. I go, Tigers 4 for 46 their last 4 playoff games, runners in scoring position. Aaron Judge against the Red Sox the last 2 nights, 4 for 4. It shows you how ridiculous 4 for 46 is. That, in essence, here I'll say it, they're due. It couldn't possibly continue this way. Here's the other thing, the Jack Flaherty angle. So the question
hold on, Mike.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I know you're right. I'll just say it.
Due is AJ saying, well, let's see what Jemai has in him. What else?
In essence.
It is.
In essence, I know. And I'm not fighting you. I can't. I just know 4 for 46 is like, it's a field goal kicker missing 10 kicks in a row. It's just not possible. I don't know what else to say. And I'm the king of data, and I believe in everything I say on the air, and I try to support it with real data and not just like feelings and stupidity. But I can't back this up other than it's so historically inept. It's so absurd. It's so ridiculous that it would have to change a little. And I do believe coming through once today with runners in scoring position could win you the game. Now, the Flaherty angle, he's either going to pitch a gem or he's going to get blown up. If you pull the data how he pitched against Cleveland all year, really good. The problem, here's Rico cackle, no run support. I mean, he lost a game where I think he pitched 7, gave up 3 earned. They lost 7-0.
I got one better for you, buddy.
Exactly. But I want to know where you guys are at. Look, I do. I believe they're going to win this game because Cleveland is worse than you. Cleveland's awful. But I totally understand where David is at. Like, look, I can be transparent. Do I enjoy watching this team play? No. I've said that all year. I don't enjoy this brand of baseball. I don't want to run a team this way. I don't respect it. I don't enjoy it. And I'm telling you factually, it doesn't win World Series to play this way.
Right.
But I'm not going to lie to people and say I don't think they're winning today if I think they're winning. I mean, I do. I think Jack Flaherty over, what is it, Sebastian Ciccone or Bobby Chachi or whatever this guy's name is. At a certain point, I have the veteran. They got the unproven guy. Has he owned the Tigers this year? Yes. Playoffs are a different thing.
Here's the thing.
I don't know, man.
No, Mike, here's the thing. And it's going to sound redundant, but yes, you have to score runners in scoring position. Why? I think the magic number is 3 for the Tigers. Not winning in the third game, but can you score 3 or more runs?
Yes.
Because
this is
for
like
some
a football
reason,
game, Iowa, Minnesota, over under 34.5. You're like, yeah, it's a race to 17.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
If you could get to 3, because for some reason or another, in a blood oath with the devil, the Guardians are keeping their opponents to 2 runs or less, and they're doing just enough to beat them. So
do you think they're going to win? And here's the other one. Does David speak for you? I know it's easy to take shots at David. It's fun. But David is just saying, put me out of my misery. I don't want to watch it anymore. It's an entertainment product I don't find entertaining. And his discontent with Scott Harris and with the deadline and with the way this team plays outweighs his desire for the Old English D to advance. I'm not going to yell at people who feel that way. Like, if I didn't do this for a living, would I say, oh, hot damn, I got to watch part 12 of Tigers and Guardians? No. It's some of the most painful baseball you'll ever watch. But this is what we're offered. I don't know. I'm torn because there's a part of it where you look at it, Rico, and you go, they're doing 75% of it right. They're getting people on base. And if you keep doing that, eventually you come through. I mean, they have left 23 runners on base in 2 games.
Right.
How is that possible?
I mean, I go back to just how last year ended for them and how they stranded people, how you started the game off yesterday when you could have just blown the doors off of Cleveland. They were teetering. They were on the ropes. But with bases loaded, no out first inning, and you scored nothing?
I know.
Question mark?
248-539-9797. You got 2 different ways to play. Do you believe they're winning today? And I need a reason. I do. I've given you a couple. And then, is David all of us? When David says, just put me out of my misery, just please get out of my way. It's football season. This isn't a serious product. It's not a fun product. And David, I'm speaking as if you've passed away, even though I know you're here. So I want to apologize for that. And maybe you should talk. Why did I do that like David died?
No, it's cool.
And I'm like, David's last breath was, go ahead, in your words.
No, it's cool because when Rico spoke, he spoke mostly my heart there because what it is it's the offseason. We went into the offseason. I was hoping for bat or 2. We didn't do that. And now I'm stuck watching this product on the field, every pitch, every at-bat. And, Mike, you're right. They're getting him on base. But if we had that bat that I wanted, I feel like we could get them home. And we're not. And I'm stuck watching it. But guess what happened at 3:08? I'll be sitting there rooting for the best, hoping for the best. Let's do this, Tigers, because I love this team. I want them to do great. It's just I'm stuck watching this. Like, what am I watching?
You've said you're done.
I
had enough.
I am.
All right. Well, listen, I want to hear from the people on it. I think it's pretty damning. Now, look, it's kind of like you make fun of a horse enough pre-race, you basically put it in the winner's circle. I'm probably doing that with Wensiel. Not that I think Wensiel's a bad player. I think he's a good utility guy. But the fact that that guy is batting third in essentially a Game 7, that's pretty damning. It's damning for Riley Green. I think it's damning for the organization. They moved Glaber up, got Parker Meadows out of that leadoff spot. I mean, on paper, it looks good. The problem is Glaber's been horrendous, basically since July. AJ only has so many buttons he can push. Now, yesterday, did he push the wrong ones? Absolutely. But I can't kill him for the lineup, Rico. It's almost like, God, I wish they had a really accomplished lightning in a bottle lefty who they could have trotted out there today. What's his name? Oh, McGonigal. But see, they didn't want to do that. You know who's hitting 5th for the Guardians today? Chase DeLauder, their best prospect.
Their guy.
Yeah. I'm just making a point. This radio show called for McGonigal to get a cup of coffee in mid-August. Exactly. Look, it would have been nice, right? Would anyone sit here and tell you the at-bats McGonigal would offer you are substantially worse than most of this lineup?
No.
But see, one organization is doing everything they can to win, and the other one isn't. And I think if you're David and you want this team to go away, that's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm not going to crucify you.
No, it's like when Job went out there last in playoffs, and you know what? He didn't look great, and nobody got angry. It was like, okay, kid's not ready yet, but took a chance.
I don't know, man. I still think they're going to get it done today, but I want to hear from the people. Who gives a damn what I think? Plus, is David all of us? 248-539-9797. We'll get the people. We'll get you right up to the ball game here in about 30 minutes. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have everything you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it, right where the pros do. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples, or stop by and go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to the people. You got two different ways to go with this deciding game today. Hey, and if you think I'm nuts thinking they're going to win, that's fine. I can't quantify a lot of it, and that's fine if you want to disregard what I'm saying. Normally, I'm the king of data. I don't have it. I just know that 4 for 46 in your last 4 postseason games, runners in scoring position it's unholy. I mean, it's not even bad. It's the worst in the history of the sport. And if you put guys on base enough, which you have, You just got to come through once. And this Cleveland team is the worst offensive team to ever make the playoffs. And, I mean, I look at the lineup with how flawed it is as well. I mean, Rico, they have 7 lefties in there today. The only 2 righties are their best 2 defensive players in Arias and Rocchio. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's you're begging for AJ to use some lefties in the middle innings. If Flaherty can just pace them and be crafty, be the veteran, be a guy who can, be okay.
Be good,
now,
Flaherty.
Yeah, if he's bad Flaherty, then we're up Poopy Creek without a paddle. I know that. But
hey, Tigers in 3.
I know, dude. It's unbelievable to watch it. It really is. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Matt. He bats leadoff today. Matty, what's going on, bud?
Good afternoon. Rico, I'm with Rico. I'm ready for it to be over, man. It's football season. The way they played yesterday makes me think that they won't win today. All right, the Cleveland was actually trying, and the Tigers were out there with coloring book and crayons. They gave that They gave that game away yesterday. So I don't think they're going to win today, and I'm ready for it to be over. Football season.
Yeah, Matt. Let me ask you a question. How much of that is attached to a feeling that the organization isn't serious about winning?
I'd say good 85-90% of it, because if Scott Harris actually tried to do something at the deadline, we probably would be in a better position.
Yeah, no, Matt, I appreciate it. Look, it's a narrative they're going to have to fight. It's not my problem. Mm-hmm. It's theirs. And I was talking to a buddy who works for a Major League Baseball team. And he even said it. It's the worst deadline of any contending team I've ever seen. Okay? Like Ice Cube, here's what they think about you. Mm-hmm. That's not my problem. Even if those are my words, which they are, it's shared by people in the sport. So that's a narrative they're going to have to fight, whether they like it or not. The facts and feelings. Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's the good word?
Yeah, I'm just, very disappointing year. I watched most of the games. I really thought we were going to the World Series, but I don't think they're even going to win today. When you got 2 men on, first and third, nobody out, and you can't bring the guy home from third base, you don't deserve to win. They had the bases loaded in the first inning yesterday, same thing. They could have put them to sleep real early.
Yep.
And they don't. And, you got guys like Kerry Carpenter striking out. You're a power hitter with, 2 in scoring position. I think Riley Green's got over 200 strikeouts. I don't care how many home runs he's got. It doesn't matter. You're not winning. They're making very bad base running mistakes. Perez, bad. He's very bad on the bases. About 2 weeks ago.
All right, I think Bill's phone cut out. Listen, Bill. Here, let me step in because Bill's phone's a disaster. If you're still listening, Billy, I apologize. Look, you can't get on them. Quote, base running mistakes. They have been the best team in baseball taking the extra base all season long. Nobody went first to third more. McKinstry and his oven mitt and not touching the bag. It is just outer space. I don't think it was a bad decision to go to third. I'm not going to sit here. I heard a caller call in earlier saying, well, he should have turned around, looked, and started a rundown. What? Look, man, aggressive base running. It's how the Yankees won last night. Jazz Chisholm decided he's going first to home. And it took a great slide, and it took him flying to do it. But the aggression, you put it on the defense, and they've done it all year. And I'm not going to sit here and act like they're a bad base running team. I just can't do that. No. No, not you, Rico. I'm saying, we can't do things of convenience. If you want to say you don't like the way they play offensively, you don't like a lack of star power, you don't like the computer-driven stuff, cool. Those are all debate points. But we can't go from best base running team in the league to now they're terrible. That's come on, man. We can't be prisoners of the moment with stuff like that.
No, and I think people are looking at it wrong because you have to be uber aggressive on the base path when you know you can't score. That's why I laughed. And, hey, you know what? AJ said, we got a bunt to run in. guys, when you have a chance, just take that extra base because Lord knows I don't know when the next time we're going to have an 8-run game. Heck, I would settle for a 5-run game.
But here's your problem with bunting. The bunting can only happen when you have a largely inferior player at the plate, meaning you had first and third, nobody out. You're not bunting with Spencer Torkelson. You're not bunting with Jahmai Jones slash Numbnut. No, I'm communicating it to fans.
Oh.
You know it because you're Lord Bunts a lot. You love bunting.
I'm saying
I don't.
No, but when you have a hard time scoring runs, Mike, you have to manufacture it. You have to get all the – it's like if you're a basketball team that can't score, you can't miss free throws. You got to score wherever you can. And for the Tigers, you have to be aggressive on the base path. And then, it was a play that I had never really seen before because he was thrown out and the other runner didn't quite make it to home plate. And it was like, yeah, he's out and the run doesn't count. Huh? It happened.
Good review.
Right. But I'm not – that's of the 99 problems I had with the Tigers yesterday, that wasn't the least of them.
Amen. Hey, can we go to John, 97.1?
Yeah.
Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, Big Mike? I miss you at the cigar bar, man.
Johnny, what's going on, pal?
And Rico, I met you out in Shelby Township with Ryan Amani.
Okay.
John is a man about town.
We got a suite. I just bet 3 dimes on Cleveland tonight, Mike. Don't lose your money betting on Detroit.
No, I don't touch nothing, man. I don't mess with baseball.
I've been gambling
you think Cleveland's
for 40
winning?
years.
You think Cleveland's winning tonight?
Yeah, 7-2.
Oh my God!
Mike, take the over.
John, I ain't taking nothing. I'm gonna sit and enjoy the sun and watch the game, brother.
I met you at the cigar bar years ago, Mike.
Well, probably before I went gray. Johnny, I appreciate the sentiment, brother. Be careful out there now.
7-2. Woo.
Man, he bet 3 dimes on a baseball game. I didn't realize Pete Rose was living up in Shelby. My goodness.
But David, here's the thing: I could easily see that because
you can
whoever jumps out, I think the other team is just going to pack up their bag and go home. So yes, whoever wins this game, kind of like yesterday's game, where Cleveland all of a sudden relaxed and runs start coming from all kind of gym class heroes.
If there's one, all right.
I don't see this being like a 3-2 in the 11th inning type of thing.
The biggest mismatch of it all is you have a righty going today, and they've got 7 lefties in there. Now, they have a righty going. Your lineup has more balance. I think your lineup is more bullpen bulletproof. It's just you're not going to be able to match up quite as much. You know, AJ kind of has some separation in there. But Rico and maybe John is right. You know, if Flaherty's out there and I think it's first 6 or 7 guys in the order are lefties, and then they got Rocchio and Arias at the bottom. Yeah, maybe you're right, Rico. And look, if it's bad Flaherty, well, John will have a good day. I don't know what else to say.
But on the flip side, Mike, it could be the Tigers who will go out there. I'm talking about as far as the over. Now, as far as who win the game, I don't know. But the over, I can see if all of a sudden the bats just heat up, and the next thing you know, they're looking like, it's a conga line going around the base path.
Can Francis Ciccione really do it again to us, or whatever this kid's name is? Is it wrong of me to go, look, this guy's a nobody. Jack Flaherty's got a level of pedigree. Veterans in the playoff can usually dial it up and give you 4 or 5 decent innings. If that's a lazy take, I'll own it.
Nah, you're fine.
248-539.
Shout out to Bob Ciccone.
Chucky Ciccione. All right, every Thursday, your chance, I think it's Slade, by the way, your chance to win a jackpot on FanDuel. With FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. This Thursday's action, all you do, place an anytime touchdown bet before the game kicks off. Your player scores the first or last TD, you win. It's that simple. FanDuel.com/ticket. Take a shot at the jackpot. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply. Profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to get you to Tiger Baseball in a couple of minutes. David, a few ticket texts. Yeah, I'm going down with the ship. I still can't imagine losing this Guardians team again. I do trust Jack Flaherty more than Slade Ciccone, and I don't know. You're getting guys on base. Good Lord. Anything better than converting one every 10 times with runners in scoring position, you win the game. So maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'll be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Sure as hell won't be the last. David, go ahead, buddy.
I'm with Team David. Harris, screw this team by not doing anything of note at the deadline. Want them to take them out of my misery. David is most definitely not the barometer. He's usually negative about all these teams. Here's an idea. Just don't watch, David. Just don't watch.
Now, hold on. Can I step in? Let's check the championship trophy hotline. You have a right to be negative. Your football team hasn't even been to a Super Bowl, much less won it. Your hockey team is in the longest playoff drought in franchise history. Your basketball team hasn't been relevant in 20 years. And your baseball team is now, most likely, going to go a 42nd season without winning the World Series. There shouldn't be any ball washing going on, okay?
I'm sorry if you're caught up in your feelings that you're not excited about a winner-take-all playoff game, that I can't help you, and you honestly can't call yourself a fan.
Yep, no, you can. I disagree. But again, people like you are why owners get to provide nothing and laugh their way to bed. You're the reason why.
Yeah, because I would say it's a winner-take-all game, but you're looking past that. Okay, you make it through this game, you pick yourself up off the mat, and now you fly out to Seattle, and it's like, and it took everything that we had to beat the Guardians. And right. And so, yes, I can understand why somebody's not excited about, okay, and now we're dead man walking for the Mariners.
Right. My whole point is, if you are excited, that's great. I don't think you get to tell people how to feel, where it's like, look, if fans have had enough of a really tough product to watch and a president and GM who basically thumbed his nose at you and offered you Lethal Weapon 3 on discount at the deadline, I'm not mad at those people. Just like I'm not mad at you out there, Ticket Texter, if you're pumped up about today. I get it. But cut it out with the whole, like, you're a better fan. Like, well, what do you think? Chris is going to pay your mortgage? Going to cash in those loyalty bucks?
Right. You don't get to move to behind home plate because you've been a fan for 15 years.
Right.
The ball boy now because of this.
Right, exactly. You get to actually pitch the 8th inning today because of cashing in your loyalty points.
Right.
Come on, man.
Here's a free autographed baseball because you've stuck with us through the tough times. You don't even get that.
You know what happens when you stick through them with the tough times and they get good? They raise prices on you.
You don't believe us? Ask Lions fans.
You can't do this to me. These tickets have been my family for 50 years. Well, that's where it ends. Have a good day.
Yeah, and you know what? You can keep them, but we're going to charge you 3 times as much.
So. Amen. All righty. David, go ahead, buddy.
I feel just like David. I hate them and want them to lose till they put me out of my misery, but then the game starts and I start watching the game and I want them to win. I don't know what to do, guys.
It's a natural reaction. I think if fans, David, if you're rooting for them to lose, if you've had enough, I think underneath it all emotionally, you want it to somehow shake them up and shake up how they do business.
Well, that's not going to happen.
The urgency.
I don't think. No,
Rico, I'm not using it as a predictive measure, big dog. I'm using it as David's emotional therapy.
See, I think a lot of people like David, and David, I don't mean to speak for you, but it's one of those, yes, they're going to draw you back in, but at any moment, as soon as it goes south, you're ready to say, and you got me again. I believed in you, and you failed me once again. Yes, Mike, it would love for the Tigers to all of a sudden say, we have a lot of deficiencies, and we really need to work on this, and we're going to do our best to get this team better. Is what every fan wants to hear.
But that's what I thought last year would do. I thought we made the playoffs.
But, fellas, let me paint a picture, right? If they get bounced today, let's say they go, 1 for 10 runners in scoring position again, right? 5 for 56 over the last 5 playoff games. They blew the division. They blew the wild card. They lost to a wholly inferior team. There is no way they could have an offseason that is anything other than impactful. Otherwise, fans have decisions to make. I mean, I do think if they lose today and they lose in a grotesque fashion of, again, not hitting, guys, how would you open next season without a couple new bats, right? A couple. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe you guys will be right.
No, you open next season with a few new menu items.
Okay. Rico's gone full spite. Artisanal pretzels outside of Section 8.
Imported from East Lansing.
There's no part of you that believes they're going to win today.
No. Well,
You want to do lunch tomorrow?
No. Ouch. Why not?
Well, you already owe me a couple, so why don't we just keep it rolling?
Okay.
I like building credit.
Okay. You know what? If you
I
win,
think they're going to win.
You win, Sad Bowl is on me.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you so much. David, straight up. You don't think they're winning?
I do, actually. That's the crazy thing. I do think they win today.
Me too. Me too.
All right, I'll be buying lunch for everybody.
Okay. Well, Kenny Cott's got to register his vote today.
He had to go take care of some stuff.
Okay.
Oh, that means he's in stall 3. Okay. Well, best of luck to Kenny in there. We're rooting for you. 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? These are all questions that run through people's mind. We've all heard the horror stories. No customer service. The yard's a mess. Pick up the phone and call Victor's Home Solutions. Your new roof will be the easiest.